Global Reincarnation, Becoming a God with My Unlimited Revive. Chapter 301 The Transition Period. No, that won't happen. You're the summoned beast of a core disciple, so you have the right to have these. Moreover, my grandfather is the 8th elder, so I won't be blamed. Han Linger pinched the corner of her clothes in embarrassment. Thanks. Li Xian did not say anything more when he heard this. Since she was from a wealthy third generation, she definitely did not lack these things. Li Xian did not say anything more and picked up the spirit pattern blueprint to read it. 10 minutes later, an old woman who lacked a right arm slowly walked in with her walking stick. She stood on the podium and her sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. When she saw the stone golem that Li Xian had transformed into, the old woman paused for a moment. When she saw the token, she looked at Li Xian in surprise and said, "Today, I will explain the fire control technique. This technique is an important technique for extracting materials, and it is also the technique that requires the most meticulous control. I know that this will be very difficult for all of you, but I still hope that all of you will work hard and master this technique within half a year." When the old woman said this, she glanced at Li Xian and said again, "Of course, this spell is relatively difficult. If it is a summoned beast, mastering it within a year would be considered excellent. As long as you are willing to work hard, there is hope for everything. Next, I will begin to explain." The old woman began to explain slowly. This time, it was different from the past. She explained in detail on the basis, including some specialized nouns. These nouns had long been learned by the students here. However, the old woman still explained it once, clearly for Li Xian to hear. This also caused the old woman to lecture for a very long time, and it took her a whole morning to finish. "All right, today's lecture is over. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll allow you to ask a few questions," the old lady said calmly. "Granny Lu, must the fire control technique's revolving method be accurately 72 times? Can you increase the temperature of the fire control technique and reduce the application of the revolving method?" Han Linger asked shyly. "You can, but this requires high control of the temperature. It's not recommended to do this in the initial stage of refining. Wait until your equipment refining level rises to the second tie, then you can give it a try," Granny Lu explained. "I see. Thank you, Granny Lu." Han Linger bowed gratefully. "Granny Lu, may I ask how big the difference is between a person who has the fire attribute and a person who does not have the fire attribute when using the fire control technique at the same time? Is there no future without the fire attribute?" a determined youth asked. "The difference would be huge. With the fire attribute, one could easily use the fire control technique, and one's control over the fire control technique would also be very strong. Especially under the support of powerful spiritual power, one could even display the effects of the fire control technique. On the other hand, without the fire attribute, it would be even more difficult to cast the fire control technique. Without the basic attributes, one could only use the fire attribute spiritual power in the outside world to cast the fire control technique. Whether in terms of speed, accuracy, or power, they were all far inferior. Of course, as long as he was willing to work hard, there was still hope to successfully perform the fire control technique. "It's not enough for fighting, but it's enough for refining equipment," Granny Lu explained slowly. "I understand. Thank you for your explanation, Granny Lu." The determined youth bowed and returned to his seat. "Any other questions?" Granny Lu asked again, her gaze sweeping toward Li Xian. When the surrounding students saw this scene, they instinctively shook their heads. This was because they had all learned the knowledge of refining since they were young, identifying all kinds of herbs, spiritual patterns, and a large amount of knowledge. Since a stone golem who had just entered the sect had come to learn, it was likely that he did not even know the initial knowledge. There was no need to waste time answering questions for the stone golem. Therefore, everyone wanted to end the class early, unwilling to continue waiting and wasting time. In this kind of mood, Granny Lu watched. Li Xian opened his mouth and said in a muffled voice. I want to ask if the fire control technique can be used through runes. If it is carved onto the runic disc, can the time and position of the flame be controlled accurately through the runic disc? He thought of refining equipment through flowing water. If he could accurately control the flame, he could completely use the runic disc to make spiritual equipment on a large scale. Through the control of the runic disc, he could also make flamethrowers, all kinds of flamethrower equipment, and even flamethrower machines. However, such an idea was too advanced. Li Xian would not say that he planned to make it on a large scale. He just asked some basic questions. Your question is very good. It involves arrays, and it is knowledge only advanced blacksmiths can use, Granny Lu said with admiration. Advanced blacksmiths? Granny Lu, does this question really involve advanced blacksmiths? A student could not help but ask in surprise. Yes, runes are the metamorphosis of spiritual patterns and are also the foundation of arrays. Only by grasping runes can one better learn about arrays and related barriers. That's why I said that this question is very advanced. Granny Lu explained with a smile. So powerful. The students were shocked and looked at the stone golem in astonishment. They did not expect that a stone golem who had just joined the sect would actually know so much. This was simply unimaginable. One had to know that bronze rank stone golems did not have high intelligence. Logically speaking, they should not know so much. However, the facts were right in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. This also caused everyone to look at Li Xian in astonishment. The girl called Han Linger tilted her small head and curiously sized up Li Xian. All right, now I will answer your question. I can clearly tell you that the fire control technique can be used on the runic disc, and it can also be carved. However, it was very difficult to accurately control the time and position of the flames through the runic disc. Moreover, the power of the spiritual equipment refined through this method was not very strong. Back then, the Grand Elder had once studied this aspect, and in the end, he gave up. Granny Lu continued to narrate non-stop. She spoke a lot of knowledge in this aspect, and Li Xian was also full of gains after listening to her. I understand. Thank you for answering my questions, Li Xian said gratefully. It's all right. If you have any questions, you can look for me in the deacon's area to ask. All right, that's it. Granny Lu nodded and left with her walking stick. When Granny Lu left, the students dispersed in a hubbub. They all ran out with their books. Only Li Xian and the girl named Han Linger were left. Hello, can you tell me your name? Han Linger asked in a charming manner. She was very curious that Li Xian could ask such a profound question. You can call me Li Xian. By the way, this Granny Lu has a good attitude towards me. Do you know the reason? Li Xian asked. Yes, I do. When Granny Liu's summoned beast reached silver rank, its intelligence increased greatly. After that, it fell in love with equipment refining and often learned it from Granny Lu. Unfortunately, when Granny Lu went out on a mission later, she encountered a strong enemy. In order to save Granny Lu, her summoned beast eventually died in battle. Although Granny Lu survived, her strength fell to bronze rank. Since then, Granny Lu has been teaching her students. Today, when she saw you learning how to refine equipment, she must have remembered her summoned beast. That's why she treated you so well, Han Linger explained softly. I see. Li Xian nodded. He finally understood the reason. At this moment, he thought of the spiritual talisman blueprint and said again. Where do you need to buy the spiritual talisman blueprint? Do you need points to exchange for it? Yes, the sect has many lower level missions. After you complete them, you can obtain points to exchange for points. You can actually try some high level missions. With your bronze rank strength, you should be able to quickly accumulate points. You're not like us who are weak and can only accumulate points through refining equipment. Han Linger explained softly. Her small face was exquisite and fair, like a white porcelain doll. Chapter 302 Lightning Hawk Egg. Yes, I know. Li Xian nodded. It was very easy for him to do this with his strength. He could even reveal his strength and display his value. However, Li Xian thought of the scene in the Spirit Talisman Guild and decided not to reveal too much of his strength. Although he had joined the Spirit Talisman Guild and learned a lot of spirit patterns, the core spirit patterns were not told to him. However, Li Xian knew that some of those core disciples had already learned the precious core spiritual patterns. It was only because those people had joined the Spirit Talisman Guild that under the watchful eyes of the higher UPS, they gradually improved and were recognized by the guild. They could be considered as the descendants that had been nurtured. On the other hand, because Li Xian's origin was unknown and his strength was formidable, even if he had outstanding talent, he was still excluded from the core. This also gave Li Xian a wake-up call. It made him realize that some people would always be on guard against him, especially a large sect like the Beast Tamer sect. Li Xian had to be even more careful. Therefore, Li Xian decided to take things slow and steady in the Beast Tamer sect, improving bit by bit. When he was recognized in the future, he would also be able to obtain more core secrets. In any case, he could enter this world many times, so he did not have to worry about not being able to enter this world. In that case, Li Xian had a plan. Of course, he could display his bronze rank strength. After all, he was a bronze rank summoned beast. Displaying his bronze rank strength would not be regarded as a threat. Instead, he would be valued. This was also a display of his talent. Thinking of this, Li Xian was prepared to find an opportunity to display his talent. His strength and refining level could both be displayed. Let's take it slow. I have to eat my meals one bite at a time. I can't be too anxious. Li Xian made a decision in his heart and waved goodbye to Han Linger. Not long after, Li Xian arrived at the mission hall. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, he used spirit stones to exchange for some points and bought a few basic equipment refinement books. He then used spirit stones to buy a large number of materials. After which, he ran to a remote mountain peak and opened up a cave, naming it the Green Bamboo Peak. After everything was settled, Li Xian placed the earth flame he bought into the formation of the cave and stored it well. Now that the preparations are complete, the next step is to learn the basics and solidify the foundation. After that, I'll refine the basic spiritual saber. As he spoke, Li Xian took out the material blueprint and began to read it carefully. Soon, he was immersed in the sea of books. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this morning, the sun was bright and beautiful, the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. Li Xian followed the little fatty, Lei Wushuan who was carrying the lightning blade on her back, and 3 female disciples who were quite strong. They walked silently in the Blue Moon Forest. After learning the basics of refining equipment in the sect for 3 months, Li Xian felt that it was about time to show his strength. It just so happened that Lei Wushuan had invited the little fatty to come here to look for subdued beast egg, so as to nurture his first subdued beast. Li Xian took this opportunity to come along. However, the demonic beasts in this forest were relatively weak. The strongest one was only at the bronze rank peak, so there was not much of a challenge. Therefore, Li Xian could not even be bothered to use his god's perspective. Junior sister Wushuan, are you really going to provoke that bronze rank peak lightning hawk? Its strength is too strong. Even if you add your summoned beast and the stone golem, you might not be able to defeat it. A slightly plump female disciple said worriedly. She did not think that they could defeat the bronze rank peak lightning hawk. Don't worry, I'll just lure it away and get one of its demonic beast eggs. I'm different from junior brother little fatty. He has an elder as his master. Although I've become a core disciple, the elders did not take me as a disciple. If I can get the lightning hawk egg, I'll have a chance to nurture a bronze rank peak lightning hawk. I might even be able to nurture it to silver rank. By then, I'll definitely be valued by the elders. Therefore, I must obtain the demonic beast egg today. Don't worry. When I am attacked by the lightning hawk, my lightning wolf will be the main force. All you need to do is assist. Lei Wuxuan said seriously, her small hands tightly clutching the lightning blade on her back. Her eyes were filled with determination as she carefully surveyed the surroundings. All right. The slightly plump female disciple nodded her head helplessly. She turned her head to look at the little fatty, her heart filled with jealousy. This was because other than the little fatty, everyone present was black iron rank. Everyone's strength was pretty good. Only the little fatty was at the ordinary rank and his strength was weak. If it was not for the stone golem, the little fatty would not even have the qualifications to participate in this mission. This also caused them to be very envious and jealous. They felt that the little fatty was lucky enough to contract a bronze rank stone golem. Most importantly, they still had to protect the little fatty. This was what they had agreed upon before this mission. This also caused the 3 female disciples to be very depressed. We're almost there. Everyone, be careful. Lei Wuxuan cautiously led the way in front. Her sharp gaze continuously scanned the surroundings, guarding against any demonic beasts that might jump out from the Blue Moon Forest. The 3 female disciples similarly held their weapons and brought their summoned beasts to the rear. They protected the little fatty, preventing him from getting into any accidents. The group slowly walked out of the Blue Moon Forest and soon saw a blue mountain peak. This was the Blue Moon Mountain, a very famous mountain peak nearby. It was named because it was rich in blue moon stones. Unfortunately, since the lightning hawk built its nest on this mountain, no one dared to approach it easily. The lightning hawk at the bronze rank peak was very fierce. In addition, it was good at flying, so it was very difficult to deal with. Ordinary people really did not dare to provoke it. Only people like Lei Wuxuan who dared to take risks dared to provoke the lightning hawk. Everyone, be careful. I will repeat the battle plan again. When the time comes, do as I said. Don't worry, the promised reward will be given to you immediately after the mission is completed. Lei Wuxuan said seriously and explained the entire plan in detail once again. Then, she pulled out the lightning blade on her back and walked up to Blue Moon Mountain with the lightning wolf resolutely. Li Xian looked at such a tough girl and could not help but admire her. Although this girl had low-grade talent, she dared to fight, so there was hope for her to grow. He looked at the little fatty next to him and thought of his weak strength. Li Xian shook his head helplessly and thought about whether he should change to a stronger master. Forget it. Although this little fatty is a little stupid, he is very obedient and easy to beat up. So be it. Li Xian muttered to himself and began to act according to the plan. Time slowly passed, and soon half an hour had passed. Junior sister Wuxuan, be careful, the lightning hawk that was searching for food has returned, run quickly. Damn it! Quick, quick, quick! Be careful! Pchit! Fresh blood dyed the rocks of the Blue Moon Mountain red. Lei Wuxuan clutched her bleeding abdomen and ran down the mountain at high speed. Her fair little face was covered in a cold sweat. In the sky behind her, the lightning hawk, which was surrounded by lightning, swooped down and charged at Lei Wuxuan with endless killing intent. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the area. Lei Wuxuan held the lightning hawk and rolled down the mountain peak. Her small body rolled down the mountain amidst the fresh blood. Screech! The lightning hawk let out a fierce cry. Its majestic body pounced down again and charged at the rolling Lei Wuxuan. Not good. When the rolling Lei Wuxuan saw this scene, her face changed greatly. She tried to adjust his body to stabilize herself and then used the lightning blade to block it. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 303 To Watch Birds. Her reaction speed was too slow in the face of the lightning hawk at the bronze rank peak. Even with the support of the lightning blade, she could not block it. The key point was that her lightning wolf and companions were restraining the other lightning hawk. There was no one to save her. She could only rely on herself. I won't die, I won't die. Burn. White lightning suddenly rose around Lei Wuxuan's body. The lightning was burning like flames. Her aura suddenly doubled. In a silver light, she finally raised the lightning blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out again. Lei Wuxuan spat out fresh blood and was once again sent flying backward. At this moment, her small face was pale, and her aura had been reduced to the extreme. Her exquisite and delicate body had collided many times on the potholed mountain peak. Her fair skin collided with the sharp rocks, causing her body to be covered in wounds and blood. However, she did not care. Even though she was seriously injured, she still gritted her little white teeth and tried her best to stand up and run down the mountain, running desperately toward the Blue Moon Forest. She firmly believed that as long as she rushed into the Blue Moon Forest, she would have a chance to survive. Otherwise, her ending would be death. It was only a series of injuries, coupled with the forced use of secret techniques, that she could not hold on any longer. Her entire body was swaying, and she almost fell down many times. However, to make matters worse, the lightning hawk once again rushed over. It swooped down amidst the lightning, speeding up as it charged toward Lei Wuxuan's back. At this moment, Lei Wuxuan, who was running, could clearly feel the terrifying aura behind her. She could even feel the sharp claws of the lightning hawk clawing toward her back, bringing about a gust of wind. In the end, I still failed. Lei Wuxuan revealed a bitter smile. At this moment, images of the past flashed rapidly in her mind, and her entire body actually had a trace of sublimation at this moment. If she did not die this time, she would gain quite a lot of benefits. However, she knew that she was going to be finished. Sigh. A sigh came from the lightning blade. Following that, lightning began to flash on the lightning blade. Boom! A loud sound suddenly rumbled from behind. The 3-meter-tall stone golem was like an ancient desolate beast. It was unknown how it charged over, but it sent the lightning hawk flying with a punch. That tall body even protected the petite Lei Wuxuan at this moment, preventing her from being injured again. Such a sudden change not only stunned Lei Wuxuan but even the lightning blade that was flashing with lightning was frozen. Clearly, it did not expect such a scene to suddenly appear. Screech! The lightning hawk's screech became more and more fierce. In the next second, bolts of lightning descended from the sky and ruthlessly struck the stone golem's body, enveloping it. Li Xian calmly received these bolts of lightning without the slightest fear. He even had the time to raise his leg and kick Lei Wuxuan away. Crackle! Crackle! Lightning flashed and enveloped Li Xian's surroundings. The entire area seemed to have turned into a sea of lightning. However, after the lightning dissipated, Li Xian's 3-meter-tall burly figure was not injured at all. He was still standing steadily. This scene not only surprised everyone, but even the lightning hawk became vigilant. At this moment, both sides faced off against each other. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lei Wuxuan, the little fatty, and the others escaped into the Blue Moon Forest. Only the lightning wolf was left to restrain the other lightning hawk. You can't beat me. Leave. Li Xian looked at the lightning hawk in front of him and said calmly. She took my child. I can't retreat. The lightning hawk's voice was sharp. It looked at Li Xian vigilantly. It could sense that Li Xian was not simple. Your child can reach silver rank with her. Do you really want it back? Li Xian said. Silver rank? Are you sure? How do you know? How can you guarantee it? The lightning hawk immediately asked. Its voice was very urgent. It had been stuck at the bronze rank peak for many years and could not advance in its lifetime. If their child could reach silver rank, it would also be a great thing. However, in the lightning hawk's mind, humans were cruel and vicious. They often hunted demonic beasts, so the lightning hawk did not dare to believe Li Xian's words. That girl is not ordinary. As for the guarantee, how about this? Li Xian suddenly released a natural and amiable aura, enveloping the lightning hawk. In an instant, the lightning hawk's fierce appearance changed, and the gaze it looked at Li Xian became completely gentle. You? Why is this? The lightning hawk was at a loss. It felt a very amiable aura. Its life instinct told it that it could trust Li Xian, but its reason told it to be cautious. In the end, the lightning hawk weighed the pros and cons and said solemnly, I believe you, but we have to follow by your side and monitor that girl to prevent any accidents. Okay. Li Xian nodded. His green bamboo peak needed 2 gatekeepers, and 2 lightning hawks were just right. Squeak! After getting Li Xian's approval, the lightning hawk let out a cry into the distance. Soon, the lightning hawk that was restrained flapped its wings and flew back, looking at Li Xian with a fierce gaze. After feeling the aura of the nature affinity, it was also stunned. Its brain was not big to begin with, so it could not figure out what was going on. Let's go. Li Xian put away the nature affinity and turned to walk down the mountain. The 2 lightning hawks quickly landed on Li Xian's shoulders. They wanted to continue to feel the nature affinity. When they realized that they could not feel it, they rubbed their heads against each other and began to secretly talk about what had just happened. At the foot of the mountain, in the Blue Moon Forest, Lei Wushuan, the little fatty, and the others hid behind a big tree and looked up anxiously at the Blue Moon Mountain. They were far away, so they could not hear the conversation above. However, they were very worried about Li Xian's safety. Even the little fatty was very nervous. Although he had seen Li Xian defeat a bronze rank berserk gorilla, the lightning hawk was at the bronze rank peak. It was a very ferocious demonic beast. Therefore, little fatty was very worried. However, just as they were worried, another lightning hawk flew to the front of the stone golem. It appeared to be 2 against 1. This scene made everyone nervous. Lei Wushuan hurriedly called for the lightning wolf to help the stone golem. At the same time, she dragged her heavily injured body and prepared to save Li Xian. However, just as they were worried, the stone golem that Li Xian had transformed into actually turned around and walked down the mountain, with his back facing the 2 ferocious lightning hawks. What was hard for everyone to imagine was that the 2 lightning hawk actually landed on Li Xian's shoulders and rubbed against each other's feathers. This scene directly stunned everyone. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Lei Wushuan was so shocked that she opened her small mouth, revealing her small white teeth. The lightning blade in her small hand also flashed a few times, as if she did not understand what was going on. When Li Xian walked in front of them, these people finally reacted. The little fatty could not help but ask, Big Brother Stone, what? What's going on? It's fine, I've already discussed the terms with them. As long as Lei Wushuan promises to raise their child to silver rank, they will not interfere. After Li Xian finished speaking calmly, he turned to look at Lei Wushuan, do you dare to guarantee? Yes. I promise with my life that I will train it to silver rank. Lei Wushuan took out the pet egg. His little face, which was covered in blood stains, was full of determination. I hope you will keep your promise. We will supervise you. One of the lightning hawks opened its mouth and stared at Lei Wushuan with its sharp eyes. Okay. I will keep my promise. Lei Wushuan also looked at the lightning hawk. She did not feel guilty at all. On the contrary, what he said just now was firm and decisive. Such an attitude made the 2 lightning hawks very satisfied. They began to slowly believe it. Big Brother Stone, thank you for saving my life. In the future, I, Lei Wushuan, will definitely repay you. Lei Wushuan turned her small head to look at Li Xian. He solemnly cupped his fists and bowed. She even bent her waist to 90 degrees. In the future, if you find the Transcendence Fruit, you can give it to me. It can be considered as a reward for saving your life. Li Xian directly stated his conditions. It was all for the transcendence fruit. Since this girl was not simple, he could let her help him as a worker. Okay. Lei Wuxuan nodded. The transcendence fruit was extremely precious and ordinary people could not get their hands on it. However, Lei Wuxuan had confidence in herself. As long as she was strong enough, coupled with her luck, it would not be difficult to get the transcendence fruit. The main point was that she would always repay the favor. Since she owed such a huge favor, she could use the transcendence fruit to repay it. At last, she felt a little better. Of course, she was very surprised that Li Xian sent the lightning hawks flying with one punch. Especially when Li Xian convinced the two lightning hawks, she could not help but be curious about Li Xian. Chapter 304 Lightning Tiger Returning the Favor. It was not just Lei Wuxuan who was curious about Li Xian. Even her lightning blade had a mysterious power that secretly observed Li Xian. It was because Li Xian's performance was too outstanding. With his low-level bronze rank strength, it was already very impressive to send the lightning hawk, who was at the perfect bronze level, flying. The key point was that not only did Li Xian do it, but he also tricked two lightning hawks. This kind of scene was extremely rare. Therefore, at this moment, the person hidden in the lightning blade was a little confused. All right, let's go. Li Xian did not want to waste any time. He waved his hand and beckoned everyone to head back. When Lei Wuxuan and the others heard him, they hurriedly followed. However, every time they saw the two lightning hawks on Li Xian's shoulder, they could not help but be surprised. In this kind of surprise, the few of them slowly moved forward in the Blue Moon Forest, heading in the direction of the Beast Tamer sect. On the way, the lightning blade began to secretly chat with Lei Wuxuan, causing this cute girl to be shocked again and again. This was the first time Lei Wuxuan realized that within the lightning blade, there was actually the soul of a fallen gold rank peak expert. When she knew about this fallen gold rank peak expert, while Lei Wuxuan was shocked, she was also pleasantly surprised. With the assistance of such an expert, Lei Wuxuan firmly believed that she would definitely be able to soar into the sky and become a true expert. This made Lei Wuxuan even happier. While using her spiritual power to nurture the demonic beast egg, she also followed behind Li Xian and continued to move forward. However, as they walked, Li Xian, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped for a moment and then looked to the left. Immediately after, Li Xian began to adjust his direction and walked to the left. When everyone saw this scene, they were puzzled. However, they could also return to the sect from this side. It was just a little further, so no one said anything. However, after they had walked 7 to 8 kilometers, the lightning blade suddenly moved. Another mysterious force swept past Li Xian and then began to secretly talk to Lei Wuxuan. What did you say? A few kilometers away, there is a silver rank peak demonic beast approaching. Lei Wuxuan asked the lightning blade in her heart in surprise, not daring to believe the lightning blade's feedback. Yes, I used my special ability to scan the surroundings just now and saw a silver rank peak lightning tiger with a small lightning tiger running rapidly towards us. This lightning tiger was very powerful. All of you combined would not be able to defeat it. So, while there's still time, hurry up and leave, the lightning blade reminded them secretly. All right, I'll tell them to leave here immediately. Lei Wuxuan realized the seriousness of the matter. Although their current strength was not bad and they had the powerful lightning hawks, they were simply not enough to face a silver rank peak demonic beast. The key was that it was the lightning tiger. The moment it activated its skill, it was like a bolt of lightning. It could not be dodged at all. Even a gold rank would suffer. Therefore, Lei Wuxuan hurriedly ran to the front and said loudly, "Everyone, wait a moment. I feel that something is wrong. Let's not go this way. Let's go that way." Something is wrong? Junior sister Wuxuan, did you notice anything? It should be fine. Our team is so powerful, the slightly plump female disciple said. I sensed an intense crisis. It's the silver rank peak. There's definitely an expert at the silver rank peak ahead. Let's leave quickly, or it'll be dangerous, Lei Wuxuan said hurriedly. Silver rank peak? Really? When everyone heard these words, they all turned solemn. The little fatty was so frightened that he took a step closer to Li Xian, his heart filled with fear. In the little fatty's understanding, the silver rank peak was an existence that was like a tall mountain. It made people look up to it, and it made people revere it. Now that such an expert was coming this way, perhaps both sides would encounter each other. Then they would definitely be in great danger. Therefore, Fatty was very afraid. It's all right, let's go. Li Xian said indifferently and continued to walk towards the lightning tiger. No, it's really dangerous. Big Brother Stone, I admit that you are very strong. There are also 2 lightning hawks at the bronze rank peak. However, the demonic beasts that came this time are too strong, it's very dangerous. Lei Wuxuan stopped him again with worry, her little face was white and red. I know, it's just a lightning tiger, let's go, Li Xian said calmly and continued to walk in the direction of the lightning tiger. But Lei Wuxuan was really worried. She could not understand why Li Xian was so calm, and why he insisted on going in the direction of the lightning tiger. Was he courting death? Lei Wuxuan, who was burning with anxiety, tried to dissuade him many times. Unfortunately, it was useless until the tiger's roar came from afar. Not good, it's coming. Lei Wuxuan hurriedly pulled out the lightning blade. She straightened her body and tensed up, making a battle stance. Her lightning wolf also hurriedly ran to the front. It slightly lowered its head, revealing its cold teeth. It looked like it was ready to attack at any time. The surrounding female disciples also hurriedly summoned their summoned beasts. All of them were alert and ready for battle. Even the 2 lightning hawks flapped their wings and flew up, continuously issuing warnings. Rustle! Rustle! Along with the sound of leaves. 2 tigers, one big and one small, slowly walked out from the bushes. The big tiger was surrounded by the power of lightning. Its aura was very powerful, reaching the level of silver rank peak. Although the small tiger's aura was relatively weak, it only had the strength of a low-level bronze rank. However, the lightning around its body was very active and pure. The lightning even gave people an even more dangerous feeling. The sudden appearance of these 2 figures caused the atmosphere at the scene to suddenly freeze. Lei Wuxuan, the little fatty, and the few female disciples were all scared out of their wits. They looked at these 2 tigers in shock, especially at the big tiger. The strength of a silver rank peak gave them a huge psychological pressure. Just standing there made their breathing stop, and even their hearts palpitate. The lightning wolf, who had been in front of them in a battle stance, was now so frightened that its hair stood on end. He stared forward with trembling eyes, but he no longer had the tendency to attack. Instead, he wanted to escape. This time, we are really in big trouble. Lei Wuxuan gripped her lightning blade tightly, and cold sweat gradually appeared on her fair little face. Her body tensed up, and she did not dare to move at all. She focused all his attention on being careful of the lightning tiger's attacks. Are you guys here to look for me? A muffled voice broke the oppressive atmosphere. The stone golem took a step forward and slowly approached the 2 lightning tigers step by step. Big Brother Stone, be careful. They are very dangerous. The little fatty and Lei Wuxuan shouted at the same time. They looked at the scene in front of them in fear. However, just as they finished saying this, an unbelievable scene appeared. The tall lightning tiger actually bowed slightly to Li Xian, and then said in a gentle voice. Sir, I want my child to follow you, is that okay? Hearing the lightning tiger's words, Lei Wuxuan and the others were dumbfounded and stood on the spot in a daze. They had thought of 10,000 possible outcomes and thought of all kinds of dangers. However, they had never thought that the lightning tiger would actually want its child to follow Li Xian. This result made Lei Wuxuan and the others feel like they were in a dream. They could not even react in time. The main reason was that it was too mysterious. They had been worried that they would be attacked, but now, not only did the lightning tiger not attack, it actually wanted to follow Li Xian. This was simply like a dream. This was also the reason why Lei Wuxuan and the others were dumbfounded. They even had some doubts about life. While Lei Wuxuan and the others were still in a daze, Li Xian slowly took a step forward and raised his hand to touch the little tiger. He saw that the little tiger was carrying a small package around its neck. There was a round object inside. Li Xian did not check the package. Instead, he turned his head to look at the big lightning tiger. Sure. It just so happens that I lack subordinates by my side. You can also accompany the little tiger and follow me. Chapter 305 Silver Rank Peak was despised by Li Xian. Really? The lightning tiger looked at Li Xian in surprise. It originally thought that it would be good enough for its child to follow Li Xian, but now it had the opportunity to follow him. Yes, I just recruited these two lightning hawks. Although their strength is a little inferior, they can barely be used as gatekeepers. Li Xian pointed at the two lightning hawks flying in the air. They are indeed a little weak. The lightning tiger raised its head and looked at the two lightning hawks, agreeing with Li Xian's words. In the sky, the two lightning hawks were originally flying around worriedly. When they saw Li Xian and the lightning tiger coming into contact, they were still surprised. However, they were actually despised by them. Yes, despised. One had to know that they were the lightning hawks that roamed the sky. They were flying demonic beasts that many people were afraid of seeing. However, they were actually despised. The key point was that they could not say anything even if they were despised. They had no choice. They were only at the bronze rank peak. Moreover, the lightning tiger was at the silver rank peak. With such strength, what else could the lightning hawks say? It could only obediently admit defeat. Sir, I feel that the gatekeeper is more suitable for dogs. I know a demon dog at the silver rank peak. It is very strong, but it is older. Are you willing to accept it? Oh right, it's very hard-working, cautious, and also very loyal. Like me, it once followed a demon king. Later on, the demon king died, and we scattered all over the world. Lightning Tiger said softly. It wanted to introduce its companion to Li Xian but was afraid that Li Xian would not agree, so it could only look at Li Xian nervously. If it's too old, it's not very suitable. Li Xian frowned slightly. He planned to operate the foundation in this world so that he could come to this world at any time and mobilize his strength to search for transcendence fruits. However, if it was a demonic beast that was too old, it was not worth nurturing, so Li Xian asked again. How long does it have to live? It was severely injured, which led to a great reduction in its lifespan. It only has about 60 years of life left. If it is cured, it can add a few decades more, the lightning tiger explained seriously. Its lifespan is still okay after it is cured. I agree. Let's go look for it. After that, we found the beast tamer sex green bamboo peak. I will take care of its injuries, Li Xian nodded and said. Thank you, sir. I will go look for it right away. My child will have to trouble you. The package under its neck is a gift for you. The lightning tiger bowed slightly to Li Xian, then nudged the little tiger with its head and said softly. Follow him well. As I said before, you will be loyal to him. Do you understand? I understand, mother. I will definitely follow Mr. Stone Golem. The little tiger nodded obediently and rubbed its head against the lightning tiger's big head. The two of them rubbed their ears for a moment before the lightning tiger bade farewell to Li Xian. Then, it disappeared into the distance in a flash of lightning. All right, let's go. Li Xian rubbed the little tiger's head and strode toward the direction of the sect. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they instinctively followed. However, their minds were even more confused. They had clearly seen the scene not long ago. The lightning tiger had introduced the silver rank peak demon dog to watch Li Xian's door. In the end, Li Xian was still unwilling and even felt that he was too old. Although he had agreed in the end, Li Xian still looked like he did not care. This made everyone a little crazy, and they even doubted their lives. They really wanted to ask if they were in the same world. Since when was it that a silver rank peak guarding the door for others was to be despised? One had to know that none of the sex elders had reached the silver rank peak. For example, the 9th elder of Mountain Water Peak was not a silver rank peak. If a perfect silver tier joined the beast tamer sect, even if he was old, he could at least become a guest elder. However, a silver rank peak came to guard Li Xian's door, and Li Xian was still picky. This really made everyone doubt their lives. Everyone was very silent, not knowing what to say. They could only follow Li Xian and walk silently. When the little fatty thought about how powerful his summoned beast was, he immediately leaned toward Li Xian happily. He wanted to show that he was closer to Li Xian. In the end, the little tiger kicked the little fatty to the side. Then, the little tiger leaned close to Li Xian. Instead, the little fatty followed behind with a sad face. Just like that, they headed toward the sect in a strange way. As for the two lightning hawks, they were still very arrogant and unruly previously and even bargained with Li Xian before. At the moment, the two lightning hawks were also obedient and stood obediently on Li Xian's shoulders. They no longer had the riotous arrogant and unruly attitude, and instead treated Li Xian as an existence at the level of a demon king. However, the lightning blade remained silent, and after a long time, it suddenly spoke to Lei Wushuan in secret. "What did you say? You said that Big Brother Stone's detection ability is very broad, even stronger than yours? He can detect up to 8 kilometers away." Lei Wushuan was secretly surprised. "Yes, my detection ability can see up to 7 kilometers, but did you notice that previously, while walking, the stone golem suddenly chose to walk forward to the left? I didn't take it seriously at this time, but after walking for a distance, I actually met the lightning tiger." It seems that Li Xian had already noticed the lightning tiger and deliberately walked in that direction. The expert from the lightning blade secretly transmitted his voice. "So it's like this. But Big Brother Stone is obviously a low-level bronze rank, how could he have such a terrifying observation ability? If you can scour a range of 7 kilometers, this is already very impressive. After all, you were once an expert at the gold rank peak. But how did Big Brother Stone do it? He actually managed to explore farther than you," Lei Wushuan asked in her heart in shock. "I don't know, but the stone golem is not simple. In the future, you can interact with him more. You don't have to fawn over him. Just treat him as a good friend and get along with him. Truly befriend him. In the future, with me assisting you, your future will definitely be extraordinary. The stone golem's future will not be simple either. The two of you might become good friends who will accompany you side by side," the expert from the lightning blade said again. "I understand." Lei Wushuan nodded her little head, her big eyes carefully sizing up Li Xian, wanting to see how extraordinary Li Xian was. However, she could not see anything out of the ordinary. She could only sigh that her level was too low, and was unable to sense how extraordinary Li Xian was. Just like that, as time slowly flowed by, everyone arrived at the city near the Beast Tamer sect, the Heavenly Longevity City. After arriving in the city, everyone needed to rest for a while, so they walked towards the best Heavenly Longevity Inn nearby. Inside Heavenly Longevity Inn, a few youths with extraordinary auras and bronze-rank demonic beasts were sitting on the second floor, eating and chatting with each other. "Brother Sun, your golden-haired hyena is too strong. It actually defeated Zhang Daun in just a few moves. It's really too strong," a thin and weak youth praised. "Of course. My golden-haired hyena is a low-level bronze-rank summoned beast. It's a powerful summoned beast that accompanied me all the way here. I've come from my family and challenged countless experts, but I've never failed once. This time, I'm even prepared to challenge the beast tamer sect's disciples and challenge their geniuses, the long-haired youth called Brother Sun said proudly. The fluctuations he emitted were shockingly mid-level black iron rank. Challenge the beast tamer sect? Are we really going to challenge the subdued beast tamer sect's disciples? Their people aren't simple. The key is to anger the subdued beast school. I'm afraid we'll be in trouble, the thin and weak young man said worriedly. Don't worry. I'm only challenging the beast tamer sect's disciples of the same age. Moreover, I have the support of my clan. It's just that I'll be fine if I challenge people of the same age. After all, the beast tamer sect also needs face. The long-haired youth said indifferently, not worried at all that anything would happen to him. That's good. However, the beast tamer sect disciples are very strong. Are you sure you can win? The skinny youth said worriedly again. Chapter 306 Adult demonic beasts are definitely untamable. I'm indeed strong, but I'm not weak either. My golden-haired hyena is a low-level bronze rank, and with my black iron rank strength, ordinary people are no match for me. According to my investigation, the beast tamer sect has accepted 4 genius disciples this year, and one of them is a little fatty. He hasn't reached the black iron rank yet. Although his stone golem isn't weak, my golden-haired hyena can still withstand it. When the time comes, I'll personally defeat the little fatty. Then, I'll be able to win, and my fame will grow. The long-haired youth known as Brother Sun analyzed the situation confidently. He even raised his hand to stroke his long hair. Brother Sun, what you said makes sense. The battle between low-level bronze rank summoned beasts can't end so quickly. Therefore, defeating the opponent's master is indeed a good method. Another thin and weak youth nodded in agreement. That's right. I've made ample preparations for this challenge. I definitely won't be able to defeat the other 3 genius disciples of the beast tamer sect, especially that young lady called Lei Wushuan. She's not simple. But it's different for the little fatty. Right now, he's at his weakest. Defeating him now will make me famous, Brother Sun continued, his eyes flashing with pride. While he was feeling proud, the golden-haired hyena beside him suddenly looked in the direction of the inn's entrance. Then, its entire body tensed up, and it even took a step back in fear. Hey? What's going on? Brother Sun was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. He immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the inn's entrance. Soon, he saw a few people walking in from outside. These people had the beast tamer sect's logo on their sleeves. The most important thing was that they brought a big stone golem, a lightning wolf, a lightning tiger, and 2 lightning hawks. There were a total of 5 bronze-rank demonic beasts. Seeing so many bronze-rank demonic beasts, especially the 2 bronze-rank peak lightning hawks, Brother Sun's expression changed completely. There are actually 2 bronze-rank peak lightning hawks. These are obviously wild, and they haven't established a contract yet. How can they be lying on the stone golem's shoulders so quietly? Brother Sun could not believe it. He felt like he was hallucinating. However, in the next second, he saw the little fatty. He saw the little fatty talking to the boss at the counter. All the summoned beasts, demonic beasts, and even Lei Wushuan and the others were waiting for the little fatty. Seeing this scene, he thought of the information he had previously investigated. Brother Sun's expression completely changed. He guessed who it was. It was the little fatty whom he was prepared to challenge. However, he looked at the 2 bronze-rank peak lightning hawks, the tall, sturdy stone golem, and the little lightning tiger quietly squatting by the stone golem's feet. Brother Sun thought of the beast-subduing method of the beast tamer sect and instantly thought that these demonic beasts were all obtained by the little fatty through the beast-subduing method, becoming his battle pets. Thinking of how he was going to challenge this little fatty, Brother Sun could not help but feel a lingering fear. He immediately gave up on the idea of challenging him and completely gave up on the challenge. Brother Sun, what's wrong? Has anyone come? The thin and weak youth across from him did not see the scene downstairs because of the distance. He was just very confused. No, nothing. Eat something, eat something. Brother Sun hurriedly shook his head to show that he was fine. Brother Sun, when do you plan to challenge the little fatty? The thin and weak youth asked. Ahem, there's no rush to challenge him. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home, so I'm going back for a while, Brother Sun said with a cough. Ah? Didn't you say that you would return to the clan after you became famous? The skinny youth was puzzled. Ahem, I'm already famous. It's about time. The Beast Tamer sect has some connections with our clan. It's not good for me to step on the Beast Tamer sect to become famous. We have to give each other face in order to go far. Alright, that's it. I'll be leaving first. Goodbye. After Brother Sun finished speaking, he hurriedly brought his golden-haired hyena downstairs and walked out of the inn. What's the situation? The thin and weak youth was a little confused when he saw this scene. Brother Sun had clearly looked like he was going to challenge him, but why did he give up in the blink of an eye? Furthermore, he had left in such a hurry. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like he was running away from something with deep doubts. The thin and weak youth looked down the stairs. When he saw it, his pupils constricted. There are actually so many bronze ranks. No wonder Brother Sun ran so fast. So he was scared away. The Beast Tamer sect is really amazing. The thin and weak youth's expression was solemn. At this moment, he could personally feel the fear and power of the Beast Tamer sect. There were so many demonic beasts around a little fatty, and they were all bronze rank. Then how strong were the high-ranking officials of the Beast Tamer sect? The thin and weak youth did not dare to think about it anymore, but he swore in his heart that he would never casually provoke the Beast Tamer sect's disciples in the future, especially the genius disciples. The thin and weak youth, who had been scared out of his wits, also left. He did not dare to stay any longer. When the other guests saw so many bronze rank, they also left one after another, worried that they would stir up trouble. In the end, only Li Xian and the others were left in the inn. The shop owner could only put on a bitter face and send everyone upstairs to rest. 2 days later, Li Xian and the others successfully returned to the Beast Tamer sect and returned to the Green Bamboo Peak. Li Xian's return also caused a stir in the sect. However, Li Xian did not pay attention to it. Instead, he directly returned to the Green Bamboo Peak and began practicing making spiritual equipment. In the core area, a group of core disciples was sitting in their houses, quietly listening to the eighth elder's explanation. Each of them was extremely serious and did not dare to miss a single detail. As the eighth elder of the sect, most of the knowledge he taught was important. They were all precious summaries of experience. Therefore, the core disciples all liked the eighth elder and liked listening to his lessons. Thus, everyone respected the amiable eighth elder very much and sincerely trusted this elder. At this moment, the eighth elder was teaching the core disciples how to cultivate and find their own demonic beast eggs and how to make them become their own battle partners. At this moment, a silver-haired girl could not help but ask seriously. Eighth elder, raising demonic beast eggs is too time-consuming and laborious. Can we directly train adult demonic beasts? This will save us a lot of time and also increase our battle strength quickly. Your question is very good. It's also very targeted. When the eighth elder heard this question, he smiled and continued to explain. We've studied this method for many years. From the founding of the Beast Tamer sect to now, it's been more than 800 years. We've never stopped studying this method. Unfortunately, all of them have failed. All of them have failed? Why? Everyone was curious. They could not figure out why. It's very simple. Demonic beasts are naturally arrogant and unruly. They hate humans. Even if they forcefully suppress them with their strength, there will still be many dangers lurking. Back then, the gold rank Grand Elder had done research in this area. He used his powerful strength to suppress many demonic beasts, but these demonic beasts had never submitted. At most, they would submit to you on the surface. However, when they were in battle, they would not use their full strength. When you're weak, they would even sneak attack you and escape. Even if they used a blood contract, it wouldn't work. Demonic beasts were too fierce, especially eagle-type, tiger-type, and wolf-type demonic beasts. If they forcefully used a blood contract, it would only cause them to fight to the death. Therefore, after so many years of research, we finally came to the conclusion that unless we nurture demonic beasts from demonic beast eggs, no method is advisable. The eighth elder spoke with confidence and assurance, explaining a large amount of familiar knowledge while emphasizing once again. The moment the demonic beast egg hatches successfully, the moment the demonic beast comes out of the eggshell, as long as it sees you, it will treat you as its closest person. Of course, the prerequisite is to use spiritual power to nourish it and to continuously carry out a blood contract on the eggshell. Only in this way will you obtain the most loyal demonic beast, and also a battle partner. Chapter 307. She was starting to doubt her life. So that's how it is. When everyone heard this, they finally understood the reason. However, the silver-haired girl still could not help but ask. Is there no exception? Can't we use sincerity to move the demonic beasts? Impossible. The demonic beasts and humans have different views. The sincerity that you think is a threat in the eyes of the demonic beasts. In addition, most demonic beasts don't have high intelligence and are unable to understand the words of humans. They will only treat humans with hostility and attack. Therefore, don't have such wild thoughts. Don't even think about taming adult demonic beasts. This is something that no one can do. This is also the experience the sect has accumulated over the past few hundred years. Do you understand? The eighth elder explained solemnly. His words were firm and decisive. But, are there really no accidents? Have there never been successful cases in the past? The silver-haired girl bit her little white teeth and asked persistently. No, absolutely no one has ever succeeded. Let me tell you this, an adult demonic beast can never be tamed or moved. If even a gold rank expert cannot do it, do you think you can do it? Do you think you are more powerful than a gold rank expert? The eighth elder spoke seriously once more. This time, his words were even more resolute, and even more powerful. All right, sigh. The silver-haired girl sighed, as if she had something to hide. She wanted to possess great strength as soon as possible, and she wanted to take a shortcut. Unfortunately, this path could not be taken. Don't think about taking a shortcut. You must work hard step by step, one step at a time, and carefully find a suitable demonic beast's egg, and properly nurture it. Only by nurturing the demonic beasts in this way can it fight side by side with you in life and death. Other unorthodox methods are useless. Do you understand? The eighth elder said again. Understood. Everyone immediately replied in unison. Their past experiences made them very convinced by the eighth elder. That was why they had always chosen to believe in the eighth elder. They believed that adult demonic beasts could never be tamed. At this moment, after everyone finished answering, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. Immediately after, the door was pushed open, and a cute young girl stopped at the door. She looked at eighth elder and hurriedly said, "Grandfather, something big has happened. Quickly, quickly follow me to Green Bamboo Peak. What big matter has happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Also, where is Green Bamboo Peak?" The eighth elder frowned as he looked at his granddaughter. He did not understand what was wrong with Han Linger this day. "Grandpa, Lei Wushuan is back. She went back to the sect with little Fatty and the others. Now, several elders of the peaks have gone over. You should hurry over." Han Linger hurried him. "Lei Wushuan is back? Did she get a bronze rank demonic beast egg?" The eighth elder asked hurriedly. "Yes, it's the lightning hawk's egg," Han Linger immediately explained. "Good, good, good. This little girl's performance is very good. She is qualified to join my peak and become my disciple. However, what are the other elders going to do? I have made an agreement with several elders. If Lei Wushuan gets the bronze rank demonic beast egg, she will become my disciple. Do these old guys want to snatch my disciple? The eighth elder frowned. No, it's not Lei Wushuan's matter. It's the little fatty's stone golem, Han Linger immediately said. The little fatty's stone golem? What's wrong with him? I remember that he's learning to refine equipment with you. Could it be that he has made some achievements? It shouldn't be. The summoned beast's intelligence is low. It's difficult to recognize the basic materials within a year. How could he have made some achievements in refining equipment? The eighth elder was puzzled. He could not figure out what was going on. Grandfather, listen to me. It's like this. Han Linger took a deep breath and said solemnly. The stone golem has returned, but it managed to convince 2 adult lightning hawks at the bronze rank peak to follow it. It even attracted the loyalty of a bronze rank lightning tiger. What? 2 adult lightning hawks of the bronze rank peak followed? The stone golem even attracted the loyalty of a bronze rank lightning tiger? That's impossible. Adult demonic beasts are so fierce, how could they be persuaded? It's even more impossible for them to be loyal. Have you been deceived? The eighth elder asked in disbelief. It's true, I swear. Han Linger raised her fair little hand and swore with a tight little face. Swear. The eighth elder frowned when he saw his granddaughter being so sure. However, when he thought of his previous experience and records, the eighth elder was still unwilling to believe that adult demonic beasts could be persuaded and tamed. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, he asked again. Could it be that they used powerful methods to suppress the demonic beast and bring it back? Such a demonic beast cannot be treated as a companion or a battle pet, and cannot fight side by side. After all, demonic beasts are arrogant and unruly. Even if they were suppressed by their strength, they might immediately turn hostile when given the opportunity. The eighth elder continued to speak. According to the research and investigation over the years, other than the demonic pet egg, there was no other way to truly tame a demonic beast. This was the reason why he was unwilling to believe it. However, he had to investigate this matter, so he said solemnly, Let's go, you lead the way. I'll go and take a look myself. All right, grandfather. They're over here. After Han Linger finished speaking, she immediately brought her grandfather away from this place and headed in the direction of Green Bamboo Peak. The youths and girls who were studying also stood up. Some wanted to follow, but some were worried. However, the silver-haired girl in the crowd was very decisive and immediately followed. When the remaining people saw this scene, they also hurriedly followed, all wanting to see what had happened. After running for a period of time, the group finally arrived at their destination, Green Bamboo Peak. What was surprising was that Green Bamboo Peak was a small mountain peak, a relatively remote small mountain peak. There was only a large cave on the mountain used as a cave dwelling, so the environment could only be said to be ordinary. However, what everyone did not expect was this. At this moment, there was a small bronze rank lightning tiger with a cleaning tool in its mouth. It was cleaning up the surrounding leaves and cleaning up the environment. 2 bronze rank peak lightning hawks were constantly flying around, removing the uneven rocks and smoothing the ground bit by bit, forming a clean ground. This scene caused everyone who had just rushed over to be slightly stunned. Those youths and girls widened their eyes in shock, and even the eighth elder was dumbfounded on the spot. The main thing was, with the eighth elder's inherent beliefs, he was not willing to believe it. However, after arriving here, he saw the lightning hawks and the lightning tiger flying around and working hard. The eighth elder's worldview collapsed. His entire head was buzzing. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The result was still the scene of the demonic beasts working hard. There were no blood contract patterns on the demonic beasts' heads. How is this possible? These demonic beasts are actually doing such low-level work, and they don't even have the slightest bit of emotion. They're even fighting for the job. How is this possible? Have they lost their minds? The eighth elder was really beginning to doubt life. The main thing was that even the gold rank ground elder could not do it. However, a stone golem had done it. This was simply unbelievable. The confused eighth elder looked at this scene in a daze. After the little tiger had finished cleaning up, he actually went to fight the two thunder eagles for the job to clean the ground. This scene caused the already dazed eighth elder to be completely dumbfounded. Chapter 308 The Valiant Qin Yu. The eighth elder was not the only one who was dumbstruck. The disciples were also dumbstruck. As for the silver-haired girl, she blinked her big eyes and looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. How did the stone golem do it? Isn't this too magical? Surprised voices came from the crowd. They could not figure out why. The people around were also very surprised. They thought hard and could not figure out why. Even the other elders who had just arrived looked at this scene in a daze, feeling as if their worldview had collapsed. Half an hour later, the beast tamer sect elders first found the little fatty, then found Lei Wushuan and the other female disciples, and asked about the specific reason. In the end, they thought that the stone golem might have some kind of talent that could attract demonic beasts, which made the beast tamer sect elders somewhat happy. I didn't expect there to be such a magical stone golem. There are really all kinds of strange things in this world, the fifth elder sighed. Yeah, this ability alone is enough to prove the value of the stone golem. Ninth junior sister is really lucky to have taken in a stone golem with magical abilities. Where's the ninth junior sister? Why don't we see her? This is her disciple's summoned beast. Why isn't she here? The sixth elder was puzzled. Ninth junior sister is preparing to enter seclusion to break through. During this period of time, she has been adjusting her condition in her residence. We can't disturb her. Right now, she still doesn't know about this matter, the seventh elder explained. Breakthrough? Not bad, not bad. The ninth junior sister is also about to break through. We also have to work harder to reach the silver rank peak as soon as possible. We can't let the ninth junior sister surpass us, the eighth elder said. Indeed. When the lightning tiger brings the demon dog to join the stone golem, their strength will be even stronger than ours. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing for us as elders? You're right. I'm only at the high-level silver rank now. I'm still a long way from the silver rank peak. I have to work harder. The seventh elder shook his head helplessly. He felt a strong pressure. The rest of the elders nodded as well. Not all of them had reached the silver rank peak. From the sixth elder onwards, their strength was getting weaker and weaker. The weakest one was the ninth elder. However, the ninth elder was making a breakthrough and might catch up to them. In addition to the lightning tiger that would come to seek refuge soon, the elders naturally felt the pressure and understood that they had to work hard. Sigh, I didn't expect that after being carefree for so many years, we would still have to work hard to cultivate even when we are old. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to afford to offend the demonic beasts that came to seek refuge with us. The eighth elder sighed helplessly. That's right. In the past, I thought that I was very strong, but now, my strength is actually not enough. The few elders shook their heads. They felt that it was not easy even for a silver rank. There was no other way. You were a high-level silver rank while it's a silver rank peak. What else could you do other than work hard? The depressed elders returned to their own homes to try to cultivate and break through. Li Xian was not concerned about all of this. He was more concerned about refining equipment. After 3 months of basic learning, Li Xian had a very deep understanding of refining knowledge and had many ideas. However, Li Xian thought of Qin Yu and prepared to pass on refining knowledge to Qin Yu. At the same time, after Qin Yu's understanding, he would pass it back. This would give Li Xian more inspiration and understanding. Li Xian was already familiar with this cheat-like learning method. This was how he learned alchemy. In fact, Li Xian even wanted to use the same method to get Qin Yu to help him in spiritual talisman making. Although his spiritual talisman making method was very strong, there was still a gap between him and a true master. Back then, the reason why he could easily defeat Master Zhao Qianqan was because he used a trick and injected the self-destruct skill into it. The main reason was that Master Zhao Qianqan was unlucky. There was nothing else to compare with, but it just had to be a competition of whose spiritual talisman was more powerful. Was he not just asking for a beating? The spiritual talisman that was injected with the self-destruct skill had power that was absolutely terrifying. That was why Li Xian won so easily. However, Li Xian was very clear about his own situation. He understood that he lacked foundation. If he had Qin Yu's help, then he would be able to quickly grasp a large amount of knowledge in a short period of time. Therefore, Li Xian left and returned to the summoned beast world. Then, he communicated with Qin Yu through the contract array. Buzz! The light of the contract array suddenly lit up. Li Xian disappeared in the light. When he reappeared, Li Xian had already arrived in Qin Yu's world. He had arrived in a large cave. This cave was very deep and dark. The cave was surrounded by hard green stones. There were long stalactites at the top of the cave. There were also wet water droplets dripping from the top, making a dripping sound. "You're here." A soft and gentle voice suddenly appeared in his ear. When Li Xian heard this familiar voice, his god's perspective locked onto the direction where the voice came from. In an instant, a petite and beautiful woman wearing silver armor appeared in God's perspective. She carried a long red saber on her back and wore silver boots. Her silky long hair hung loosely behind her back. Her well-fitted armor accentuated her figure and made her look even more heroic. At this moment, this beautiful figure was smiling at Li Xian. Her pair of beautiful eyes were curved into crescent moons, looking extremely beautiful. It was a pity that there was a scratch on the left side of her fair little face. There were faint traces of blood flowing out. It was obvious that she had experienced a battle. "Yes, I'm coming." Li Xian's soul suddenly floated out of the stone body. He directly chose to use his heroic spirit transformation. Then, he walked in front of Qin Yu and raised his hand to touch her fair little face. The light of the healing began to shine, causing the dim cave to flicker. Soon, the scar disappeared and returned to her original snow-white skin. "Thank you." Qin Yu blinked her big eyes as she looked at Li Xian. However, after being stared at by Li Xian for a while, Qin Yu's heroic temperament disappeared in an instant and she returned to the appearance of a little girl. "Hey, hey, there are still people here." Another woman's voice sounded. Soon, Song Xiaomei, who was wearing black armor and carrying the Grim Reaper's scythe, walked in from the entrance of the cave and looked at Li Xian with her chin propped up. What was surprising was that there were traces of blood flowing around Song Xiaomei's armor. It was obvious that she had been fighting outside. Li Xian had left for a long time this time. He did not expect that Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei had changed so much after coming back. Even their strength had improved greatly. Li Xian could smell the blood on the two girls' bodies. Even their temperaments had changed a little. It proved that they had experienced a lot during this period of time. "I didn't expect that the two of you would change so much. You've actually reached silver rank, and even the big black bear too." Li Xian motioned Qin Yu's small head and sighed. It's because of the blood beads. This saber's effect is very strong." Qin Yu's voice was soft and soft. She took the long saber that was shining with red light from her back and handed it directly to Li Xian without a trace of reluctance. Chapter 309 Transcendent Level God's Perspective. "Take it. Make good use of it." Li Xian refused to look at the saber. Instead, he used his god's perspective to scan the outside of the cave and saw hundreds of awe-inspiring warriors with weapons on their backs. These people were wearing all kinds of armor, carrying all kinds of weapons, and even carrying all kinds of strange summoned beasts. What was surprising was that they actually had 2 battle flags with Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei's names written on them. This scene made Li Xian frown, and he could not help but ask. "Those people outside, are they the forces you built?" "Yes. Yes, they were chased by the evil energy organization before, and Sister Xiaomei and I saved them. After that, they followed us and kept fighting with the evil energy organization," Qin Yu explained in embarrassment. "Oh? Not bad at all." Li Xian was very surprised. He did not expect that he would see Qin Yu's growth and establish his own faction upon his return. The key point was that these people were very imposing. It was obvious that they had experienced many battles, and they even gave people a feeling that they were untamed. However, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei were able to suppress them, which really surprised Li Xian. However, when he heard that they were fighting with the evil energy organization, Li Xian could not help but ask about it. Qin Yu did not hide anything and obediently told Li Xian everything. It turned out that 2 months ago, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei hunted mutated beasts everywhere and obtained blood beads to increase their strength. At that time, because they had swallowed a large number of blood beads, their strength had reached silver rank. Even the big black bear had reached silver rank. With such strength, they could be considered top-notch in the entire Black Rock City. However, they had been hiding all along. No one knew that there were 3 more silver rank powerhouses. Later, when they were hunting mutated beasts, they saw a group of people holding the banner of the resistance. They were protecting a group of civilians and fighting against the evil energy organization. The members of the evil energy organization were very powerful. They kept summoning coffins from underground and attacked the resistance crazily. When the resistance army was in despair, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei made their move. They defeated the enemy as easily like a goddess of war and saved the resistance army. The resistance army was very grateful to Qin Yu. Many people chose to pledge their loyalty on the spot. Although more people left, Qin Yu accumulated the first wave of troops. Just like that, Qin Yu gained her own power in a days. She even repelled 3 waves of attacks from the evil energy organization, destroyed 6 of their strongholds, and saved many people. 2 months passed. Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei's fame grew, causing more and more people to come over and pledge their loyalty. In the end, it became like this. There were already several hundred followers outside, and this was the result of careful selection. If they were to open up and recruit their subordinates, the number of people would probably be over 1,000. I remember that the resistance should be allied with the evil energy organization, right? Li Xian frowned. When he first came to this world, Li Xian used the god's perspective to discover the forces of the resistance. Their goal was to overthrow the tyranny of the Divine Emperor, destroy the strange god sect, and completely save mankind. However, the Divine Emperor's forces were powerful, and the strange god sect was extremely terrifying. The resistance army was weak, so they could only ally with the evil energy organization. However, the evil energy organization was actually chasing after the resistance army. This was a bit surprising, and Li Xian was naturally curious. Not all from the resistance army are allied with the evil energy organization. The resistance is divided into many factions. Although many people hate the Divine Emperor and the strange god sect, they hate the evil energy organization even more. The evil energy organization captured geniuses, refined puppets, and researched evil energy. The crimes they committed were not inferior to the strange god sect. Therefore, many of the resistance army was unwilling to join forces with the evil energy organization. There were even rebels who attacked the evil energy organization. Qin Yu spoke softly and told Li Xian everything she knew. She did not hide anything as if she was confiding in him. I see. Qin Yu, you have to be careful. The evil energy organization is not simple. If you encounter something that cannot be resolved, you must summon me immediately. Do you understand? Li Xian rubbed Qin Yu's small head. Yes, I understand. Oh right, this is the transcendence fruit that I found. Here. Qin Yu waved her small hand. Suddenly, a transcendence fruit was taken out and handed to Li Xian. Where did you get it? Li Xian was astonished. One had to know that the transcendence fruit in this world was extremely rare. It was not that easy to obtain. It was truly amazing that Qin Yu could obtain one. The crucial point was that the instant this transcendence fruit appeared, the god's perspective skill moved a little. It seemed to be of great use to God's perspective. Cough, cough, I know about this. Song Xiaomei finally found an opportunity to speak. She hurriedly jumped down from the back of the big black bear and walked towards Li Xian with her long legs. She explained with a smile. At that time, when we saved the resistance army, Qin Yu did not intend to accept the loyalty of these people. However, they offered a transcendence fruit. Only then did Qin Yu change her mind. Oh! Li Xian felt a warmth in his heart when he heard this. He knew that Qin Yu accepted the loyalty of the resistance army for his sake. Immediately, his gaze became gentler as he said, "Thank you." It's fine." Qin Yu shook her small head. However, she felt happy that she could help Li Xian. "I'll absorb it first." Li Xian took the transcendence fruit and chose to absorb it without hesitation. Very soon, intense energy began to surge, changing along with the movement of God's perspective. Ding! Advancement was successful. God's perspective has been upgraded to transcendence level. As expected, it's this. Li Xian was delighted. He had obtained God's perspective a long time ago, but it had always been stuck at the peak level. Even if he had obtained a large number of transcendence fruits, he still could not solve this problem. Who would have thought that Qin Yu would help him solve another huge problem this time? This made Li Xian happy, but at the same time, he felt that he owed Qin Yu even more. Thinking of the past, he thought of the things that Qin Yu gave him from time to time, and the constant feedback of her soul power. However, he barely helped Qin Yu. He was not even as loyal as the big black bear. Although the big black bear was stupid, it had been silently protecting Song Xiaomei. It had never left her, and this was the difference. This also made Li Xian want to make up for Qin Yu. Unfortunately, she had this flashing red saber, which could constantly increase her strength. She did not need his help at all. This made Li Xian somewhat helpless. In the end, Li Xian thought for a moment, then stood in front of Qin Yu again and looked at her. What? What's wrong? Qin Yu did not dare to look Li Xian in the eye. She lowered her head and looked at her toes. Do me a favor, Li Xian said again. Yes, yes. Qin Yu did not ask about it and directly nodded in agreement. Okay. Li Xian reached out his hand and raised Qin Yu's fair chin. His forehead gently touched her soft forehead. In an instant, a large amount of knowledge about spiritual talismans and equipment refinement entered Qin Yu's mind. Li Xian wanted to ask her to help him understand, analyze, and extend more inspirations. During this process, Qin Yu's little face was flushed red. She tried her best to quickly process this knowledge. However, she was too close to Li Xian. She was more or less flustered. Her big eyes did not even dare to look at Li Xian. Chapter 310 The Protection of the Black Wild Boar. Time passed, and the transfer of knowledge was completed very quickly. Qin Yu also realized that this knowledge was extraordinary. Her eyes suddenly turned golden, and she began to rapidly analyze and understand this knowledge. The moment her eyes turned golden, Qin Yu's aura became very mystical, giving people a supreme sense of oppression. That feeling was like that of a god. Li Xian had experienced this kind of experience before. At that time, he could not completely understand it. After his strength had been greatly improved, Li Xian could feel this kind of feeling more and more clearly. What kind of power is this? It actually gives people a feeling of looking up to it. It's really unbelievable, Li Xian said to himself. He became more and more curious about the silly Qin Yu. He could not figure out that such a stupid and cute little Qin Yu actually had such incredible power. Just like that knife. Li Xian originally thought that the saber could not be used by anyone but Qin Yu, because the saber itself belonged to Qin Yu. However, Li Xian faintly realized that something was wrong. This saber seemed to be more like a subservient to Qin Yu, willingly being driven. This made Li Xian very curious. He really wanted to explore what the hidden power in Qin Yu's body was. There's no rush. I will see it sooner or later. After all, I will also become stronger and more terrifying, Li Xian said secretly. His heart was filled with confidence. Then, he thought of the god's perspective skill that had just advanced and immediately began to investigate the power of the transcendent level god's perspective. The range has actually expanded so much. The moment he used his god's perspective, Li Xian's eyes flashed. He realized that the range of god's perspective was too vast. It had increased by several times compared to before. Li Xian roughly calculated that he should be able to observe a range of 100 kilometers. This kind of observation ability could simply be described as terrifying. This is really great. I originally looked for Qin Yu to ask her to help me process my knowledge. Who would have thought that there would be such an unexpected gain? Li Xian's mood was very good. He saw Qin Yu slowly close her eyes and quickly process her knowledge seriously. Li Xian could not help but pinch her cute little face. Suddenly, he felt a slippery sensation. However, at this moment, Li Xian suddenly looked in the northwest direction, and his brows slowly furrowed. What's wrong? Song Xiaomei noticed Li Xian's frown and asked in puzzlement. Nothing. I found a few people from the Evil Energy Organization. Their strength is not bad. I'll go and take care of them. After Li Xian finished speaking, he disappeared into the void and disappeared. In the northwest direction, at Red Rock Valley, a life and death battle was going on. 30 little giants with bulky muscles roared in the valley. They waved their fists crazily and smashed at a black wild boar. These little giants were extremely powerful. They were all little giants' puppets refined from the corpses of silver rank experts. Although they didn't have the spiritual energy from when they were alive, they still retained their battle experience and physique from when they were alive. Therefore, the strength of these 30 little giants was extremely terrifying. The black wild boar was forced to retreat continuously, unable to block these giants at all. If it was not for the pair of short-haired twin sisters crazily brandishing their dual blades beside the black wild boar to help block these little giants, the black wild boar might have already been injured. The main point was that these little giants were only the appetizers. Behind the little giants, there were 3 fatties carrying coffins standing quietly. The aura they emitted was extremely evil, causing one's heart to feel goosebumps. Ant Wild Boar, the people from the Evil Energy Organization are too strong. We can't hold on. Let's retreat, said the red-haired sister of the twin sisters. No, we have to kill one of the Evil Energy Organization's emissaries. Otherwise, if they go to Qin Yu's side, Qin Yu will be in great danger. The black wild boar replied coldly. Its strong body rampaged around, knocking away the little giants one by one. However, during this process, it also suffered a heavy blow. But Ye Fan has already given up on you. He has completely broken the contract between the two of you. No one will help you anymore. As for the master that you acknowledge, Qin Yu, she doesn't know of your existence at all. She also doesn't know that you have silently protected her for 3 months and defeated 12 counterattacks from the Evil Energy Organization, said the red-haired twin sister. So what? Qin Yu is my savior. Without her drop of blood, there wouldn't be the current me, and it would be even more impossible for me to evolve into a dragon boar, said the black wild boar solemnly. But that was an unintentional act when she was young. She has long forgotten all of this. You have secretly saved her many times and helped her. That is enough. If you continue, you will really die, the red-haired twin said again. So what? I am already enough to live until now. You will never understand the feeling of being helped by a gentle little girl in a moment of despair. She's so stupid and silly, but she was kind enough to use her own blood to help an abandoned and heavily injured little wild boar. Just because she helped me, her golden eyes degenerated and disappeared. She also forgot many things and forgot to help me, but so what? She doesn't remember me, but I definitely can't forget her. Don't underestimate that drop of her blood. The power it contains is terrifying to the extreme. Roar. An earth-shattering roar resounded in all directions. The black wild boar's body suddenly expanded. Its entire body was like a balloon, suddenly transforming into a 3-meter-tall, 5-meter-long wild boar. The key point was that this wild boar's body was covered with all kinds of black dragon scales. The dragon scales were extremely hard, and there were ferocious barbs on them. It looked like a ferocious beast that had been armored to the extreme. Seeing this scene, the twin sisters sighed and said, as expected, "You are still you." As they finished speaking, a sharp horn suddenly grew out of the twin sisters' heads. The aura around their bodies rose steadily, rising from the bronze rank peak to the low-level silver rank at the same time. "Since you are not leaving, then we will accompany you." Kill. The twin sisters attacked at the same time, bringing with them streaks of cold light as they charged into the group of small giants. Roar. The black wild boar roared wildly, and the aura around its body continued to rise from low-level silver rank to mid-level silver rank. Its entire body was like a ferocious beast from ancient times, carrying an indomitable aura as it charged out. Its target was not the small giants, but the 3 evil energy fatties carrying coffins. These 3 people seemed to be mid-level silver rank, but the black wild boar clearly knew the true terror of these 3 people. Open! The shortest fatty on the side suddenly slammed his hands on the ground. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and 10 coffins suddenly rose up. With a bang, the coffins fell to the ground. Crackle, crackle. The sound of joints moving could be heard, and 10 figures slowly walked out of the coffins. Among them, a bearded man was the most eye-catching. Seeing this man, the black wild boar suddenly stopped moving and stared at the man solemnly. "It's you. Damn the evil energy organization." Red light appeared in the black wild boar's eyes. Anger enveloped the black wild boar's body, making its aura even more terrifying. The reason why it was so angry was that this man was once Yefan's good friend. He died in battle to save Yefan, but this man valued friendship and righteousness, and he also helped the black wild boar. Such a person had already been buried in the ground, but who would have thought that his corpse would be taken away by the evil energy organization and turned into a puppet? The black wild boar liked people who valued friendship the most. When it saw the big man being turned into a puppet, it was naturally furious. It wished that it could kill all the people from the evil energy organization. Chapter 311 The black wild boar could no longer become a dragon. Kill it. The short evil energy fatty said coldly, his eyes fixed on the black wild boar. Whoosh! 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 10 figures suddenly attacked from within the coffin, charging towards the black wild boar like cold rays of light, launching a terrifying attack in the midst of a sinister evil aura. The strength of these 10 figures was even more terrifying. When they were alive, they were all mid-level silver rank powerhouses. Even though their strength would decrease after becoming puppets, they still brought tremendous pressure to the black wild boar. The key point was that the 3 fatties on the other side had yet to fully attack, which made the black wild boar even more worried. At the same time, it fought even more desperately. Time slowly passed. The black wild boar was, after all, a dragon boar. Its strength was tyrannical. It forcefully withstood the attacks of the 10 figures and even killed 2 of them. The twin sisters on the other side also performed well, killing 5 small giants. At this moment, the 3 fatties could no longer sit still. One of them said coldly, "Attack at the same time and destroy them." "All right." Rumble. The earth trembled, and a large number of coffins rose from the ground. With a rumble, a large group of puppets rushed out, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they charged toward the black wild boar. Even the short fatso finally took the coffin from his back. Very soon, a figure that was covered in silver light walked out mechanically from the coffin, and its eyes were twisted as it looked at the black wild boar. In an instant, the black wild boar felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. An extreme sense of danger enveloped the black wild boar's body, making it understand that it was probably going to be finished this time. "All of you, leave quickly. Go protect Qin Yu, and stay by her side forever." The black wild boar suddenly roared, and its body expanded again. A blood-red light enveloped its eyes, and rays of light shone. "Ant wild boar, are you burning your life force?" The twins' faces finally changed, and their fair little faces were pale. "Go quickly, if you still remember that I saved you, go find Qin Yu, take her away, and protect her forever, go quickly." The black wild boar roared again, and red flames even rose around its body. Its entire body began to transform from a wild boar into a dragon. However, this was not a good thing. The twin sisters clearly knew that after Ant Black Boar used this move, she would die completely and would never be able to be saved again. Despair appeared in the twin sisters' hearts. They really did not want to leave. In their hearts, Ant Black Boar was the existence they valued. However, they did not want to disappoint Ant Black Boar's expectations, so they could only grit their teeth and leave, leaving the lonely black wild boar behind. In the end, it might die in battle here. "Go!" The black wild boar roared once again. Its body expanded violently, and its dragon scales became denser. A terrifying dragon's might pressed down on this area like heavenly might, causing the small giants to suddenly slow down. The expressions of the three evil messengers, who were originally playing around, changed drastically at this moment. They immediately released the silver puppet in the coffin behind them. Die! Bang! An earth-shattering explosion shook the surroundings. A terrifying flame spread out in all directions with the black wild boar as the center. The extreme black flame instantly burned the small giant into dust. Even the puppets that had come out of the coffin were burned to a miserable state. Only the three evil energy emissaries and their silver puppets had managed to survive. Roar! An earth-shaking roar came out of the black wild boar's mouth, and a strong gust of wind shook the surroundings like a whirlwind. The twin sisters were directly sent flying. They did not dare to stay any longer and ran towards Qin Yu with tears streaming down their faces. However, in the next second, they suddenly stopped because a figure had appeared. It suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stopped on top of the black wild boar's head, silently scanning the surroundings. "Are you late?" "It's fine, there's still hope." The indifferent voice echoed in all directions, and the figure suddenly disappeared again and reappeared. It flashed a few times, then completely stopped moving. All the members of the evil energy organization were dead, and no one could withstand his attack. However, there was still a problem that needed to be solved, and that was the change in the black wild boar. At this moment, it was about to die, and its body had become distorted. It was like a bloated monster, but it had the tendency to evolve into a dragon. Unfortunately, it did not have enough energy, so it stopped. "You can't become a dragon anymore. Just be a good pig." Li Xian looked at the black wild boar, and with a flip of his right hand, a drop of magical blood appeared in his palm. Then, the black hand took it and headed toward the black wild boar. This drop of blood was the sacrifice he received when he was summoned last time. It was very valuable, but it was not suitable for Li Xian. This was because this drop of blood was only useful to the summoned beast's physique. Li Xian often changed his physique, so he did not need this thing at all. In addition, after taking this thing, his physique would become that of a boar. Therefore, rather than wasting it, he might as well give it to the black wild boar to increase its strength. With the stronger black wild boar, he could be at ease in the alternate world. When he returned to this world, he might be able to obtain the transcendence fruit again. After all, according to Qin Yu's personality, she would keep all the good things for herself. If the black wild boar became stronger, they would be able to plunder more transcendence fruits. Then, he would have a stable source of transcendence fruits in this world. It could be said to be a win-win situation. Thinking of this, Li Xian controlled the drop of divine blood and threw it into the black wild boar's mouth. Then, with a flash, he sat on a large rock not far away. Buzz! A mysterious power rippled. Circles of water ripples spread continuously with the black wild boar as the center. As time passed, dragon scales completely covered the black wild boar's body. A sharp horn also grew on the black wild boar's head, emitting a black light. Has there been a mutation? It has completely turned into the darkness attribute, high-level silver rank. Tisk, 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 interesting. Li Xian was very satisfied with the increase in the black wild boar's strength. However, when he thought about the issue of the contract, Li Xian thought about how to let the black wild boar establish a contract with Qin Yu. What should I do? Li Xian fell into deep thought. He disappeared in circles of water ripples and completely left this place. The twin sisters saw this scene and looked at the scene. They looked at the black wild boar blankly and couldn't help but ask. "Aunt Wild Boar, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm better than I've ever been." "Wait for me to completely transform," the black wild boar replied and then closed its eyes to continue transforming. When the twin sisters heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were very curious about Li Xian and did not know who he was. "Auntie Wild Boar, do you know that handsome guy from before?" "I know him. Let's talk later." The black wild boar closed its eyes and continued to transform. It was completely enveloped by the black aura and turned into a huge black cocoon. The twin sisters were very curious, but they did not dare to disturb the black wild boar. They could only wait quietly. On the other side, outside the cave where Qin Yu was, many warriors were waiting quietly. Previously, they were hunting mutated beasts. Suddenly, Qin Yu had something to do and ran into a nearby cave. Although they did not know the reason, they respected leader Qin Yu very much. Therefore, after they killed the mutated beasts, they stood guard at the door and waited quietly. However, at this moment, a messenger eagle suddenly flew over from the sky. Among the crowd, Hainiu immediately raised her hand to catch the messenger eagle and took a letter from the eagle's claw. After reading this letter, Hainiu's expression changed slightly, and she revealed a shocked expression. "Sister Hainiu, what happened? Why did you have such a big reaction?" A brawny man with a huge axe said. "Something big happened. The Evil Energy Organization sent 3 evil energy emissaries with the goal of killing us and leader Qin Yu," Hainiu said with an ugly expression. "Evil energy emissaries? How is that possible? We are just a small resistance army. Why would they send powerful evil energy emissaries? One must know that the weakest evil energy emissaries have the strength of a mid-level silver rank." The huge axe man's expression was solemn. He was panicking. When the people around heard this, they were terrified. The main reason was that evil messengers were too famous. There was once an evil energy emissary who destroyed a human city. Thus, everyone knew how terrifying evil energy emissaries were. Evil energy emissaries had come, and the weakest of them could be 3 mid-level silver rank. With the evil energy emissaries' puppets, no one dared to imagine how many silver rank puppets they would have to face next. "We have to evacuate. I'll report this to the 2 leaders." After Hainiu finished speaking, she hurriedly ran in the direction of the cave and hurriedly said at the entrance of the cave. "Leader Song Xiaomei, Leader Qin Yu, there's urgent information." Chapter 312 Big Shot. "What's the matter?" Song Xiaomei walked out of the cave with a pitch-black scythe on her back. She was wearing a well-fitting black armor, which fully reflected her beautiful figure. Leader, I've received information that the Evil Energy Organization has sent 3 evil energy emissaries to hunt us down. The other party is very dangerous. We must leave this place as soon as possible, or we'll be in trouble. He Niu said hurriedly. She knew Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu long ago, so she did not hide anything and directly said it, suggesting that everyone should leave this place as soon as possible. It's okay, it's already taken care of, Song Xiaomei said calmly. It's already taken care of. He Niu was slightly stunned when she heard this. She did not understand what Song Xiaomei meant for a moment. Yes, the 3 evil energy emissaries are all dead. Send someone to Red Rock Valley in the northwest direction. There's a pig and a pair of twins there. Bring them here. While you're at it, take care of the corpses there and search for the evil energy emissaries' supplies, Song Xiaomei continued. Okay. Okay. He Niu noted instinctively, but her mind was a little confused. The evil energy emissaries were too powerful, and there were even 3 of them. However, just as they received the news, Song Xiaomei said that they had taken care of them. This made He Niu completely confused. However, He Niu clearly knew Song Xiaomei and the others' personalities. She knew that they would not joke about such things, so she nodded solemnly and turned around to return to the team. Tai Shan, Jufu, bring your team and follow me to Red Rock Valley, He Niu called out. Okay. Tai Shan and Jufu immediately nodded. They had heard what Song Xiaomei said not long ago. They were also very confused and could not figure it out. However, the leader had always kept her word. Since she had said it, it must be true. It was just that Tai Shan and the others could not accept it at the moment. With disbelief, they followed He Niu and left in a hurry, heading towards Red Rock Valley. After a long journey, they finally arrived at Red Rock Valley. They saw the tragic battle scene and also saw the black wild boar and the twin sisters. To everyone's surprise, the black wild boar and the twin sisters actually knew them. This made He Niu and the others even more puzzled. When they saw the 3 evil energy emissaries' corpses on the ground, they heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, their expressions became extremely grave. All of them were killed in one strike. This is too strong. Tai Shan's expression was grave. He carefully examined the evil energy emissaries' corpses several times and finally gave an answer. Are you sure? There are so many traces of battle on the scene. How could they be killed in one strike? Ju Fu was a brawny man who carried an axe on his back. His brain was relatively simple, so he did not understand what was going on. Look carefully at the traces and footprints of the battle, then look at the hearts of the 3 fatties and the 3 silver corpses. Tai Shan pointed at the evil energy emissaries' corpses and said solemnly. Ah! I don't understand. Fu Ju scratched his large head, did not understand what was going on. It's very simple. These 3 evil energy emissaries kept fighting against the black wild boar and the twin sisters. However, a super expert appeared. Not only did this expert finish off all the little giants, but even these 3 evil energy emissaries and the silver puppets were also killed in one strike. Look at the footprints and the terror in their eyes. I'm sure that the leader and the others must have met a big shot. Tai Shan analyzed solemnly. This. Fu Ju looked at the traces on the ground. Although he still could not understand them, he could see the terror on the faces of the 3 evil energy emissaries. He could also feel the terrifying aura emanating from the 3 silver corpses. This aura was at least mid-level silver rank. The fact that such a powerful corpse puppet had been destroyed just like that was enough to prove how terrifying the person who had attacked them was. When he thought about how he was only at the bronze rank peak and could not even defeat a low-level silver rank puppet. However, a mid-level silver rank puppet had been killed in an instant, and Ju Fu could not help but be frightened. He is indeed a terrifying big shot. Wait a minute, Previously, Leader Qin suddenly left and ran into the cave. Did she go to meet that big shot? Yes, it is very likely that he went to meet that big shot. Otherwise, Leader Qin would not be in such a hurry. In addition, Leader Song said that the enemy has been dealt with. This is enough to prove that that big shot is inside the cave. Tai Shan continued to speak. His analytical ability was extremely strong, and he easily deduced a part of the situation. I didn't expect the two leaders to actually know such a big shot. That's great. Our organization is getting stronger and stronger. Those guys who left will definitely regret it in the future. Ha ha ha. Ju Fu laughed out loud. He was very glad that he had followed Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei back then. That's right. The two leaders are kind-hearted, have extraordinary talent, and treat us very well. They won't treat us as cannon fodder. Now that we have this big shot, our organization will definitely be able to accomplish great things in the future. Tai Shan nodded. His sense of belonging to the organization grew stronger and stronger. When He Niu beside him heard this, she also nodded her head. Although she did not know who this big shot was, with the existence of such an expert, the expert could play a crucial role in the organization. Even if other factions wanted to touch them, they would have to consider the consequences. Therefore, everyone began to clean up the traces left on the scene in a happy mood. Look, these are moistening water pills. There's a total of 50 pills. This guy is so rich. Ju Fu took out a bag from a corpse and found 50 moistening water pills. There's money here, a lot of money. Wait, this dagger is not simple. Could it be a weapon made by a blacksmith? Tai Shan said in surprise. I also found a lot of good things here. These are the materials for alchemy, as well as cultivation techniques and secret manuals. These are all very valuable good things. He Niu was also beaming with joy, quickly harvesting the things that the corpse carried. At this time, Tai Shan stood still, frowning and frozen on the spot. What's wrong? Ju Fu asked in puzzlement. Nothing, I'm just lamenting the gap between myself and the big shot. These are very precious things to us. However, they are things that the big shot threw away. Do you understand the gap between us? Tai Shan sighed. This. When Ju Fu heard this, he also fell silent. He sighed in his heart that this was indeed the case. For example, the moistening water pills were very valuable to them. 50 pills was a huge harvest. However, that big shot did not even bother to pick up such an important item. This caused Ju Fu to feel a huge blow. Perhaps, this is the difference. Ju Fu sighed. You two don't have to sigh anymore. Hurry up and pack up and return to hand it over. Although that big shot doesn't like these things, we still have to get his consent before we can deal with them, He Niu said directly. Alright, Sister He Niu. We'll start packing up now. 1. Everyone was busy once again. They quickly finished packing up and cremated the corpse to prevent the corpse from being refined into a puppet. As for the black wild boar over there, it had also completed its transformation. It had completely turned into a scaled armored pig with a single horn on its head. The black wild boar's aura was extremely terrifying. It had already reached the mid-level silver rank and was not far from reaching the high-level silver rank. As long as the black wild boar stabilized her realm for a period of time, it would be able to successfully reach the high-level silver rank and become Qin Yu's tyrannical helper. Regarding all of this, Qin Yu did not know. She still had her eyes closed and was quickly processing a large amount of knowledge in her mind. All she wanted was to be able to help Li Xian. After she finally finished processing it with much difficulty, she finally opened her eyes. Her golden eyes had turned black once again. She was a lot more tired, but she still stood on tiptoe, wanting to pass the knowledge to Li Xian. Unfortunately, she was not tall. Even if she stood on tiptoe, she still could not reach Li Xian's forehead. She could only look at Li Xian in embarrassment. Chapter 313 Psychokinesis. Take a rest first. Pass it to me later, Li Xian said while stroking Qin Yu's smooth hair. No. It's okay. I can do it, Qin Yu said in a low voice. Sit down first. I'll give you something good. Li Xian took out a set of tables and chairs from his portable space and pulled Qin Yu to sit down. He began to take out the pills from his portable space and handed them to Qin Yu one by one. I have pills. Take a look. Qin Yu took out a few small bottles and handed them to Li Xian. These were the pills that she had refined, but most of them were moistening water pills. Don't take moistening water pills in the future. The level of these pills is too low, and there is a lot of pill poison. It will affect your cultivation in the future. The pills that I gave you are of a high level and have less pill poison. The effect will be better if you take them together with the blood beads. As Li Xian spoke, he took out a bunch of things and handed them to Qin Yu. This is too much. You should keep a portion too. Just give me 1/10 of it. Qin Yu shook her small head, wanting to reject him. No need, I have a lot here. Li Xian looked at the densely packed pills in the portable space. He did not lack pills or spiritual talismans for anything else. Therefore, after giving the pills, Li Xian took out a bunch of spiritual talismans and handed them to Qin Yu. When he passed on the knowledge, Li Xian also passed on the knowledge and usage of talismans. Since he had given them to Qin Yu, he naturally was not worried that she wouldn't use them. Unfortunately, Qin Yu was worried that Li Xian did not have enough spiritual talismans and was not willing to ask for more. In the end, Li Xian's face was still sullen, so he let Qin Yu take the talismans. Okay, it's almost done. Li Xian felt that it was almost done, so he slowly approached Qin Yu and touched her smooth forehead once again. In an instant, the knowledge that was like rolling waves was transmitted back. Li Xian had received a lot of knowledge, understanding, and analysis from Qin Yu, as well as various inspirations and directions. Even during this period of time, Qin Yu's knowledge about alchemy and her own battle insights were all transmitted over. It could be said that Qin Yu did not have any secret knowledge, and all of it was given to Li Xian. So much knowledge also made Li Xian pleasantly surprised. He felt that Qin Yu was really his little lucky star. If this knowledge was completely absorbed, then his growth in alchemy, spiritual talisman making, and artifact refining would show a geometric growth. Therefore, Li Xian's mood was very good, and he paid more and more attention to Qin Yu. However, what made Li Xian even more surprised was that after the knowledge was absorbed, Li Xian's soul level, which was on the verge of breaking through, finally began to transform and advance toward high-level silver rank. Ding! Your soul level has been successfully upgraded to high-level silver rank. Phew! Finally, high-level silver rank. Next, it's time to work hard toward the silver rank peak. Li Xian was in a very good mood, especially when he looked at the cute little Qin Yu beside him. He could not help but pinch her little face again. In the end, despite her shyness, Li Xian gave her a lot of advice. Only then did he stop his heroic spirit transformation and return to the summoned beast world. Ding! You have died and are being randomly resurrected. Following the mechanical notification sound, Li Xian's dark world saw light again. What surprised Li Xian was that this time, he actually turned into a bug, a rare purple bug. Li Xian used his god's perspective to scan the bug that he had reincarnated. He found that the appearance of the bug was very similar to a ladybug, however, the appearance was purple. On the bug's back, there was a golden vertical line that emitted a mysterious power. This appearance made Li Xian realize that something was wrong and that it was not simple. It was because Li Xian felt a strange power. Wait, this skill is actually... Li Xian was shocked. The main reason was that this skill was very interesting. It was actually psychokinesis, an invisible and mysterious power. Psychokinesis, that's great. I really didn't expect to obtain such a skill. Although the level is only the advanced level and hasn't reached the peak level, I have the corresponding essence. Li Xian was ecstatic. He quickly absorbed the memories of this body as if he was watching a cartoon. After a day and a night, Li Xian frowned because he realized that this bug had died of old age alone. Yes, it had never seen its kind since it was born in a golden egg. It had searched for 10 years, looking for its kind everywhere. Unfortunately, it did not find anything after 10 years. Instead, it had been attacked many times during the search. In the end, it died here alone. It did not even know what its parents looked like, and it died just like that. It seems that this kind of bug is very rare in the summoned beast world. According to the bug's memories, the places it looked for were the areas where they liked to live. Unfortunately, even so, it did not find its own kind. Li Xian shook his head and sighed at the sadness of this bug. At the same time, he was curious about this bug. He wanted to know why these bugs were so rare. Forget it, there's no need to waste time. Let's try using psychokinesis first. Li Xian's thoughts moved slightly. Under the foundation of the high-level silver rank soul, he instantly released the terrifying psychokinesis. This psychokinesis was at least 10 times stronger than when the bug had released the skill previously. With just a thought from Li Xian, large areas of trees were shattered and exploded. Even rocks could be easily crushed. Its power was comparable to a mid-level silver rank. Psychokinesis is a combination of the soul and the body. My soul is strong, but unfortunately, my body is not. The psychokinesis released cannot reach the high-level silver rank. Li Xian shook his head. He suddenly thought of what would happen if he released psychokinesis after heroic spirit transformation. With curiosity, he immediately left this insect and used his heroic spirit transformation. Swoosh! Li Xian's figure floated up. Under the power of psychokinesis, he floated in the air. Immediately after, the terrifying psychokinesis was released, forming a huge fist that smashed fiercely toward the ground. Boom! 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 Booming sounds continuously sounded. Numerous huge fist imprints were imprinted on the ground, forming many pits. It looked extremely shocking. Li Xian continued to experiment. He discovered that after using his heroic spirit transformation, his psychokinesis could easily display the strength of a high-level silver rank. Moreover, it was extremely easy to control it. Good, good, good. I didn't expect that after the heroic spirit transformation, psychokinesis would actually be able to perfectly display its power. It's really not bad. Unfortunately, the farther the distance from me, the weaker the power of psychokinesis is. Moreover, my psychokinesis is more like an additional invisible hand. It's very similar to the big soul hand. It overlaps a little. Li Xian secretly analyzed. He had a clearer understanding of his psychokinesis, but some of the overlaps were not perfect. However, it was fine. If he kept reincarnating, there would definitely be repeated situations. Li Xian did not care about it. Instead, after removing the heroic spirit transformation, he chose to reincarnate again. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. Following the mechanical notification sound, Li Xian disappeared into the cold darkness. Then, he saw light again in the breeze. What creature did I reincarnate into this time? It seems that as my soul became stronger, the creature I reincarnated became more and more extraordinary. Li Xian muttered to himself. He began to quickly scan the memories in his mind. Soon, he raised his head and scanned the surroundings using his god's perspective. It's actually here. I really miss it. I didn't expect to return to the Fire Peacock area. I was bullied by this fellow back then, and now it's time for revenge. I'll give it a good beating. Li Xian shook his head. He looked at his muscular body and slowly revealed a nuclear-like smile. Chapter 314 The Young Miss of the Spirit Race. Thinking back to the past, Li Xian could not help but reminisce. When he first came to this world and reincarnated as a self-destruct worm, he did not have much time to study this world before he was attacked by the fire peacock. In the end, he self-destructed and reincarnated. What Li Xian did not expect was that under the self-destruct skill attack, the fire peacock was completely fine. It was as if his self-destruct skill back then was like pop candy in the other party's mouth. At that time, he did not know the fire peacock's strength. However, the moment Li Xian used his god's perspective, he saw the fire peacock's figure. The fire peacock, which was enveloped by rolling heat waves, was currently flying around in a large tree. Its black eyes swept across the lush trees. Suddenly, it swooped down and pecked at a large tree with its beak. Li Xian clearly saw the fire peacock take out a self-destruct worm from the large tree. After swallowing it, it did not move at all. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. A wave of flame aura rippled out from the fire peacock's mouth. After that, there was nothing else. Only the fire peacock was left standing at the scene. It had a look of enjoyment on its face. It seemed to like the process of the self-destruct worm self-destructing in its beak. It seems that the self-destruct worm is the fire peacock's snack. An ordinary rank self-destruct worm cannot be compared to a silver rank fire peacock at all. In addition to its fire attribute, the self-destruct worm can only be a snack. Li Xian muttered. The spiritual power fluctuation on the fire peacock's body was not stable. It seemed to have just broken through, but it also seemed to be unstable due to being injured. However, the self-destruct worm still could not hurt it. The difference in level was really too big. The key point was that Li Xian suspected that the fire peacock had a skill to specifically deal with self-destruct worm. It was like a rooster eating a small bug. It was simply a natural enemy. That's it. Just as Li Xian was about to beat up the fire peacock, he suddenly saw a woman dressed in fluttering white clothes running at high speed. More than 10 evil energy dolls were chasing after her at high speed. Both sides were fighting as they chased after each other. From time to time, fresh blood would spill onto the ground, dyeing the ground red. What was surprising was that this woman would occasionally transform into a fox and run. She would release fire techniques to fight. At the same time, the surrounding summoned beasts would also help her fight against the evil energy dolls. However, these evil energy dolls were extremely powerful. All of them were at the silver rank peak, and one of them was a half-step gold rank. Such a powerful expert made Li Xian pay attention to her. Who is that girl? She actually managed to hold on until now under the attacks of so many experts. Moreover, her methods are a little strange. Wait, this is the method of the spirit race. Is she from the spirit race? Li Xian realized that something was wrong. Back then, he had received the help of the spirit race and obtained the spirit race's cultivation method. He could cultivate spiritual power all day long and did not need to cultivate hard every day. Although he was often reincarnated and the cultivation method was not of much help to him, it was of great help to Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei. It was also one of the reasons why the two of them had reached silver rank so quickly. When he saw the spirit race, Li Xian naturally could not just stand by and watch. In addition, killing the evil energy dolls would give him a large number of honor points. At the same time, he could learn more information from this girl. Thinking of this, Li Xian moved his muscular arms and walked step by step in the direction of the battle. At this moment, the creature he reincarnated was a gorilla, a low-level bronze rank gorilla. Its name was Berserk Gorilla. It was the same type of gorilla that the handsome young master had summoned in the little fatty's world. Even its skill was the same, which was the Berserk skill. It also had two ordinary skills, but Li Xian did not take it seriously. I'll eat the essence first and upgrade my psychokinesis. Li Xian took out a transparent essence from his portable space and threw it into his mouth to absorb. This essence had been obtained in the summoned beasts world. It had been auctioned off by someone in the Ash Wolf area. Li Xian had bought it directly, and he had bought many good things. The price was not high. It could be said that the reason why he had so many good things was that the Ashwolf area had played a crucial role. It also made Li Xian pay more attention to his territory. After I finish off the evil energy dolls, I will send the reincarnators of the fire peacock area to my territory. I will also subdue that fire peacock. If it doesn't listen, I will roast it and eat it. Li Xian muttered as he quickly moved forward. At the same time, a notification sounded. Ding! Upgrade successful. Your psychokinesis has reached the peak level. Ignoring the system notification, Li Xian's half-step gold physique was suddenly released. His body immediately expanded a lot, and he directly transformed into a 5-meter-tall golden gorilla. Roar! Li Xian instinctively let out a loud roar. His big feet charged forward, killing the evil energy dolls in a series of afterimages. Sunset Mountain. Ling Jur, who had a beautiful appearance and an ethereal aura, was running quickly. From time to time, she would transform into a little white fox to fight. Her tail was running, and from time to time, she would throw out white flames to cover a large area, blocking the evil energy doll's pursuit. She had already fought for a day and a night. The consumption of her spiritual power was huge. In addition to the severe injuries she had suffered, she had already reached her limit and could be captured at any time. However, she was not willing to be captured. She was the eldest daughter of the royal family of the spirit race, the last hope of the spirit race. If even she died, the spirit race would completely decline. Thinking back to that battle back then, she was ultimately defeated even with her strength of the gold rank peak. She had no choice but to hide on the flaming mountain below the fire peacock and recuperate. However, she did not expect that the evil energy doll would actually find her here. There was even a half-step gold rank powerhouse leading a team to hunt her down. Faced with such a powerful enemy, even if the local summoned beasts in the summoning beast world helped her, they would still not be able to fend off these powerful enemies. Despair appeared in Ling Jur's heart. She even thought that if she died, she would not have to carry the hope of the entire race. She would not have to live so hard. However, she could not die. If even she died, the spirit race would no longer have any hope. However, she had already reached her limit and could not hold on any longer. Screech! Screeching sounds came from the sky. Rolling flames descended from the sky, enveloping a large area below as well as the evil energy doll. Ling Jur looked at the sky and realized that a fire peacock had appeared in the sky out of nowhere and was helping her attack the evil energy doll. Thank you, but it's useless. They are too strong. You should run. Ling Jur reverted from her white fox appearance to her beautiful white clothes fluttering in the wind. At the same time, she waved her small hands and all kinds of buffs landed on the fire peacock to increase its strength. You're courting death. A loud roar suddenly came from the evil energy doll. A fat-faced evil energy doll suddenly rushed into the sky and grabbed the fire peacock before smashing it down ruthlessly. Bang! A mournful cry came out from the fire peacock's mouth. Its entire body was filled with intense pain. Even its spiritual power was smashed so hard that it could not be mobilized. It could only wail in pain. Little low-level silver rank fire peacock, you actually dare to block us. Today, I'll tear you apart. The fat-faced evil energy doll roared crazily. Its half-step gold rank strength was suddenly released. The terrifying pressure instantly crushed the trees in the surrounding area. Even the ground was shaking. Under such a terrifying aura, the fat-faced evil energy doll sneered and grabbed the fire peacock's wings, tearing them apart. Seeing this scene, Ling Jur hurriedly mobilized the last of her strength, condensing a flaming spear and stabbing it toward the fat-faced evil energy doll. Unfortunately, this final, most powerful attack did not cause much of an impact and was directly shattered by the fat-faced evil energy doll. As expected, you're done for. You're a gold rank peak, yet you've fallen to such a state. Laughable, truly laughable. Today, you'll die just like this fire peacock. Ha ha ha. The fat-faced evil energy doll laughed maniacally. It grabbed the fire peacock's wings once again, preparing to tear it apart. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion shook the world. The fat-faced evil energy doll was sent flying backwards. It only stopped after crashing into more than 10 large trees. Then, the fat-faced evil energy doll looked solemnly at the smoke and dust, and at the huge berserk gorilla that had suddenly appeared. Who are you? How dare you interfere with the affairs of the evil energy dolls? The fat-faced evil energy doll said solemnly. Interfere? Do you know why I stopped you? Li Xian held the fire peacock indifferently. Why? The fat-faced evil energy doll walked forward step by step, puzzled. It's simple. Before I beat it up, no one had the right to kill it. But today, you've crossed this boundary. Li Xian said arrogantly. Arrogant, don't think that you're amazing just because you're at the half-step gold rank. Today, I'll let you understand that there's a huge gap between half-step gold rank and gold rank. Die. Boom. Chapter 315 It's never too late for revenge. Boom. The terrifying spiritual power rippled and covered the entire area like an ocean. Under the terrifying spiritual power, the chubby-faced evil energy doll suddenly turned into a huge evil energy doll that was about the same height as Li Xian. Its burly body was like a monster. The chubby-faced evil energy doll that had completely transformed rushed toward Li Xian while laughing cruelly. Its huge fist smashed fiercely toward Li Xian's head as if it wanted to smash Li Xian's head into pieces. Boom! Li Xian was not worried at all. Up until this moment, he still had many skills that he had not used. In fact, when he saw the other party charging toward him, he was actually thinking of testing his half-step golden body strength instead. Hence, Li Xian concealed a portion of his strength and similarly brandished his huge fist as he charged out. He directly used his physique to fight with the other party. Both parties started a wild battle in this area. Boom! 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 The battle between the two big fellows was too violent. Both sides used the wildest and most direct method to engage in a fight. Almost all of their fists hit each other's flesh, madly beating each other up. Li Xian's big foot even stomped on the ground, creating many indentations. This caused the expression of the spectating evil energy doll to change drastically. Even the spirit race's beauty looked on in astonishment. When she looked at Li Xian, she seemed to have noticed something, and a peaceful smile appeared on her pale little face. Then, a faint golden light flashed in her eyes, sweeping across Li Xian's forehead. Then, she noticed something, and a trace of solemnity flashed across her beautiful eyes. Boom! 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 The battle continued. The two behemoths fought from the south to the north, and then from the north to the east. Along the way, they worked like bulldozers, causing huge tremors to the ground, and also causing the creatures within a few kilometers to flee in all directions. In the regional chat channel, the reincarnators who were once in the same batch as Li Xian were talking in the chat channel, talking about the past. Sigh, it's been a long time since I've seen Big Boss Transformation Beast talk. Where exactly did he go? It's really too strange, the violent rabbit sighed. Yeah, back then, Big Boss Transformation Beast was the first person to receive the world announcement, shocking all the reincarnators. Unfortunately, he fell silent later and basically didn't cause any more announcements. The world announcement that appeared later was a reincarnator named Li Xian. He even established the Ash Wolf area. This was the first territory to be established. It was too amazing, the Gale Rat could not help but say. So what if he was the first to establish a territory? Although the world announcement said that Li Xian was the first to establish a territory and he was very powerful, I still think that the Big Boss Transformation Beast is the strongest. The black-furred dog said solemnly. It still felt that the Transformation Beast was the best and was willing to follow the Transformation Beast. Unfortunately, the transformation beast has been missing for too long. Until now, there has been no news of him. I wonder what level he has reached? I have already reached the high-level Black Iron rank. The gap between us should not be as terrifying as I imagined, the Flamehound said with a hint of confidence. What are you thinking about? You were already a Black Iron rank when you were reincarnated. You're only at the high-level Black Iron rank now. Even if you reach the Bronze rank, you won't be able to compete with the Transformation Beast boss, the black-furred dog said disdainfully. Shut up. No matter how weak I am, I'm still stronger than you. You have a prince nurturing you, but you're only at the low-level Black Iron rank now. You're really weak, the Flamehound scolded. My improvement speed is already very fast, okay? Among all the summoned beasts in the same batch, I can be considered to be in the top 10. In my master's world, I can also be considered to be quite powerful. Even the king praised the prince because of my advancement, the black-furred dog said proudly. You got praised just like that? How small is your master's country, the Flamehound said disdainfully. You. The black-furred dog stopped talking, as if the Flamehound had touched on his sore spot. Ahem, black-furred dog, how big is your master's country? Can you introduce it? I'm really curious. Oh, right, I'm a girl. The illusion lark also opened her mouth and asked curiously, emphasizing that she was a girl. This. The black-furred dog was silent for a moment, and then finally explained, my master's country is indeed not big. It's actually a small island. The number of people is about the size of a village in our country on Earth. A village? That's small. Everyone was surprised. Yes, my master's world can be considered a sea world. There are many, many islands, so many that it's uncountable. Compared to the surrounding islands, my master's country can be considered quite powerful. The black-furred dog continued to explain, introducing many things about their country. It also made everyone come to a sudden realization. At this time, the mighty tiger suddenly spoke on the chat channel and hurriedly said, something big has happened. There are two super monsters fighting on Sunset Mountain. Oh my god, they actually flattened the Sunset Mountain. What? Two super monsters fighting? They even flattened the Sunset Mountain? That's impossible, right? The Gale Rat said in disbelief. It's true. There are two big monsters with bulky muscles. There's a berserk gorilla and an evil energy doll. That evil energy doll is too violent. It actually grew a pair of hands and became 4 hands. The mighty tiger continued to explain the scene in shock. When everyone heard this, they were scared out of their wits. This was because the rocks in the Sunset Mountains were extremely tough. Even a bronze rank could not leave a scratch on the rocks. But now, such a mountain had been flattened. How strong were the people fighting now? No one dared to imagine. I'm near Sunset Mountain. I'll go take a look. After the illusion lark finished speaking, she suddenly flew towards Sunset Mountain. However, not long after it flew, she heard a roar. Then, she saw 2 super big monsters from afar. They were beating each other violently. That scene made people's blood boil, and they were extremely shocked. It's really 2 big monsters. They're so strong. The aura they're giving off gives me chills. It's too terrifying. The illusion lark said as she looked at the scene in shock. She quickly told the reincarnators in the chat channel what was happening. The reincarnators were also shocked. Many reincarnators died during this period of time. However, the most powerful one was the fire peacock, so as long as they did not go over there, everyone could still survive. In the end, these 2 big monsters that suddenly appeared were so strong that they had surpassed their understanding. The aftershock of the battle could even flatten the Sunset Mountain. How strong was that? Everyone was terrified. They called each other to gather at the wind cloud forest. They were prepared to rely on their united strength to protect themselves and prevent these monsters from killing the reincarnators. Boom! 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 The battle at the Sunset Mountain continued. Although the evil energy doll had become a four-handed doll, it was being suppressed more and more. It was getting more and more disadvantaged. As a last resort, it kept using its ultimate moves and all sorts of trump cards. However, the more it fought, the more frightened it became. This was because it had exhausted all of its trump cards, but it was still unable to defeat the berserk gorilla. This caused the four-handed doll to be extremely shocked. This won't do. This fellow is too strange. I have to escape quickly. Although I can't defeat him with my strength, it's not difficult for me to escape. Then, the four-handed doll secretly observed its surroundings, looking for an opportunity to escape. However, at this moment, Li Xian suddenly stopped and said indifferently, "This is all of your combat strength? You're too weak. Don't be arrogant. When I return, I will definitely ask the strongest guardian of the clan to act and destroy you." Bang! The four-handed doll said arrogantly. However, halfway through its words, an earth-shaking loud bang reverberated. Its entire body was sent flying, and a large hole appeared in its heart. That's it. Li Xian calmly grabbed its heart and crushed it with a bang under everyone's watchful eyes. Hint: killed a half-step gold rank evil energy doll. Reward: 30,000 honor points. This is boring. It's not even useful to test my strength. Li Xian did not test the limit of a half-step gold physique. He felt that it was very boring, so he simply cancelled the amplification. He walked up to the fire peacock and directly picked it up. Chapter 316: The Path to Gold Rank. Bang! 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 Li Xian used his large hand to carry the fire peacock and smashed it on the ground with a stunned expression. Just like that, the strongest lord of this territory was smashed by Li Xian until his face was covered in dust. It was smashed until his nose was sore, its eyes were red, and it even cried. The fire peacock never expected that its benefactor, who had saved it, would turn around and smash it. It did not understand what was going on, and its mind was in a daze. When the attacks were almost done, the fire peacock was thrown to the ground. Then, a cold voice sounded. "Acknowledge me as your master and hand over your territory. Do you understand?" Chirp, chirp. The fire peacock hurriedly nodded, afraid that Li Xian would continue to smash it. It hurriedly raised its wings, and a leader's imprint flew up and landed on Li Xian's side. Whoosh! Li Xian quickly took over the fire peacock area, but he was not in a hurry to merge it with the ash wolf area. Instead, he spoke to the fire peacock once more. "In the future, if you eat self-destruct worm again, I'll beat you to death. Do you understand?" Chirp, chirp. The fire peacock hurriedly nodded once more. Although its entire body was in pain, it was even more afraid of being picked up and smashed. At the same time, it was somewhat baffled. It could not understand what was going on. However, even though the fire peacock had reached silver rank, it was still unable to speak. It could only nod its head while chirping. "You're a silver rank, but still can't speak. You just die of stupidity." Li Xian looked at the fire peacock with disdain before turning around and walking towards the spirit race beauty. The fire peacock was despised. It felt extremely aggrieved in its heart. It really wanted to say that its bloodline was special and that was why it could not speak. However, its growth potential was extremely high and it could reach an extremely terrifying level in the future. However, how could it dare to refute? It could only lie on the ground with teary eyes. Its eyes were filled with grief like a dead chicken. There was nothing it could do. The impact was too painful. Thud, thud, thud. Li Xian strode forward and walked step by step to the front of the spirit race beauty. He sized her up carefully and then directly said, "Are you a spirit race member?" You actually know about the spirit race. The spirit race's eldest young miss was surprised and looked at Li Xian in surprise. Yes, I helped a spirit race member in the past. She taught me the cultivation method of the spirit race. She might have been taken away later, Li Xian said according to the information he knew. I see. The eldest young miss of the spirit race nodded. She did not ask about the spirit race but stared into Li Xian's eyes. Thank you for saving my life. My name is Ling Jur. You've been cursed before, right? Yes, could there still be a curse left behind? Li Xian hurriedly asked. Back then, he had used purification to remove the curse. If there was still a curse left behind, then it would be really troublesome. This meant that even purification could not completely remove the curse. No, the curse has completely disappeared. However, the damage caused by the curse has not been healed. It's just like a wound on the skin that would leave a scar, unable to completely recover. Normally, these scars would not have any effect. However, if one is going to advance to gold rank, there would be a slight effect, reducing the chances of becoming gold rank, Ling Jur explained. Reduce your chances of advancing to gold rank? Li Xian asked. He did not know much about this. Yes, advancing to gold rank is a huge threshold. Even the slightest effect on your chances of advancing to gold rank might cause you to fail. Normally, consuming the gold fruit will allow you to advance your physique to gold rank. After that, you can consume the netherworld fruit to advance your soul to gold rank. When one's physique and soul reach gold rank, only by transforming one's spiritual power can one officially advance to gold rank. However, if one has a scar, it will be affected during the process of advancement. Ling Jur spoke softly, not stingy with her knowledge regarding gold rank, including the effects of the scar. She explained everything in detail. Hearing this, Li Xian's expression turned grave. At the same time, he had benefited greatly. Initially, he had thought that he would only need to accumulate his skills and spiritual power. He had not expected that he would need to consume a special fruit. In order to prevent his advancement to gold rank from being affected, Li Xian continued to ask about the relevant information, such as how to repair the scars and how to safely advance to gold rank. Ling Jur did not hide anything at all. She revealed all the information she knew and even gave Li Xian many suggestions and solutions. However, there was one solution that made Li Xian feel a little strange. However, he did not fully believe the other party's words. He decided to test it out in the future and ask others about gold rank information. Therefore, he turned his head and looked at the few silver rank peak evil energy dolls that were scared silly. He instantly killed them. After doing all of this, Li Xian began to gather all the reincarnators in the Fire Peacock area and teleport to the Ash Wolf area. As for the Fire Peacock, Li Xian naturally caught it as well. In the future, if he was in a bad mood, he would grab the Fire Peacock to play with it and relax. Of course, Li Xian also invited Ling Jur to join the Ash Wolf area. He was prepared to ask for more information about gold rank. Ling Jur did not refuse and agreed readily. After everything was done, Li Xian merged the Fire Peacock area into the Ash Wolf area. Although only a portion of the territory had been merged, the Ash Wolf area was still much larger. Returning to the Ash Wolf area, Li Xian looked at the increasingly prosperous territories and the bustling reincarnators. He saw them accepting all sorts of missions in the main city, collecting all sorts of resources, and working hard to increase their strength. Li Xian nodded. He was very satisfied with the development of his territory. The number of people in the Ash Wolf area is increasing, and my honor points will also increase. Next is to reincarnate crazily. I'll move all the humans in District 99 over. Li Xian muttered to himself as he teleported back to the city lord's mansion. After that, Li Xian and Ling Jur had a long conversation and learned a lot of valuable information. They also learned about her condition and allowed her to buy materials in the main city to recover from her injuries. Then, Li Xian let Ling Jura live in a small courtyard next to the city lord's mansion. After dealing with all kinds of matters in the main city, he left with ease and chose to reincarnate. Ding! You have died, and are being randomly resurrected. Following the mechanical voice, Li Xian began to reincarnate crazily. His soul had reached silver rank, and it could accommodate dozens of skills. Li Xian was prepared to obtain all of them at once so that he would not have to worry about them in the future. Time passed, and a few days later, the crazily reincarnated Li Xian finally stopped reincarnating. He stood quietly in the air, looking down at all living things. Ding! You have learned a large number of wind-type skills. All the major skills have been merged. You have gained wind element control. Ding! You have learned a large number of ice-type skills. All the major skills have been merged. You have gained ice element control. Following the two mechanical sounds, Li Xian felt that his entire body had become much more relaxed. The entire world was filled with all kinds of wind and ice elements. Originally, he could only use his skills to control and release these two elemental abilities. However, at the moment, as long as he was willing, he could control these two elemental abilities at will. He could control them at will and condense them into various forms. Chapter 317 Searching for Soul Dust. It seems that I don't need to search for a gold fruit to reach gold physique. The accumulation of my skills is more important than the gold rank. In that case, I only need to search for the netherworld fruit to upgrade my soul. Li Xian thought of the necessary conditions to advance to gold rank. The netherworld fruit was a necessary treasure to advance from the silver rank peak soul in gold rank. Although his soul was extraordinary, he still needed to find the netherworld fruit to be on the safe side. In addition, the problem of repairing his soul's scar also needed to be solved. Currently, there are two methods that are suitable for repairing the soul's scar. One is to find a rare soul dust, and the other is to fuse with a high-grade soul, which is similar to dual cultivation. Li Xian sighed. The two methods here were very difficult. High-grade souls were extremely rare. Fusing with a high-grade soul might cause the level of the high-grade soul to drop. A person with an advanced soul would definitely not agree. In that case, he could only search for soul dust. Although soul dust is a little easier to find than high-grade souls, it's still rare. Where should I go to find it? Li Xian's brows were tightly knitted as he stood quietly in the void. This time, he had obtained a very interesting skill in his reincarnation. It was the skill to walk in a void. As long as he was willing, he could walk in a void as if he was walking on land. The key was that it did not consume much energy. This was a special skill of the void race. They were born to walk in the void. Even if they died, they would still float in the void. Li Xian was very satisfied with this ability. He felt that this ability could be called a godly skill. Oh right, the chosen one's luck is extremely good. There must be a chosen one in the little fatty's world. Perhaps he can find the soul dust. I can get the chosen one to help me find it. As for whether the chosen one will help me or not, that's very simple. I just need to give him a small favor in the early stages of his development and make the fated main character extremely grateful to me. Then, Li Xian thought of an idea and immediately smiled. Then, his body changed, and he became a stone golem once again. The next second, a spell formation appeared around his body, and he began to descend into the little fatty's world. Yes, he was descending. He had obtained a magical skill that allowed him to descend directly into the little fatty's world without needing to be summoned. It was extremely practical. With this ability, he was no longer as passive as before. He could freely travel to and from the various major worlds. In the little fatty's world, at Green Bamboo Peak, Li Xian had returned here once again. He had arranged for the steel mantis to look for the murderer he had met the last time, as well as for them to look for cultivators with good luck. In addition, he sent a message to the Spiritual Talisman Guild and asked them to help look for those who were lucky and see if they could find the chosen one. Of course, Li Xian felt that Lei Wuxuan was more like the chosen one. The main reason was that she was too well matched. Her talent was low, and her will was firm. She also had the hidden experts of the lightning blade. In addition, she had 3 people with extraordinary talents by her side. For example, the bald guy, the handsome young master, the little fatty. Later on, the little fatty and Li Xian went out on a mission with Lei Wuxuan. As a result, Lei Wuxuan obtained the lightning hawk egg. All of this meant that Lei Wuxuan was the chosen one, and everything revolved around her. However, Li Xian was not completely sure. He planned to pay close attention to this girl for a period of time, and also give her a little favor to bury the good impression in advance. Of course, Li Xian would not rush. After all, rushing was not a business deal. He only needed to help occasionally, and the rest of the time could be used to do his own things. For example, he would study equipment refinement, consolidate the knowledge he got from Qin Yu, and try to officially refine equipment. During this process, there would definitely be failures. The last time in the Ice Snow City, he caused everyone to fight over his failed products. Li Xian was prepared that even if the refining failed, he would not throw away the failed products. At most, he would throw away some scrap products. Thinking of this, Li Xian began to refine equipment, devoting his whole heart and soul to it. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, Li Xian spent most of his time learning how to refine equipment, pills, and spiritual talismans. At the same time, he improved the strength of his soul and searched for transcendence fruits. During this year, Li Xian returned to Qin Yu's side many times to exchange all kinds of knowledge and improve his level. With the help of Qin Yu, Li Xian, who already had extraordinary talent, had a terrifying improvement in refining equipment, pills, and talismans. Li Xian did not know exactly which step he had reached. In short, Li Xian's harvest was very big. He was very satisfied with this year's harvest. At the same time, he had finally confirmed that Lei Wuxuan was the chosen one and began to carry out his plan. On this morning, the sun was bright and beautiful, the birds sang and the flowers were fragrant. The mountain and water peak was still beautiful and fresh, giving people a comfortable feeling. The basement of the Ninth Elder's closed-door cultivation, which had been sealed for a year and a half, was finally opened this day. The pale-faced Ninth Elder walked out of the basement with grace. She looked up at the blue sky, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. "I've finally broken through. I've been in seclusion for more than a year, and I've finally broken through again. This is great." The Ninth Elder smiled. She felt that she was really lucky. Due to this breakthrough, she felt that she had a chance to reach half-step gold rank in the future. Of course, the Ninth Elder was also a little helpless. Ever since she accepted the little fatty and the stone golem into the sect, she barely had the chance to talk to them before she had to go into closed-door cultivation to break through. Since she had been in closed-door cultivation for so long, she should do her duty as a master and teach the little fatty. At the same time, she should also carefully observe the stone golem. The stone golem always gives me a familiar feeling. After the breakthrough, this feeling became even stronger. Why is this? Have I seen it before? The Ninth Elder said faintly. She was like a beautiful woman, exuding an invisible charm. If there were male disciples here, they would definitely be attracted to her and be filled with adoration. Let's go take a look later. We haven't seen each other for more than a year. I wonder how the stone golem and the little fatty are doing. As the Ninth Elder spoke, she raised her slender little hand and gently brushed the hair beside her ear. She continued walking forward and walked out of the small courtyard where he was in seclusion. When she arrived at the door, she happened to see her eldest disciple, Lil He, pacing back and forth anxiously on the grass. "What's wrong, Lil He? Why are you in such a hurry?" the Ninth Elder asked in a gentle voice. Master, you've finally come out of seclusion. That's great. If you don't come out soon, something big will happen to our mountain water peak, Lil He said anxiously. Something big? What happened? Don't worry. With the help of a few senior brothers and the sect master, no one will cause trouble, the ninth elder said confidently. She was the sect's most favored ninth junior sister. If she encountered any problems, the sect's elders would help her. Even the sect master had secretly helped her many times, so the ninth elder was naturally not worried. Master, the ones who caused trouble this time are your senior brothers. Even the sect master has joined in and wants to snatch the disciples of our mountain Weir peak, Lil He said hurriedly. They want to snatch the disciples of our mountain Weir peak? Why? There aren't any outstanding people in our mountain Weir peak, right? The ninth elder was puzzled. She could not understand why. Chapter 318 Li Xian's Equipment Refinement. Yes, of course. It's Big Brother Stone Golem. He learned how to refine equipment and caused a huge uproar in the sect, Lil He said seriously, her little face tensed up. The Stone Golem learned how to refine equipment and caused a huge uproar in the sect? It can't be, right? The ninth elder was very surprised. She felt that it was unlikely. After all, summoned beasts learned very slowly because of their intelligence. It was already good enough for them to be able to recognize the materials after more than a year. How could it cause such a huge uproar? However, seeing how serious Lil He was, the ninth elder knew that Lil He would not lie to her. In addition, she also felt that the stone golem was somewhat extraordinary, so she thought about it and spoke again. I didn't expect that the stone golem would actually learn how to refine equipment after I went into seclusion for more than a year. Tell me what happened first. Curiosity flashed through the ninth elder's beautiful eyes. The specific situation is like this. After Big Brother Stone learned how to refine equipment, there were too many scrap products in the process of refining, so he threw them on the green bamboo peak. Some of the scrap products accidentally fell into the back mountain of the green bamboo peak. Originally, this was nothing. After all, they were scrap products and no one took a fancy to them. However, a disciple who learned how to refine equipment found something when he passed by there and suddenly stopped walking, then, he rummaged through there every day, causing many people to be puzzled. In the end, another person went over and ended up rummaging through there as well. Lil He took a deep breath when she said this and continued, Master, follow me to Green Bamboo Peak to take a look at the current scene. I guarantee that you will be surprised. After Lil He finished speaking, she hurriedly pulled her master and walked toward Li Xian's Green Bamboo Peak with quick steps. What are they searching for? Could it be that there's a usable spiritual equipment among the scrap? Or could it be that there's a high-grade spiritual equipment among the scrap? The ninth elder guessed. Master, you'll know once you get there. After Lil He finished speaking, she pulled the ninth elder and continued to move forward, quickly heading towards the green bamboo peak. During this process, the ninth elder was extremely curious and did not understand what was going on. She vaguely guessed that there might be a high-grade spiritual equipment among the scrap, which caused some of the incoming disciples to pay attention to it. However, even so, it should not have caused the sect master and his senior brothers to fight over the stone golem. After all, there were quite a number of such disciples in the sect, so there should not be any fighting over them. Therefore, the ninth elder could not figure it out. With such doubts, the ninth elder continued to move forward. Under Lil He's lead, she came to a place not far from Green Bamboo Peak. She saw a dense crowd of disciples rummaging through the mountain behind Green Bamboo Peak. There were several hundred of them, and some of them were disciples with high talent in equipment refining. There were even guest elders rummaging through the mountain. The ninth elder clearly saw that there was a guest elder who was even better at equipment refining than her. He was actually fighting with a disciple for a black object. In the end, the disciple could not win against the guest elder and walked away with a depressed expression. The guest elder smiled happily and put the black object into his storage bag. Seeing this scene, the ninth elder was stunned. Her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. It must be known that this guest elder was not simple. His skill in refining equipment was extremely high. In addition, he had a strange temper and liked to be alone. Basically, he would refine equipment at home every day and would always have a black face whenever he saw anyone. However, not only did this guest elder run to the back mountain of Green Bamboo Peak, he even fought with the disciple for the black thing. After he snatched it, he even had a happy expression on his face. This was simply unbelievable. The main reason was that this elder was too reclusive and had never smiled before. When he was smiling so much that half of his front teeth were exposed, the scene could not be more joyous. What's going on? Elder Chu is such a reclusive person, such a shut-in, yet he actually ran here and fought with others for the items? Even if there were high-grade spiritual equipment among those scrap products, they shouldn't have done this, right? This is too unbelievable. The ninth elder was in disbelief. Master, this has already been fought over. Didn't you see that some time ago, even eighth elder was looting things down there and putting black things into his storage bag? The eighth elder and Elder Chu even had a fight. Just because of an intact spiritual sword, both sides almost fought to the death. It was the sect master who came forward to solve this problem. Lil He quickly described the scene. So it turned out to be like this. The ninth elder widened her eyes in disbelief. She looked at Elder Chu at the foot of the mountain again, then turned her head to look at Lil He. Did these things all fell from the Green Bamboo Peak? Were they all refined by the stone golem? These things have been burned black, can they still be used? Most of them have been completely scrapped, but although these scrapped items are black, there are many inscriptions of spiritual patterns and array formations on them. Many of them are fantastic ideas that increase one's comprehension. The disciples who were the first to choose the items below had gained quite a bit of comprehension, and their equipment refining had actually increased by a level. This also caused more people to come here to choose. Later on, more and more disciples gained enlightenment, and even the elders were alarmed. It was here that the eighth elder and Elder Chu gained enlightenment, and their weapon refinement skills improved quite a bit, which led to the current situation. Lil He continued, leaving the ninth elder stunned. The stone man is actually so powerful. It's unbelievable, isn't it? As the ninth elder spoke, he felt as if his worldview had collapsed. She had clearly been in closed-door cultivation for more than a year. How could the entire world have changed after she came out? Even the scrap products refined by the stone golem could give the elder some insights. This was truly shocking. Master, this is a scrap spiritual equipment that I picked up. I've recorded the knowledge from it. This is an improvement on the spirit returning runes. You can see if there's anything different. Lil He took out a piece of parchment from her pocket. On it was engraved with a spirit returning rune that flickered with silver light. When the ninth elder saw the contents of the parchment, she was shocked. Then, she immediately snatched the parchment and carefully looked at the circuits of the talisman. The spirit returning rune has actually been improved. 12 circuits have been added. Although the difficulty of carving it has increased, this rune can save 20% of spiritual power. The ninth elder said seriously and said in a surprised voice. Master, it's more than that. If you turn the parchment upside down and look at it, you'll definitely be shocked. Lil He smiled sweetly. Turn it upside down. The ninth elder was slightly stunned. The unique charm of a beautiful woman could not help but be emitted. Her graceful and gentle demeanor was mixed with a hint of confusion. However, she still turned the parchment upside down and lowered her head to look at it carefully. At first, she did not see anything, but when she looked at her, she was stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief. This is a compound rune. The ninth elder looked at Lil He in shock. With a trembling voice, she asked, is it a compound rune? On top of the spirit returning rune, it has the ability to absorb spiritual power. Yes, these 12 loops not only save spiritual power for the spirit returning rune but also increase the ability to absorb spiritual power. This has been verified, Lil He explained seriously. Chapter 319 Debt Collection. How is this possible? If this kind of rune modification were to be used on all kinds of equipment, it would completely overturn the entire world of equipment refinement. This kind of rune could be used on any spiritual equipment. A single rune had 2 functions, forming 2 circuits. Oh my god, this could definitely greatly increase the power of a spiritual equipment and reduce the cost of equipment refinement. The 9th master did not dare to think about it anymore. The main spirit returning rune was a basic rune, and it was widely used. Its improvement could definitely play a subversive role in the world of blacksmiths. Therefore, the 9th elder was also scared out of her wits. She stared blankly at the parchment, trying to confirm whether her eyes were playing tricks on her or not. Master, do you think this is over? I only got 1 rune, and there are many pieces of spiritual equipment that fell from the back of the mountain. It was probably a spiritual equipment kicked down by the little lightning tiger while it was playing on the mountain. Now, everyone hopes that a new scrap will fall, so that everyone can fight over it, Lil He explained with a smile. Little lightning tiger? Why does the stone golem have the little lightning tiger? The 9th elder said blankly. Oh right, you still don't know. The other reason why the sect master and the elders fought over the stone golem is that it brought back a few demonic beasts, Lil He said with a smile. Brought back a few demonic beasts? What on earth is going on? The 9th elder was even more curious. Modifying the equipment refinement runes was already very shocking, but the stone golem actually brought back a few demonic beasts. This made the 9th master even more curious. Master, do you know why these people only dare to pick up things at the foot of the mountain and don't dare to go up to Big Brother Stone's green bamboo peak? Lil He asked. Could it be that the demonic beasts did not allow them to go up? The 9th elder said. Yes. Previously, Big Brother Stone went out for a trip, and then he persuaded a pair of lightning hawks who were at the bronze rank peak to become his subordinates. On the way back, Big Brother Stone encountered the mother and son of the lightning tiger to seek refuge. The lightning tiger even found a black demon dog to guard the gate. The black demon dog and the lightning tiger were both at the silver rank peak and were extremely powerful. The black demon dog was even more loyal and did not allow any strangers to approach it. Even the ordinary elders could not go up the green bamboo peak. Those who could go up the green bamboo peak had to obtain Big Brother Stone's permission. Lil He continued to speak. She also tried to go up the mountain once. In the end, she was frightened by the black demon dog's voice and did not dare to go up. Fortunately, after that, she and the little fatty went together and went to the green bamboo peak once, and met with the Big Brother Stone man. However, the little fatty could not go up the mountain casually. It was said that only the young girl called Lei Wushuan could go up the mountain at will. This also caused many people to be endlessly envious of Lei Wushuan. Lil He told everyone what she knew. She even dragged the 9th elder to the green bamboo peak not far away and saw the huge black demon dog guarding the door from afar. The powerful aura of the silver rank peak scared many people so much that they did not dare to approach it. They could only pick up things at the foot of the mountain. It's really the silver rank peak. Such powerful strength is enough to be a guest elder in the sect. I didn't expect it to choose to guard the gate here. Why? The 9th elder could not believe it. She could not understand why such a powerful demonic beast was willing to guard the gate for others. It was truly unbelievable. Of course, the 9th elder was also a little puzzled. She did not understand why she had a sense of familiarity with the stone man. She could not figure out what it was. In short, her mind was a mess. She could not make sense of it at all. Her entire head was buzzing. Whoosh! 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 A few figures flew over from afar and quickly stopped in front of the 9th elder. They were the elders of the various mountain peaks. They were all the ninth elder's senior brothers. They had come here to fight over the stone golem. Ninth junior sister, you've come out from closed-door cultivation. I have something to discuss with you. How about giving me your disciple? The fifth elder asked first. Give it to me. I'm the best at refining equipment, so it's most suitable to be my disciple, the eighth elder hurriedly said, afraid that others would snatch Li Xian away. Ninth junior sister, I don't have a single disciple. Can you give the stone golem to me? That way, I'll be able to inherit it continuously. The group of elders surrounded the ninth junior sister and talked non-stop. They did not give in to each other. All of them wanted to take the little fatty as a disciple so that they could get the stone man and properly nurture him. During this process, the ninth elder was stunned for a moment. Finally, she said with a bitter smile. Senior brothers, let the sect master decide on this matter. I can't make the decision. No, that old fellow sect master definitely wants to take in a disciple himself. We can't let him decide. The third elder immediately rejected. That's right. The sect master is preparing to snatch someone this time. Wouldn't letting him decide be like throwing a sheep into a tiger's mouth? The fourth elder also shook his head. I don't agree with letting the sect master decide either. Don't look at how fair he is usually. When he meets such a good stone golem, he definitely won't give up. The few elders were chattering non-stop. All of them did not agree. This kind of insistence made the ninth elder feel helpless. If it really doesn't work, then I'll ask the grand elder to decide. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful stone golem. If we nurture him well, he might be able to raise the status of our subdued beast sect once again. The ninth elder once again made a suggestion. She could offend anyone if she chose someone to give Li Xian to. If she did not, she would offend even more people. A lot of senior brothers had helped her before, so she could only ask the grand elder to decide. This is also a method. When everyone heard this, they were silent for a while before nodding. They felt that this was indeed not a bad idea. So many people fighting over it was not a method. If they could get the order from the gold-rank Grand Elder, then the matter would be settled. However, everyone was a little worried and did not dare to disturb the Grand Elder easily. The main thing was that the four Grand Elders had been at the back of the mountain. It was said that they were busy with important matters and did not allow others to disturb them easily. On the other hand, the sect master often came into contact with the four Grand Elders at the back of the mountain. One could ask the sect master. Thinking of this, the elders left quickly and went to look for the sect master. The ninth elder did not follow them. Instead, she accompanied Lilhi and walked up the green bamboo peak. As the little fatty's master, she was still qualified to go up the mountain. Moreover, she always felt that she was very familiar with the stone golem, so she wanted to find out the reason. She was deeply curious. The ninth elder walked to the top of the green bamboo peak and saw the black demon dog that was emitting a terrifying aura. She also saw the lightning tiger and the two lightning hawks. Seeing so many demonic beasts that had not been contracted and were just quietly standing on the top of the mountain, the curiosity in the ninth elder's eyes became even more intense. However, the black demon dog guarded the door. She knew that she could not defeat the black demon dog, so she was about to say something when suddenly the black demon dog opened its mouth and said solemnly, "The master invites you in." Master! The ninth elder was stunned. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Demonic beasts were wild and untamed. They would rather die than acknowledge others as their master. It was even more impossible for a silver rank peak demonic beast to do so. However, not only did the black demon dog call Li Xian its master, but it also addressed it as a matter of course. This could not help but surprise Elder Juju. With deep curiosity, the ninth elder arranged for Lilhi to stay outside while she strode into Li Xian's cave abode. She saw the tall stone golem. "Are the three transcendence fruits that you owe me ready?" Li Xian's voice echoed in the cave abode. The ninth elder was stunned at first, but then her pupils constricted. Her small white hands tightly covered her small mouth as she said in disbelief, You are that lord. Yes, with the array formation around, the outside world cannot hear the sounds inside the cave nor see the scene inside. Take a seat first. Li Xian pointed at the seat beside him. His figure gradually transformed from a stone golem into his true form. It's really you. Looking at the handsome Li Xian, the ninth elder, a beautiful woman who still retained her charm, had joy flashed through her watery eyes. Then, she hurriedly took out the transcendence fruits. These are the transcendence fruits prepared for you. Chapter 320 The entire sect couldn't do it. Li Xian nodded. With a move of his psychokinesis, the 3 transcendence fruits were instantly wrapped up and taken away. During this process, the ninth elder watched in astonishment. She felt that it was inconceivable. The process of the transcendence fruits being taken away was too miraculous. She had no idea what skill it was that took them away. She could only see the 3 transcendence fruits floating up and flying rapidly toward Li Xian. This deepened her curiosity towards Li Xian, especially Li Xian's handsome face. She could not help but take a few more glances at him. However, she was most puzzled as to why Li Xian was the little fatty's summoned beast. She could not help but ask. Sir, are you really a summoned beast? If you are, then why would such a powerful you be willing to be the little fatty's summoned beast? I am indeed a summoning beast. I came from the summoned beast world. The little fatty is the key for me to come to this world. If he dies, I will not be able to come to this world. My goal is the transcendence fruit and the soul dust. Of course, it would be even better if I could find the netherworld fruit, Li Xian said calmly. I know the netherworld fruit. It is a necessary ingredient to advance to gold rank. Only the heavenly sword sect has it. As for the transcendence fruit, I can find some. However, what's the soul dust? The ninth elder was puzzled. Her master was a gold rank. It was normal for her to know about the netherworld fruit. However, she did not know about the soul dust. Clearly, she knew very little about repairing the damage to the soul. The heavenly sword sect has the netherworld fruit. Li Xian was shocked. He was worried that he would not be able to find something that could transform his soul. At the moment, he was really shocked. Yes, I don't know the exact origin of the netherworld fruit, but the heavenly sword sect has a patriarch who is beyond gold rank. Only he can get the netherworld fruit. However, the netherworld fruit is a strategic resource, and it's also an important means for the heavenly sword sect to rule the world. Normally, only those who have made great contributions can be bestowed with it. For example, when the number of gold rank experts in our beast tamer sect reaches 4, the heavenly sword sect will control the number of experts. Even if we have made great contributions, we won't be bestowed with the netherworld fruit anymore. The ninth elder continued to speak. She did not hide anything from Li Xian and told him a lot of information. The main thing was that Li Xian had saved her life before. She admired Li Xian a little. In addition, Li Xian was a summoned beast and came from the summoned beasts world. It was impossible for him to have any conflict with the beast tamer sect. Instead, he would help the beast tamer sect. Therefore, the ninth elder did not hide anything and told him a lot of secrets. The heavenly sword sect, hey? Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the heavenly sword sect when I have the chance. Li Xian planned to make a trip to the heavenly sword sect in the future. However, he was not confident that he would be able to face an expert that surpassed the gold rank. He had to be careful. Of course, there was no rush in this matter. His soul had yet to reach the silver rank peak. He could wait a little longer. It would not be too late for him to reach the silver rank peak in the future. After all, his improvement speed was already very fast. The reincarnators at the same time had not even reached bronze rank. Even though he had been silent in this world for a year, the reincarnators still had not reached bronze tier. From this, one could also see how fast Li Xian's improvement speed was. Just the soul power feedback from Qin Yu alone was several times more than that of an ordinary person. Not to mention the little fatty, with his previous frequent reincarnations, with the constant soul feedback and the help of the transcendence fruit, his strength was already very strong. He could completely remain silent for a period of time. Thinking of this, Li Xian looked at the beautiful woman in front of him again and said with a smile, "How about we make a deal?" "What deal?" the ninth elder hurriedly asked, blinking his big eyes at Li Xian. "I'll refine a set of powerful spiritual equipment for you to sell them. You only need to help me find the transcendence fruits, the more the better. As for the information regarding my true form, it's best not to tell anyone else. Of course, it doesn't matter even if you tell them. If your sect minds it, at most I'll return to the summoned beasts world," Li Xian said calmly. "It won't happen. The sect treats summoned beasts like companions. If you don't want the sect to know about your true form, I'm willing to keep it a secret for you." The ninth elder spoke softly. She clearly knew how strong the contract between summoned beasts and their master was. The contract would only disappear if the little fatty or Li Xian died. As long as the little fatty remained in the sect, Li Xian would forever belong to the beast tamer sect. In the future, he could even become a high-ranking member of the beast tamer sect. Thus, the ninth elder's attitude towards Li Xian was very good. In addition to the fact that he had saved her life in the past, the ninth elder viewed Li Xian as one of her own. Then I'll have to trouble you with the matter of finding the transcendent fruit." Li Xian nodded and said, "No problem. Although the transcendence fruit is precious, it's not impossible to find it. It just takes a little longer." The ninth elder smiled and said, "Time is not a problem. I plan to settle down for a few years and study array formations." Li Xian thought of array formations. Previously, he had mainly studied alchemy, talisman making, and equipment refinement. He did not invest much energy in array formations. Since his skills in alchemy, talisman making, and equipment refinement were very high, it was time for him to study array formations. The sect's array formation level is very low. There is only a small amount of array formation knowledge. It might not be of much help to you." The ninth elder shook her head. "A small amount of array formation knowledge? Can it reach the level of an array formation master?" Li Xian asked. "It's very difficult. Our beast tamer sect mostly studies subdued beasts and has very low requirements for array formations. Even if we have some knowledge, it's also incomplete. If you really want to learn array formations, I can help you buy some basic knowledge from the 7 Stars sect's shop." The 7 Stars sect is an array formation sect and is very good at array formations. ND. However, they are at the Devil Abyss Mountain and are an important sect guarding the Devil Abyss Mountain. If you want to find the 7 Stars sect's shop, you can only go to the Devil Abyss Mountain. It will take a long time, and you can only buy low-level array formation knowledge. The ninth elder continued to explain and explained quite a bit of what he knew. "I understand." Li Xian nodded. In this year, he had understood a lot of knowledge about this world. The strongest force was the Heavenly Sword sect, and this was needless to say. As for the Devil Abyss, it was an external force that had invaded this world. They were bloodthirsty, and wherever they went, life would be destroyed. Not a single living thing would survive. 1,000 years ago, when the Devil Abyss invaded, the demon race would burn, kill, and plunder everywhere, committing all kinds of evil. Later, the human force, represented by the Heavenly Sword sect, fought with the demon race for several decades, burying countless lives. In the end, they repelled the demon race, chasing them back to the Devil Abyss, and using the 7 Stars Grand Array, they sealed the entrance of the Devil Abyss. The 7 Stars Grand Array came from the 7 Stars sect. The 7 Stars sect was considered the third-ranked sect in the world. The 7 stars grand array that they had set up had sealed the Devil Abyss entrance for 1,000 years, and it had also protected the entire world for 1,000 years. It could be said that the 7 stars sex array formation had played an important role in fending off the demons. Its array formation was quite formidable. Li Xian was also quite curious about this and wanted to learn. As for the search for the Transcendence Fruit, Schwetter's Commerce Chamber had been helping him all along. In this year, they had found a total of 3 for him. A few steel mantises had also found 1, while the Spiritual Talisman Guild had found 2. He often went out on his own. Although he had found quite a number of spiritual herbs, he had not found a single transcendence fruit. At the moment, through the 9th Elder, he could obtain another path to search for the transcendence fruit. Of course, if he joined the 7 Stars sect as a genius to search for the transcendence fruit, this was another path. Finally, he could learn array formations. This way, he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Xian was somewhat eager to give it a try. However, the 9th Elder had to make arrangements, so he looked at the beautiful woman. "Ca. What kind of spiritual equipment do you want? You can make preparations first. Later, I'll help you refine a set. I'll leave the spiritual equipment to you as a reward for searching for the transcendent fruits." Li Xian waved his hand, and in an instant, a large pile of spiritual equipment was thrown out. There were 1st tier, 2nd tier 2, and 3rd tier spiritual equipment, and there were a lot of them. This amount of spiritual equipment instantly stunned the 9th Elder. Especially when she saw a colorful longsword, she could not shift her gaze away in an instant. This is a 3rd tier high-grade spiritual equipment? You can even refine a 3rd tier high-grade spiritual equipment? The 9th Elder looked at Li Xian in disbelief, as if he was looking at a monster. "Is there a problem?" Li Xian raised his eyebrows. No. The entire sect can't refine a 3rd tier high-grade spiritual equipment. With your equipment refinement skills, no one in the sect would dare to take you as a disciple. They can only be your disciple. The 9th Elder's expression was a little strange. Those elders still wanted to take Li Xian as a disciple, but Li Xian's equipment refinement skills alone were more powerful than the elders. Those elders did not have the qualifications to take Li Xian as their disciple. They might even want to take him as their master. This made the 9th Elder feel that it was a little interesting. Chapter 321 The Devil Abyss was the abyss. However, Li Xian did not pay attention to this. Instead, he said directly, "Take your time to deal with these pieces of spiritual equipment. I'll go out and come back every few months. When the time comes, I'll bring you a batch of spiritual equipment and you can help me find the transcendence fruit." After Li Xian finished speaking, he took out a set of spiritual equipment suitable for the 9th Elder and handed it to her. Then, it disappeared into the ripples of water. He just left like that. The 9th Elder watched Li Xian leave. When she saw Li Xian disappear into the space in a carefree manner, the admiration in her heart grew even more. It's a pity that he only has the transcendence fruit in his eyes. The 9th Elder sighed. She stared blankly at the space where Li Xian left for a moment before she put away the spiritual equipment that Li Xian gave her. Then, she turned around and left Green Bamboo Peak. She did not say anything about Li Xian's departure. She only said that Li Xian had returned to the summoned beasts world. After that, she gave the spiritual equipment that Li Xian had refined to the sect master and the elders. She only said that it was made by the stone golem and did not mention Li Xian's original body. These pieces of high-level spiritual equipment had shocked the higher UPS of the sect so much that they no longer had the intention to take Li Xian in as a disciple. There was nothing they could do. The spiritual equipment that Li Xian had refined was even better than those refined by the elders. How could they have the right to take Li Xian in as a disciple? In the end, the sect decided to focus all their efforts on nurturing Little Fatty as a core disciple. As for Lei Wushuan, she was also valued because of his close relationship with Li Xian. Regarding all of this, Li Xian did not pay much attention to it. He had now become a 10-year-old little beggar and had come to the Devil Abyss City, a city near the Seven Stars sect. With his many talents and skills, no one could notice anything abnormal at the moment. Even a gold rank could not do it. This was his strength. The purpose of doing this was naturally to join the Seven Stars sect, learn array formations, and then think of a way to obtain transcendence fruits. At this moment, he was sitting at the corner of an ancient street. His entire body was dirty. He was holding a broken bowl as he silently watched the people coming and going, listening to the discussions coming from all directions. As the only city at the bottom of the Devil Abyss Mountain, Devil Abyss City had a huge flow of people. There were countless cultivators coming and going. In just a short while, Li Xian saw several silver rank experts. Of course, gold rank experts were still very rare. It was said that there were less than 10 gold rank experts in the Seven Stars Mountain. This was because the Seven Stars sect had guarded the Devil Abyss Mountain all year round and repaired the Seven Stars array. Their contributions were outstanding. The Heavenly Sword sect would reward the Seven Stars sect with a large number of resources. Even the gold fruits and the netherworld fruits would be given priority to the Seven Stars sect in order to ensure that nothing unexpected would happen to the array. Unfortunately, during the process of repairing the array formation, even with the protection of the Heavenly Sword sect, the Seven Stars sect would still encounter demonized demonic beasts, resulting in heavy casualties among their disciples. Demonized demonic beasts were monsters that had become irrational after being contaminated by the demonic aura. Their defense was powerful, their strength was boundless, and they were savage and brutal. Fortunately, demonized demonic beasts had lost their rationality and had a great impact on the battle. That was why they were able to maintain the current situation. Li Xian was very curious about this. He kept using his god's perspective to look at the entrance of the Devil Abyss dozens of kilometers away and also saw the Devil Abyss Fortress. The Devil Abyss Fortress was the first line of defense against the demon race. There were 100,000 elite warriors stationed there. The Heavenly Sword sect also had a large number of experts stationed there. Almost all the sects in the world had sent experts. What surprised Li Xian was that when he was observing, he did not see any Beast Tamer sect disciples. It was very strange that he did not see any of them. Although the Beast Tamer sect is very far from here, the Devil Abyss is related to the survival of the human race. They should have sent some experts. At the very least, they should have sent some elders. Why didn't they see them? Li Xian was puzzled. Suddenly, he thought of the strange array formation at the back of the Beast Tamer sect's mountain. According to what the beautiful ninth elder said, the Beast Tamer sect did not have an array formation. What about the array formation at the back of the mountain? Li Xian felt that something was wrong, especially when he thought of Lei Wushuan, the chosen one, and the little fatty who was also in the Beast Tamer sect. He felt that this sect was hiding a secret. Let's not worry about this first. We should think of a way to get the transcendence fruits and increase our strength. At the same time, we should learn the array formation and teach it to little Qin Yu. Li Xian no longer thought about the Beast Tamer sect. Instead, he quietly observed the experts in the stronghold and glanced at the fully armed warriors. The strange Devil Abyss that was constantly emitting black gas was also seen by Li Xian. The Devil Abyss was not small. It was an underground cave the size of 100 football fields. Large amounts of black gas rose from the cave's mouth and spread to the horizon. Some black creatures that looked like rats ran around the cave's entrance, gnawing on the array formation at the cave's entrance. At the same time, they were burned to death by the array formation. This feeling, it's the abyss again. Although the name is different, this aura is definitely the abyss. It actually attacked multiple worlds at the same time. What a terrifying existence! Li Xian thought of the golden giant that had been tortured by the threads back then. That giant had fallen from the abyss. He remembered that after the giant died, there were countless golden giant corpses at the other end of the spatial crack. So many golden giant corpses had died, and the ones that killed them were golden threads. These threads were very strange, and they were definitely released by someone who surpassed gold rank. I remember that there was a battle flag on that mountain, and the word heaven was written on it. The person who released the golden threads was definitely this person. If this person had not killed the golden giant, the blind granny's world might have already been destroyed. After all, just the demonic aura alone almost caused the blind granny's world to collapse. Li Xian sighed inwardly. Although he did not know who that expert was, what he had done was definitely a huge favor to the blind granny's world. Forget it, let's not think about this for now. I'll focus on increasing my strength first. Only with great strength will I be able to face any threats. Li Xian muttered to himself. He continued to observe from God's perspective while listening to the surrounding voices. A month passed in this kind of observation. Li Xian quickly became familiar with the Devil Abyss city. He learned a lot of information and finally waited for the day when the Seven Stars sect would accept disciples. It was early in the morning. The sun was bright and beautiful, the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. Li Xian took a good shower and put on a set of plain civilian clothes. He arrived at the foot of Devil Abyss Mountain early in the morning and looked at the Seven Stars sect that was shrouded in clouds. As the third most powerful sect, the Seven Stars sect had more than 10,000 disciples. Every year, more than 1,000 people came to the test, hoping to join the Seven Stars sect. Unfortunately, the disciples suffered heavy casualties these years. They had to continue to do missions, accompany the army into the Devil Abyss to set up arrays, and suppress the demon race and demonic beasts. The continuous deaths caused the number of people who joined the Seven Stars sect to decrease every year. This year, there were even less than 1,000 people, and only a few hundred people came to participate in the test. This made the Seven Stars sect's higher UPS faces turn ugly, and they were also a little flustered. I didn't expect that only a few hundred people would come to take the test this year, and there are even beggars among them. Seven Stars sect's Deacon Neo shook his head helplessly. He saw a few little beggars dressed in tattered clothes, holding broken bowls and waiting not far away. This scene was really disturbing. Now that the sect is becoming more and more withered, the number of genius disciples is even more pitiful. It has been many years since a genius disciple appeared. I heard that the Beast Tamer sect has produced a genius stone man who can refine third-tier high-grade spiritual equipment. His talent is beyond imagination. It would be great if our sect could produce an array formation genius as well, said Deacon Wang enviously. Yet, it's a pity that it's easier said than done to find a genius disciple. The path of array formation isn't that simple. Not only does it require excellent comprehension, but it also requires perseverance and patience. Deacon Neo glanced at the beggars and felt more and more worried. They needed people with clean backgrounds to take in disciples, and every single one of them needed to be investigated. The identities of these little beggars were unknown, and logically speaking, they would not be accepted into the sect. Fortunately, the beggars were young, and if they could pass through the heart-seeking array, they could be accepted into the sect. However, they could only be part-time disciples and be taught the most basic formations. Unless they were talented, they would not be taught particularly powerful formations. Chapter 322 Li Xian's Aptitude. There aren't many disciples who have signed up. Let's test them first. If they can pass the truth-seeking array, then take them in and arrange them to be part-time disciples, Deacon Wang said. That's all we can do. Deacon Neo nodded and began to call for everyone to carry out the test. The Seven Stars sect's test was similar to the other sects, except that the order was slightly different. The other sects would first test the aptitude of their spiritual power, but the Seven Stars sect would first pass the truth-seeking array to test if they were harboring evil intentions. The truth-seeking array was like a barrier at the entrance of the mountain. As long as it was activated, it could instantly envelop the several hundred people present. Its power was quite tyrannical. As long as they harbored evil intentions, the truth-seeking array could easily lock onto them and capture them. Rise! Deacon Niu shouted loudly and injected his spiritual power into the core of the array. Soon, a huge protective shield slowly rose from the surroundings and enveloped everyone like an upside-down bowl. The moment the array closed, a white light began to shine and quickly enveloped everyone present. Everyone felt as if they were in a cloud of ethereal immortal chi. It was very magical. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn apart could be heard as figures rapidly flashed past. Very quickly, someone was taken away. It was obvious that someone with ill intentions had been locked onto and taken away. The people in the clouds and mist had no idea what had happened. They continued to stand in the clouds and mist curiously, looking around. Among the disciples who had registered, only Li Xian saw everything. He saw that after some people were enveloped by the clouds and mist, the white clouds and mist suddenly turned black. After that, these people were taken away by the Seven Stars sect. It's a very mystical array formation. I'll teach it to Qin Yu later and test her subordinates. If there are spies from some factions, I'll be able to catch them in time. Li Xian paid attention to the truth-seeking array formation. He carefully observed the surrounding array formation and looked at the profound patterns. He couldn't help but be interested because he saw familiar spirit patterns. In other words, the array formation and talisman making had something in common. He could completely use talisman making to speed up his learning of the array formation. With his powerful talisman making ability, Li Xian was confident that he could learn formations and become a powerful formation master in the shortest amount of time. Alright, you have passed the truth-seeking array. Now, we'll test your spiritual power aptitude. The white clouds dissipated. Deacon Niu took a step forward and took out a crystal ball. He placed it in a small stone groove that was half the height of a person. Deacon Wang looked similar. He also took out a crystal ball and placed it in the stone groove. He called for everyone to take the test. Soon, the test began. A young man standing in front of the crystal ball nervously walked up to it. He stretched out his small hand and placed it on the crystal ball. In an instant, the crystal ball emitted a weak light. Can. Low-grade spiritual power talent. You can become a part-time disciple. Next, Deacon Niu said coldly. Following his words, the little boy who had just been tested walked to the side with some disappointment. He walked to the position of the part-time disciple. His condition was not particularly bad because in the following time, many people did not even have spiritual power aptitude. They could not even become a part-time disciple. This scene made many people uneasy. In this mood, everyone began to test bit by bit. One aptitude after another was reported. Spiritual power aptitude is too low, eliminated. No spiritual power aptitude, eliminated. Low spiritual power aptitude. Can become a part-time disciple. Following Deacon Niu's words, one disciple after another was eliminated. A large number of people walked to the side dejectedly, looking at those part-time disciples with envy. The originally dejected part-time disciples looked at the current scene, and their mood became much better. What's going on this year? Not only are there fewer people, but even their aptitude is so bad. Deacon Niu's expression was very ugly. In the past, he could receive some high-grade disciples, but this year, he did not even see a middle-grade disciple. It really made him feel bad. Next. Deacon Niu, who was in a bad mood, looked at Li Xian. His expression was very ugly. Under the gaze of Deacon Niu, Li Xian walked step by step toward the crystal ball and glanced at this transparent spirit tool. It was obvious that this was a spiritual equipment that had been refined. If he learned how to refine it, he could also refine a few for fun. In the future, he could even teach it to Qin Yu so that she could use it when she was recruiting new people. Of course, there was no rush in this matter. The most important thing was to learn the array formation first. Considering that the spirit power talent that he had obtained from his reincarnation was too powerful and might cause unpredictable consequences, Li Xian finally turned off the spirit power talent and only used the aptitude of this body to test it. The strength of this body was mid-level bronze rank, and it was a netherworld cat that had lived for more than 10 years. Its strength was only mid-level bronze rank. And its aptitude was probably not high. It should be mid-level or high-level aptitude. This kind of aptitude was neither high nor low. It was just right to join the 7 Stars sect, and one could quickly learn the array formation without being disturbed. With this thought in mind, Li Xian walked to the front of the crystal ball, stretched out his hand and placed it on the crystal ball, and waited quietly. Buzz! A dark grey light began to shine. In an instant, it enveloped the entire area and lit up the scene like a light bulb. Top grade talent. It's actually supreme grade talent. Deacon Niu cried out in surprise. He looked at Li Xian in disbelief as if he was looking at a treasure. It's really supreme grade. Moreover, it's the best of supreme grade talent. Its attribute is the mysterious darkness attribute. Deacon Wang also spoke in surprise. He could not believe that he had seen such a good talent. The people around also discussed animatedly. From time to time, exclamations could be heard. It seemed that those people understood how terrifying top-grade talent was through the explanations of others. This also caused the people present to look at Li Xian in disbelief. Even the people from the 7 Stars sect had decent postures. Top-grade talent? Hey! Li Xian frowned. He had tried his best to hide his talent, but in the end, it was still so eye-catching. This made him somewhat speechless. What's your name? Which city do you belong to? Give me your identity card. Deacon Niu stared at Li Xian and asked excitedly. My name is Li Xian. I don't have an identity card. I used to be a beggar. I wandered around and didn't have a fixed residence. Li Xian answered directly. His identity was unknown. Considering that these large sects might investigate his identity, rather than being found out by lying, he might as well just say that he was a beggar. Beggar? No identity card. Deacon Niu frowned and carefully looked at Li Xian. Then he looked at the dark grey light on the crystal ball. Deacon Niu frowned even more. Deacon Wang walked over from the side. The two of them huddled together and said something. Then, they took out a disc array and placed it in front of Li Xian. Your identity is unknown. To be cautious, we need to test you again. Please put your right hand on the disc array. Okay. Li Xian placed his right hand on the disc array. In an instant, 5 rays of light flashed and enveloped his entire body in the center. Only after a full 5 minutes did it completely stop. You're not a demon. The two deacons let out a sigh of relief. The gaze they used to look at Li Xian was no longer so vigilant, but much gentler. Welcome to the 7 Stars sect. Your talent is too high. We have no right to arrange your identity as a disciple. How about this, you wait over there first. In a while, we will report this matter to the sect master, and the sect master will decide. Deacon Wang said with a smile. Okay. Li Xian nodded. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he turned around and walked to the side to wait quietly. The part-time disciples not far away looked at Li Xian with envy. Towards Li Xian's top-grade aptitude, they were envious from the bottom of their hearts. The main reason was that the gap was too big. Their lower-grade aptitude was followed by middle-grade, high-grade, and then top-grade. Such good talent was also the reason why the two deacons did not dare to make a decision. The huge gap caused many people to understand that Li Xian's future would be smooth sailing and soar to the sky. Thus, everyone was envious of Li Xian. Li Xian did not pay attention to everyone's envy. Instead, he silently observed the crystal ball that was being tested. The structure of this crystal ball was very interesting. It involved many runes. Li Xian's understanding of runes could be considered deep. At a glance, he could see more than 30 runes. Among them, there were all sorts of mysterious spiritual patterns. However, these spiritual patterns were not quite the same as spiritual talismans. They seemed to have been modified and were more suitable for the spiritual patterns of arrays. They looked very interesting. Other than this crystal ball, Li Xian also discovered that the surrounding land was engraved with mysterious spiritual patterns. The knowledge involved was very interesting, which made Li Xian very curious. Chapter 323 The array formation was so simple. What an interesting array formation! I must study it carefully this time. Li Xian muttered as he continued to observe. He used the god's perspective to carefully observe every pattern and recorded it in his mind in detail. Time slowly passed. The spiritual power aptitude test was carried out bit by bit. When the last youth left dejectedly, the test finally ended. Fortunately, after Li Xian, more than 80 odd job disciples appeared. At the same time, 10 disciples with good aptitude were tested. Among them, 8 were of medium-grade aptitude and 2 were of high-grade aptitude. Li Xian's top-grade aptitude never appeared again. This further showed that Li Xian was extraordinary. All right, the few of you follow me. Deacon Niu waved at the 10 disciples with good aptitude. At the same time, he also called Li Xian, and headed toward the 7 Stars Sect's main hall together. During this process, the 10 disciples looked at Li Xian from time to time. Some of them even wanted to talk to Li Xian and make friends with him. Unfortunately, with Deacon Niu here, no one dared to say anything. Everyone continued to move forward in silence. Soon, everyone arrived at the 7 Stars Sect's main hall. They saw the grand and imposing main hall made of white stone. On the plaque above the main hall, there were 3 big words carved with the words 7 Stars Sect. All of you wait here for a moment. I'll go report this to the higher UPS. Deacon Niu left a message and nodded at Li Xian. He turned around and walked into the 7 Stars Sect's Great Hall to report this matter. Not long after, the sound of an argument could be heard from within the 7 Stars Sect's Great Hall. Soon, a robust red-haired old man walked out of the Great Hall angrily. After glancing at Li Xian, he directly sat on a large stone not far away. Not long after, Deacon Niu came out. With him was a white-haired, thin, and small old man. This is our 7 Stars Sect's 5th elder. He is also a true array formation master. The level of the array formation has already reached the high-level 3rd tier. He is not far from the 3rd tier peak. Deacon Niu hurriedly introduced the old man. Greetings, 5th elder. The youths hurriedly bowed and looked at this thin and small old man, 5th elder, with respect. Yes. The 5th elder nodded, and a faint purple light flashed in his eyes. Then, he glanced at Li Xian and said with a smile, "Not bad, all good children. From now on, all of you will be the outer sect disciples of the sect. Deacon Niu will teach you the knowledge of spirit energy and array formations." After 5th elder finished his speech, he arranged for Deacon Niu to lead everyone away and directly went to the area where the outer sect disciples were located. After everyone left, the red-haired old man who was sitting on a big rock arrogantly walked up to the skinny 5th elder and curled his lips in disdain. "How is it? I already said that with me around, it's impossible for the demon race to sneak into the sect. You still didn't believe me and insisted on confirming it yourself. It's true that we didn't discover the demon race, but the sect leader rushed to the beast tamer sect in a hurry. It's very likely that something went wrong there. We need to be even more cautious here. We can't lose the greater good just because of a small thing," the skinny 5th elder said cautiously. "Voli. All right, this matter has passed. Next, let's talk about the matter of accepting disciples. Among the new disciples, a young man called Li Xian has extraordinary talent. He is very suitable to join the war hall and become my disciple. After he becomes a core disciple through contribution points, I have decided to take him as my disciple and train him to become a powerful spiritual warrior. You don't have any objections, right?" said the red-haired old man directly. "No. This time it's my turn to take in a disciple. How can I give such a good disciple to you so casually? The fifth elder rejected without hesitation. Why can't you give him to me? Li Xian's spiritual power aptitude is of the highest quality. With such aptitude to learn array formations from you, it's simply a waste of heaven's gifts. The red-haired elder was angry and shouted loudly. Who said it's a waste of heaven's gifts? What if Li Xian's array formation aptitude is also very excellent? Then it's just right to learn array formations from me. Who knows, you might be able to train him to become a fourth-tier array formation master. The skinny fifth elder was not willing to be outdone and still did not give in. When the red-haired elder heard this, he became even angrier. He once again said loudly, what array formations require is comprehension ability. It's completely different from the talent in spiritual power. It was already very shocking that Li Xian had top-grade spiritual power aptitude. How could he still have the comprehension ability in array formations? Can you not make things more troublesome for me? You will waste Li Xian's talent in spiritual power like this. Who said I'm wasting it? Without a test, how do you know Li Xian doesn't have the ability to comprehend array formation? What if he does? The skinny fifth elder said again. If he does, I'll write my surname upside down, said the red-haired elder angrily. We'll wait and see, the skinny fifth elder said seriously. Okay, let's see. Ignoring the argument between the two, the scene went back to Li Xian. At this moment, Li Xian and the others had arrived at the outer sect disciple area and were arranged to stay in the cave abodes. These cave abodes were like town houses, one by one. At the entrance of each cave abode, there was a protective shield and array formation protecting everything in the cave abodes. Li Xian's cave abodes were called Auspicious Clouds Cave Abodes. Their overall area was like a small courtyard in the countryside. Other than being ancient, there was nothing special about them. In addition, from the next day onward, they would go to the Spiritual Qi Hall and the Array Formation Hall to learn basic knowledge, such as how to cultivate spiritual power and refine spiritual qi. The Array Formation Hall was the training of the basic knowledge of array formations. They would start teaching the knowledge of array formations from the most basic spiritual patterns. Li Xian had been looking forward to it for a long time. After tidying up his cave abode, he fell asleep early in the morning, looking forward to tomorrow's teaching. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this morning, Li Xian was sitting in the formation hall, quietly listening to the first formation knowledge that Deacon Niu taught him, which was the small protective shield. During this half a month, Li Xian had learned all the basic knowledge. He had already memorized it thoroughly, but he had not come into contact with the real formations. When he heard about the array formation knowledge of the protective shield, Li Xian had a sudden realization. He felt that these array formations were very simple and did not have any difficulty. However, the surrounding disciples all had gloomy expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they did not completely understand. All right, let's call it a day. I know that the difficulty of the small protective barrier is relatively high, and you guys don't quite understand it. But this is already the most basic array formation. You all must work hard. In order to urge you, from today onwards, the defensive barrier at the entrance of your cave abode will disappear. If you don't want your home to be open every day, then you should rely on yourself as soon as possible to set up the array formation. After finishing his words, Deacon Niu handed over the materials and the formation diagram for setting up the formation and said once again, if the array formation is set up, we will carry out an inspection. At the very least, it has to be able to withstand a full-strength strike from a black iron rank. That's all. After finishing his words, Deacon Niu turned around and left, leaving behind everyone who was frowning. It's too difficult. I didn't even understand the basic spiritual patterns, and now he's already teaching the array formation. This is too fast, someone said. Yeah, I heard from those seniors that they usually only teach the small protective barrier after studying the basic knowledge for 3 months. How did they teach it so quickly this time? Who knows? Forget it. Take the array formation diagram and go back and study it properly. Try to set it up within 3 months. This is the only way. Sigh. It's too difficult. Following everyone's words, everyone left the formation hall dejectedly and returned to their own cave abode to study the formation. Li Xian also returned. Seeing that the array formation in his house had begun to shake, the formation quickly disappeared. Li Xian was not worried at all. Instead, he held the materials to set up the formation and busied himself at the entrance. Relying on his deep foundation, he easily set up the small protective barrier formation. So simple. The small protective barrier array formation is indeed the lowest level array formation. It's too simple. However, these patterns are very interesting. There's a certain amount of room for improvement. I'll give it a try. Li Xian began to modify it. Relying on the foundation of the spiritual talisman and spiritual patterns, he began to be extremely busy. He devoted his entire body and mind to it. On the other side, Deacon Niu was reporting the situation to the thin and small fifth elder. He was talking about today's lecture. Fifth elder, I've already taught Li Xian and the others about the small protective barrier array formation. However, isn't it too early? I see that the disciples are frowning. I'm afraid they haven't learned it yet. It's fine. Li Xian's aptitude for spiritual power is extremely high. If his talent in array formations isn't good, then let him join the battle hall and cultivate spiritual power with all his might. Through the small protective barrier array formation, we can test Li Xian's comprehension ability. If he can set up the formation within the next month, then he is qualified to be my disciple. The fifth elder said calmly, helplessness flashing in his eyes. Set up the array formation within a month? This is too difficult. Back then, it took me 3 months to learn it. Fifth elder, I remember that it took you 2 months to learn how to set up the small protective barrier array formation, right? Deacon Niu whispered. Don't think that I'm harsh. It's just that Li Xian's spiritual essence aptitude is too high, so he is very suitable to join the battle hall. Although I took 2 months to set up the small protective barrier array formation. But if Li Xian is unable to set up the small protective barrier array formation within a month, it means that his array formation aptitude isn't as good as his spiritual power aptitude. In that case, he's suitable to join the combat hall and focus on raising his spiritual power level. The fifth elder explained. He also felt that he was being too harsh, but he wanted Li Xian to have a better future and walk the path that was most suitable for Li Xian. Chapter 324 The Shocked White-Haired Elder. So that's how it is. Deacon Niu finally understood what was going on. However, it was still too difficult to complete the array formation within a month. Deacon Niu felt that it was unlikely. However, since it was the fifth elder's decision, Deacon Niu could only listen to it. Thus, he bade farewell and left. He planned to go to Li Xian's cave abode at the end of the month to check on the completion of the array formation. Even though he felt that it was unlikely to be completed, he hoped that Li Xian would be able to do it and remain in the formation hall. On the other side, in Li Xian's cave abode, Li Xian, who was currently setting up the array formation, frowned deeply. He slowly removed the array formation that he had just set up. After which, he took out a pen and paper from his portable space and began to draw. Strange. After modifying the second formation pattern, it's impossible to fuse it together. What's the reason? There's no problem with the circuits of the spiritual pattern, and there's no problem with the connection of the array formation as well. Strange. Li Xian could not figure it out. The main thing was that his knowledge of array formations was still too little. If he were to forcefully modify it, it would naturally not be that easy. I'll go to the library pavilion and take a look. In any case, I can view the first level for free. Li Xian stood up and left the cave abode. On the lush green mountain path, he slowly arrived in front of a pavilion. He saw a 5-story tall library pavilion. This library was the learning area for outer sect disciples. The first floor was mostly filled with various biographies and legends. A small portion was related to the thinking of arrays and incomplete arrays. After Li Xian discovered this place yesterday afternoon, he stayed here until the sky turned dark. His harvest was quite good. This day, Li Xian decided to read a bit more books and take a good look at the knowledge inside to increase his own array foundation and inspiration. Thinking of this, Li Xian continued to move forward. When he reached the door, he nodded at the old man who was guarding the door. Then, he strode into the first level of the library pavilion. This old man had white hair and a white beard. He looked like an ordinary person. However, Li Xian easily discovered the other party's level. His strength, which was at the low-level silver rank, could be considered pretty good. However, this old man had been seriously injured. His internal organs had been exhausted to the edge. Li Xian could feel the rotten aura that he was emitting. It was estimated that he would not live for long. Li Xian had seen a few of these types of old men before. Most of them were responsible for some simple tasks in the sect, so he could be considered to be enjoying his last period of time. Back to Li Xian. Li Xian walked into the book collection pavilion and came to bookshelf number 32. He picked up a black book on the bookshelf and slowly opened it. The black book had the words Essentials of Basic Array Formations written on it. It was also a book that he had not finished reading the previous day, so he picked it up and read it very skillfully. The content was not difficult at all. The reason why Li Xian continued reading it was because this book explained the layout of array formations from another perspective, and it went to the extreme. The knowledge taught by the array formation hall was direct and magnanimous, but this book started from an uncommon part, and it liked to pursue the extreme. For example, defensive array formations. It would pursue extreme defensive power, eliminating all unnecessary things. Even if it consumed a large amount of spirit stones, it would still want to obtain an extremely high defense. There were good and bad aspects to this method, and it was hard for Li Xian to comment on it. What he valued most was to increase his inspiration, and it was to enrich his knowledge. Thus, once he learned it, he fell silent. Only when night fell and the sound of coughing came from outside the door did Li Xian put down his book. It's a pity that you are not allowed to take it with you. In that case, come back tomorrow. Li Xian turned around and left. He decisively put down the book and left, preparing to continue reading tomorrow. Anyway, their next task was to set up the cave's array formation. In the next few days, he did not need to go to the array formation hall to learn basic knowledge. He had more time to come here to learn. Just like that, Li Xian left at night and rushed back at dawn. Day after day, he learned the knowledge of the first floor of the library. With his talent in array formation, as well as his extremely strong memory and comprehension ability, Li Xian's understanding of array formations became deeper and deeper. He understood more and more why he had failed to improve the array formation previously. So it's the formation patterns. The formation pattern that I improved has caused the array formation's power to increase greatly. The basic formation patterns are unable to withstand the array formation's power, which is why it failed. If one wanted to improve the array formation, one would need to draw first-tier formation patterns to create the small protective barrier array formation. Drawing a first-tier array formation was not difficult, but using first-tier formation patterns to draw a basic array formation like the small protective barrier is too wasteful. There's no need at all. Then, can we use the basic formation patterns to strengthen the power of the small protective barrier? Li Xian was puzzled. A thought flashed through his mind as he vaguely grasped an important point. Wait a moment. Since the basic formation patterns can't withstand it, I'll just draw 2 sets of basic formation patterns. How could I have overlooked such a simple question? Li Xian shook his head. He had too much knowledge in his mind previously, so he had roughly read through the books on the shelf in front of him. As a result, he had not thought of this point yet. According to the books, Drawing 2 sets of basic formation patterns is extremely difficult. Let me give it a try. Li Xian took out the blank array disc and the array carving knife, as well as half of the spirit stones. These things were given to him by someone called Wang Dazu, one of the outer sect disciples, in order to consult him on the knowledge of cultivating spiritual power. At the moment, these things could be used to experiment and draw 2 sets of basic spiritual patterns. With anticipation, Li Xian took the array carving knife and began to draw the array patterns in the corner of the array disc bit by bit, in the form of 2 sets of array patterns. Relying on his powerful soul power and control, Li Xian quickly carved out the formation patterns. Then, through the interlocking method, he carved out a complete formation pattern. At the door of the scripture depository, the white-haired old man who was drinking tea suddenly looked in the direction of the scripture depository, surprise flashing in his eyes. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he quietly waited, a bright light flashing in his turbid eyes. Inside the scripture depository, Li Xian was engrossed in drawing. Through the connection of the formation patterns, the basic formation patterns were quickly linked together, forming a complete small protective barrier array formation. After doing all this, Li Xian took out the half-used spirit stone and decisively placed it in the center of the array plate. He chose to activate it without hesitation. Buzz! A circular protective barrier suddenly appeared and condensed in front of Li Xian. It was like a large round shield, protecting Li Xian in front of him. The moment this protective barrier appeared, the old man at the door stood up and looked at this scene in shock. He looked at Li Xian's 10-year-old child and the protective barrier that was even bigger than Li Xian. The shock in the old man's eyes became more and more obvious. However, he did not disturb Li Xian. Instead, he took a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart. He sat back down and continued drinking tea. However, his hand, which was holding the tea, was slightly unsteady. In the scripture depository, looking at the rate at which the spirit stones were being consumed, Li Xian frowned. He was slightly dissatisfied with the array formation he had created. This was because the rate at which the spirit stones were being consumed was a little faster than he had expected. This was not what Li Xian wanted. Furthermore, the time required to inscribe the formation was a little too long, so Li Xian was prepared to make some modifications. I'll go back and make some modifications. There are no more new array discs. Li Xian closed the button on the array disc and removed the protective barrier. Then, he took the array disc and walked out. Little friend, what is your name? Which elder's disciple are you? The white-haired old man suddenly asked. My name is Li Xian. I am an outer sect disciple. I belong to the low-level array formation hall under the guidance of Deacon Niu, Li Xian answered calmly. Deacon Niu? His skill isn't that good, the white-haired old man muttered and said again. Young friend Li Xian, your array disc isn't bad. How about giving it to me? I'll exchange it with a copy of the demon subduing array blueprint. I'll also give you 5 blank array discs and spirit stones, the white-haired old man said with a laugh. Sure. Li Xian nodded and handed the array disc over. The array disc that he had carved could not withstand a silver rank's attack at all. Its effect on a silver rank was to increase their inspiration. However, this bit of inspiration could not be compared to the demon subduing array blueprint, so he decisively chose to exchange. Good boy. In the future, if you encounter any problems that you can't solve, feel free to look for me. My name is Wu Yun. You can call me Elder Yun, the white-haired old man said with a smile. Okay, Elder Yun. After Li Xian took the blueprint of the demon subduing array blueprint, he could not help but immediately look at it. When he looked at it, he was instantly attracted by the arrangement of the array formation. Elder Yun smiled again when he saw this scene. He held the array disc and also looked at it. In the end, he was also attracted by it. By the time he recovered, Li Xian had already left, leaving him holding the array disc by himself. What an amazing little guy! He actually mastered the extremely difficult double formation pattern drawing method and successfully drew an array formation. Although it was a small protective barrier array formation, even the deacons couldn't do such an array formation. Only the elders could. The key point was that this little guy was obviously a disciple who had just entered the sect not long ago. For such a young disciple to be able to draw double formation patterns, he was definitely a super genius. If those old fellows knew that Li Xian's talent is so tyrannical, they would definitely fight like crazy to take Li Xian in as a disciple. The white-haired old man smiled slightly. He was prepared to tell this matter to the sect master so that the sect master could properly nurture him. It would also make the arrogant core disciples of the sect understand that they were still far behind. Chapter 325 Pretty Lady. Oh right, the sect master hasn't returned yet. Let's wait for a while. We can observe Li Xian for the next few days and see how fast he's improving. Elder Yun recalled that the sect master had left the sect and had not returned yet. He was prepared to talk about it later. On the other side, after Li Xian returned to his cave abode, he began to research how to improve the small protective barrier array formation. The consumption of spirit stones is a little fast, and it takes a little more time to inscribe. Can I only use double some of the formation patterns? Li Xian suddenly thought of this point and immediately began to study the formation patterns. The small protective barrier was actually very simple. To put it bluntly, it was just formation patterns connected together to form a protective barrier. It was not difficult at all. Li Xian carefully studied the research of these formation patterns. Through analysis, he selected 5 important formation patterns and began to take out the array disk to inscribe. These 5 formation patterns were the key to supporting the defensive barrier. If he could change them to double formation patterns, it would definitely increase the power of the defensive barrier. Li Xian was not sure how much it would increase, but it would allow him to create several small defensive barrier array disks in a short period of time. With such speed, Li Xian was able to successfully create the defensive barrier in a short period of time. After which, he placed spirit stones onto the array disks and began his experiment. Buzz! A white shield appeared, protecting Li Xian like a shield. Li Xian raised his right hand and flicked the shield lightly. Thud! With a dull sound, the shield trembled violently for a moment before stabilizing. Li Xian looked at the consumption of spirit stones and nodded in satisfaction. The power of the shield has increased by 50%, but the consumption of spirit stones has only increased by 10%. Not bad. Li Xian was very satisfied with his improvement. He immediately carved out the blank array discs that the old man had given him. It's about time. I'll sell these small protective barrier array discs later and exchange them for some new blank array discs and array formation books. That's all. Li Xian actually had a lot of spirit stones, so he didn't need to sell array discs at all. However, considering that he had joined the sect as a beggar, he decided to sell the array discs. Thus, he would not be exposed if he earned money from selling the array discs, and he would be able to learn more about array formations. Thinking of this, Li Xian decided to sell the array discs the next morning. At that moment, he naturally took out the demon subduing array blueprint and began to study it. This study lasted for an entire night. The next morning, the sun shone down on the earth, bringing vitality to all living things. Li Xian got up early and set up the array formation that had disappeared at the door. Considering that it was his cave abode, Li Xian spent more time and changed all the array patterns into double formation patterns. This also increased the power of the array formation by 3 times. After doing all this, Li Xian left the cave abode and headed to the trading area in the sect. There were many shops here, and many disciples of the sect were busy here. Li Xian even saw armored spiritual warriors and soldiers purchasing all kinds of arrays here. Li Xian did not pay attention to these people. Instead, he came to an array shop called the Reliance Shop. "Boss, do you take small protective barrier array discs?" Li Xian took out 5 small protective barrier array discs and said, "Yes. This little guy is quite cute. Which family are you from? The owner of the shop was a pretty lady. She was dressed in white and had a gentle temperament, but her fiery red eyes did not match her temperament. At this moment, the pretty lady was staring at Li Xian's face, looking very interested. Li Xian was a little speechless. Although he used the appearance of his soul and looked handsome, he had turned into a 10-year-old child. In the end, the shop owner was still staring at him, which really gave him a headache. I'll sell the small protective barrier array discs. The price must be 50% higher than the ordinary small protective barrier array discs, Li Xian said directly. 50% is nothing. Little guy, what's your name? The pretty lady did not care about money at all. Instead, she stared at Li Xian. My name is Li Xian. I'll buy some blank array discs and spirit stones with the money, Li Xian said helplessly. Sure. Lil Yun, go get 30 blank array discs and spirit stones. The pretty lady gave the order with a smile. Her eyes were still sizing up Li Xian. Yes, boss. A female shop assistant wanted to say something but hesitated. She seemed to feel that the price the boss offered was a bit high, but she did not dare to disobey the boss. She could only take out the blank array discs and spirit stones. Here are 30 blank array discs and 35 spirit stones. I'll give you 5 more spirit stones, the pretty lady said with a smile. No need, 30 is enough. Li Xian did not take more than 30 blank array discs and 30 spirit stones. He turned around and left without any hesitation. Only the pretty lady and the shop assistant named Lil Yun were left in the shop. What an interesting little guy. Not only is he cute, but he also has such a personality. The pretty lady was very interested in Li Xian. Even though Li Xian had left, she still looked at him with a smile. Boss, isn't your purchase price a little high? If you pay an extra 50%, we will lose money, Lil Yun said helplessly. It's okay. It's rare for me to be happy. It's fine if I spend extra. You have to understand that nothing is more important than me being happy. The pretty lady did not care at all. She looked like she did not lack money. All right. Lil Yun was helpless, but she could not say anything. There was nothing Lil Yun could do. This boss really did not lack money. She had the backing of the 7 stars sex gold rank Grand Elder. The pretty lady was even related to the heavenly sword sex expert who surpassed the gold rank. Almost no one in the entire 7 stars sect dared to provoke the pretty lady. Even the sect master had to give face to her. She was just that domineering. Therefore, although Lil Yun was helpless, she had nothing to say. She could only check the 5 array discs slightly. When he saw that there were no problems, he placed them on the counter. At this moment, a few figures wearing armor and military uniforms walked in. Their bodies were emitting a bloody aura. After they entered the shop, they cupped their hands toward the pretty lady with a very good attitude. One of them, a big man with a full beard, said in a muffled voice. Boss Song, there are new recruits this month. We need to buy more ordinary array discs. Do you have enough in the shop? It should be about the same. Lil Yun, take out all the ordinary array discs, the pretty lady said seriously. Okay. After a busy period, the bearded man left with everyone. He bought a lot of things, including Li Xian's small protective barrier array discs, and brought them back to the Devil Abyss Fortress. Li Xian did not know about all of this. He had already returned to the library and continued his journey of learning. 5 days later, in the bustling trading area, a group of men in military uniforms ran quickly and arrived at the pretty lady's Reliance Array formation stop in a hurry. It isn't a delivery day today. Why are you here today? Didn't you just purchase a few days ago? The pretty lady looked at the soldiers who suddenly rushed in and asked in puzzlement. She could not figure out why. Boss Song, we want to buy array discs. It's those 5 small defensive barrier array discs from before. We want as many as we can get, the leader with a full beard said seriously. Small defensive barrier array discs? This kind of array formation is only suitable for newcomers to transition. Why do you need so many? The pretty lady was surprised and did not quite understand why. Chapter 326 The shock brought by Li Xian's disc array. Rookie transition. When the bearded man heard this, he was stunned for a moment before he continued, although it's a transition, this kind of small defensive shield disc array is very good. It's very suitable to be used as a shield. Use it as a shield? Why would you choose to use it like this? Isn't the small defensive shield used as an array formation for the cave abode? Mei Liang Niang looked at the crowd with a strange look, but she didn't say anything else. Instead, she took out a pile of small protective shield array discs from under the counter and handed them to the crowd. Well, this is all that's left. Boss Li asked for this yesterday, so he specially brought it in, Mei Liang Niang said with a shrug. Is it what it looks like? The bearded man looked at the array formation and frowned. Then, he took out a spirit stone, inlaid it into an array disc, and pressed the start button. Swoosh! A white protective shield appeared, covering half of the bearded man's body, and his frown deepened. Then, he raised his fist and punched at the protective shield. Bang! The protective shield shattered, turning into light spots and dissipating in the world. Boss Song, we don't want this kind of small protective shield. We want high-quality ones, good ones, the bearded man said seriously. High-quality one? A good one? Aren't small defensive barriers all the same? The pretty lady was stunned and didn't understand what the bearded man meant. It can't be the same, Boss Song. Every time we charge at the front line and fight with the demonized creatures, we live on the edge of life and death every day, trying our best to protect the humans. A good small defensive barrier is very helpful to us. It can greatly improve the survival ability of the recruits. So I hope that Boss Song won't hide it. Please take it out. This is really important. The bearded man said seriously. Even though he knew that Boss Song had a deep background, he still raised this question seriously. Ah! Hide it! The pretty lady was so angry that she laughed. She had always been very serious in the military. She would never hide it. If there was something good, she would immediately take it out. Now that she was being slandered, she was really a little angry. However, considering the efforts of these soldiers, she still said patiently. The function of the small protective shield is the same. Even if it's a small protective shield made by a third-grade array formation master, its function won't be too strong. Its defensive power isn't much different. This is a basic array formation after all. There can't be much of a difference. Therefore, please don't say that I'm hiding it. There's no high-quality product here. Impossible. 5 days ago, I bought a small protective shield from you and saved 100 recruits. When they were familiarizing themselves with the environment in the Devil Abyss, they were attacked by demonized rats. Tens of thousands of demonized rats attacked, but only one heavenly sword sect disciple protected them. The scene was almost hopeless. Fortunately, someone used the small protective shield that they bought from you and blocked the demonized rats in front of them. Under the situation where tens of thousands of demonized rats were gnawing at them, the small protective shield actually held on until reinforcements arrived and saved all the recruits. Although the small protective shield broke in the end, all the recruits survived. Such a high-quality small protective shield is much stronger than the ones you used to have, and you still say that there are no high-quality ones. The bearded man said loudly, very dissatisfied with the high-quality formation discs that Brianna was hiding. This. When Brianna heard this, she was stunned. She suspected that she was hearing things. However, looking at the bearded man's serious expression and the expectant gazes of the surrounding soldiers, she felt that these soldiers were not lying. Brianna felt that these soldiers were not lying. However, she really did not have high-quality formation discs. The goods she bought were all from the 7 Stars Sex Formation Disc Hall. How could there be high-quality ones? Suddenly, Mei Liang Niang thought of the 5 formation discs that she bought 5 days ago. Thinking of Li Xian's figure, she hurriedly said, "The high-quality small protective shield that you bought from me is 5. Yes, it is indeed 5. The size of the protective shield is the same, and the appearance is the same, but the defensive power is extremely strong," the bearded man said solemnly. 5. It must be him. It's that handsome kid called Li Xian. He sold 5 formation discs to me 5 days ago, and they are the small protective shield formation discs, Mei Liang Niang suddenly said. Li Xian? Handsome kid? Can you give us another batch of such formation discs? These light and small formation discs are very suitable for us, the bearded man hurriedly said. Wait, I need to investigate. You guys go back first. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Mei Liang Niang took a deep breath and said with some excitement. Previously, when she bought these 5 formation discs, the price was higher than usual. She originally lost money, but she didn't expect the formation discs to be so powerful. They actually saved 100 recruits. Such a reversal made her somewhat incredulous. At the same time, she also became more and more curious about Li Xian. Okay, we'll come back tomorrow. The bearded man and the others bid farewell and left, preparing to come back tomorrow. After they left, Mei Liang Niang also closed the shop door, preparing to investigate Li Xian's intelligence. However, just as she locked the door and walked less than a kilometer, she saw her shop assistant Xiao Yun. Boss, the order form for the floating cloud disk array has been sent to them. They will send it over tomorrow. Xiao Yun hurriedly ran over. She had been sent to deliver the order previously and did not know about the military's visit. Let's not talk about this first. Follow me to investigate that child called Li Xian. He is the handsome child from 5 days ago, Mei Liang Niang said seriously. Investigate Li Xian? That handsome child? I say boss, he is just a child. Aren't you too obsessed with looks? Xiao Yun said helplessly. What obsession with looks? I have something to talk to him about. Something big. Mei Liang Niang shrugged her shoulders helplessly. Something big? Don't tell me you are using a high price to buy that child's disc array again. We have already lost money previously. Xiao Yun said in a weak voice. Lost money? What do you know? Those 5 disc arrays saved 100 new recruits. Mei Liang Niang said solemnly. Saved 100 new recruits? What's the situation? Xiao Yun asked blankly. It's like this. Just now, the people from the military came over and stated that they wanted to buy Li Xian's disc array. The reason why it was like this was because when the new recruits were familiarizing themselves with the demon abyss, they were attacked by tens of thousands of demon rats. And Li Xian's disc array protected the recruits until the rescue arrived, saving their lives. III. The pretty girl explained bit by bit, recounting everything that happened just now. Xiao Yun was stunned when she heard that. She felt like she was in a dream. Really? You really saved so many people? Xiao Yun couldn't believe it. How could the military joke about this? The disc array made by Li Xian is not simple. It might have been modified and become more powerful. We have to figure out what is going on. If this kind of formation disc can be mass-produced, it can help the military better defend against the attack of the demonized creatures and save more people. The pretty lady solemnly explained and decided to figure out the whole story. I didn't expect it to be like this. From the looks of it, Li Xian is very likely a new disciple who joined the sect this year. If he modified and made it himself, then his talent will probably be very strong. He is definitely a super genius, Xiao Yun said with a tight face. Yes, so we must find out. Chapter 327 Completing a Mission. After the two of them finished speaking, they left in a hurry. They went to the sect to investigate the information regarding Li Xian. Li Xian did not know anything about the matter of the pretty lady. At this moment, he was accepting a mission in the mission hall. According to the rules of the Seven Stars sect, outer sect disciples had to complete a mission every month. Li Xian had been studying all this month and did not complete any missions. On this day, he would do it while he was at it. At this moment, he was scanning through the missions on the mission board. Looking at the densely packed list of missions, he continued to search. Head to the Devil Abyss Fortress to repair the defensive array formation of the city wall. The reward is 500 spirit stones. Head to the vicinity of the Devil Abyss Fortress to repair the damaged demon subduing array formation. The reward is 1000 spirit stones. Set up a spirit gathering array formation at the Sex Spirit Herb Peak. The reward is 50 spirit stones. Set up 30 small protective barrier array formations at the Sex Spirit Beast Mountain's Beast Lair to prevent spirit beasts from randomly running out of the cave. The reward is 50 spirit stones, 50 blank array discs, and 5 basic array formations. Li Xian quietly looked at these formations and finally decided on the Spirit Beast Mountain's mission. This mission was very suitable for him, and the reward was not bad either. It was the knowledge he needed the most about formations. Without hesitation, Li Xian immediately took out his identity token and prepared to accept the Spirit Beast Mountain's mission. Little guy, this mission is quite hard. Do you really want to accept this mission? The young lady at the mission counter asked with a smile, her big eyes staring at Li Xian's handsome face. MMHM. Li Xian nodded without the slightest hesitation. All right, you can do your best. Here is the mission location and mission token. The young lady at the counter handed the mission to Li Xian, then took out another mission token. Thank you. Li Xian took the item, turned around and left with large strides, and headed towards the mission location without the slightest hesitation. The location of the Spirit Beast Mountain was not far, it was just a small mountain next door. It did not take long for Li Xian to rush here, and he saw the appearance of the Spirit Beast Mountain. Rather than calling the Spirit Beast Mountain a mountain, it was more like a small mound. The mountain was so small that it did not look like it. At the foot of the small mountain, there was a protective array formation, seemingly to prevent the spirit beasts from escaping. Around the small mountain, there were many small caves that were densely dug. These were all the spirit beasts' lairs. Li Xian's mission was to set up a small protective barrier array formation at the entrance of the lairs to prevent the spirit beasts from running around. After Li Xian took the mission token and entered, the person he was handed over to was a clumsy little girl. He did not see the manager of the Spirit Beast Mountain, Deacon Zhang. Well, my father has gone out. Why don't we wait for him to come back before setting up the formation? Those spirit beasts are very fierce, the little girl said weakly. It's fine. It's just some poultry and livestock. It's not a big deal. Li Xian used his god's perspective to scan the area and discovered that most of them were spirit chickens, spirit ducks, spirit rabbits, spirit dogs, spirit pigs, and the like. The biggest one was only a spirit elephant, and its strength was very low. It was just a low-level bronze rank. With such weak strength, plus they were not fierce demonic beasts, Li Xian did not care at all. He directly took the tools and the blank array disc and headed toward the mission nest. I'll help you. The little girl took a broom and followed him with some worry. All right. Li Xian did not mind it and went straight to the spirit duck's cave. He took the array disc and set up a small protective barrier array formation. The mission this time was to stop the spirit beasts from running out of the cave. When Li Xian was carving the formation patterns, he used 5 double formation patterns to make the formation stronger. In any case, it did not take much time. This way, he could finish it once and for all and prevent any accidents from happening again. With this kind of carving, the first small protective barrier array formation was quickly completed. Li Xian placed it at the entrance of the spirit duck's cave. All right, next. Li Xian stood up and walked in the direction of the spirit rabbit with something in his hand. The speed at which you set up the formation is so fast. I need a few hours to set up a formation, and I often make mistakes that cause the array disk to break. Can you teach me? The little girl followed closely behind Li Xian. Her large, pure eyes were filled with anticipation. Her small face was fair and adorable, just like a porcelain doll. This formation is rather complicated. You won't be able to learn it. Li Xian shook his head. This formation used double formation patterns. Even though it was only for 5 formation patterns, it was not something that the little girl could learn. At the very least, she would need to be a first-tier array formation master to have any hope of learning it. Thus, Li Xian decisively refused. He directly walked to the nearby spirit rabbit's cave and began to set up the second array formation. Is that so? The little girl was a little disappointed, but she still mustered up her courage. She clenched her fair little fists and said, I'll work hard. I must learn the small protective barrier array formation as soon as possible. You can watch. Li Xian glanced at the little girl and continued to draw the array formation. However, it attracted the spirit rabbit to approach. The little girl hurriedly grabbed the broom and chased away the spirit rabbits to prevent them from disturbing Li Xian. At the same time, she helped Li Xian pass something over and carefully watched the process of Li Xian's array formation. Seeing how serious the little girl was, Li Xian occasionally gave her a few pointers and shared some knowledge about array formations. Immediately, the little girl's eyes lit up. The two of them continued to set up array formations from the first cave to the 29th cave at an unbelievable speed. One had to know that even a first-tier array formation master would need 2 days to set up these 29 array formations. However, Li Xian actually completed it in 1 day and even strengthened it slightly. This caused the little girl to look at Li Xian with admiration. She felt that Li Xian was even more powerful than her father. It's the last array formation. Let's go. Li Xian turned around and headed toward the last cave. However, when he reached the vicinity of the cave, Li Xian realized that the little girl did not dare to leave. I'm a little scared. Why don't I wait for my father to return before setting up the array? The little girl said fearfully. Why? You weren't that scared of the spirit elephant just now. Now, there are only some spirit geese here. Why are you scared? Li Xian raised his eyebrows. Those geese are always pecking people. Even my father pecked. I've been chased and pecked several times, the little girl said worriedly. It's fine. They won't peck people with me around. Li Xian walked to the last cave entrance carelessly. But they're really fierce. They peck everyone. Be careful. Don't go near them. The little girl was worried and reminded Li Xian to be careful. In the end, the little girl was quickly stunned. She looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She saw 5 or 6 spirit geese standing quietly around Li Xian. They were constantly sizing up Li Xian. They even brought food from not far away and handed it to Li Xian. The little girl was stunned by this scene. Her little head was a little muddled. Strange, why aren't they pecking you? The little girl could not figure it out. She did not understand what was going on. Don't worry about them. Clean up the entrance of the cave. I'll start setting up the array formation, Li Xian said as he drew the array disc. Okay. Okay. The little girl could not figure it out, but she still walked over obediently. She originally thought that she would be pecked, but what surprised her was that these spirit geese actually stopped pecking her, which made her very surprised. What's going on? This time, the little girl was really confused. She felt that the way she went out today was somewhat wrong. The spirit geese that had always been fierce actually changed their nature on this day. It was really strange that they stopped pecking people. Chapter 328 The surprise brought by Li Xian. The clumsy little girl could not figure out the reason no matter how hard she tried. Even after she cleaned up and watched Li Xian finish setting up the array formation, she still could not understand what was going on. Alright, the mission is completed. I'll go to the mission hall to hand in the mission, said Li Xian after he finished setting up the array formation. Okay. Okay. The little girl nodded her head. She was still very confused and could not figure out what exactly was going on. However, she still hurriedly sent Li Xian out and returned to the spirit geese in a daze. She was prepared to go over and take a look at the situation. In the end, something unexpected happened. When the spirit geese saw her, they immediately spread their snow-white wings and stretched out their long necks to peck at the little girl. Their mouths were like pincers as they pecked at her calf. Don't come over. The little girl was so scared that her face turned pale. She ran out of the spirit goose's nest in a panic. After running for dozens of meters, she finally dared to look back. She saw that the spirit goose was growling wildly with its big wings as if it was triumphant. This scene made the little girl indignant. At the same time, when she thought of the scene when Li Xian was there, she was puzzled. What on earth is going on? Why didn't the spirit geese peck him? They even brought food to him. Strange. The little girl sank into a state of confusion. No matter how hard she tried, her little head couldn't turn around. Her entire person was in a daze. I'm back. A loud and clear voice sounded. Immediately after, a handsome middle-aged man walked over from afar. He was none other than Deacon Zhang of the Spirit Beast Mountain. Father, you're back. The people from the mission hall have come. They've finished setting up 30 array formations, the little girl hurriedly said. Finished setting up the 30 formations? That fast? That's impossible. Even a first-tier array formation master would need 2 days to set up 30 array formations. Could it be that the one who came this time is a tier 2 array formation master? Deacon Zhang said blankly. No, this time it's a handsome young man who looks like he's 11 or 12 years old, the little girl explained softly. Handsome young man? 11 or 12 years old? Are you sure? Deacon Zhang said solemnly. Yes, I followed him to finish setting up the 30 arrays. He even gave me some pointers. He's such a good person, the little girl replied again. Oh. Deacon Zhang frowned, feeling a little strange. It was mainly about the 30 array formations. Even a first-tier array formation master needed 2 days to set them up. At the moment, an 11 or 12-year-old young man had set them up so quickly. This was really unbelievable. Even Deacon Zhang felt that his daughter might have been deceived. That youth might have used a well-made array disc and placed it directly in the nest, not setting up the array according to the situation on the scene. Damn it! If he dares to use such a low-quality method to fool the mission, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Deacon Zhang turned his head angrily and walked towards the spirit rabbit area. Father, what did you say? A low-quality method? The little girl was at a loss. Daughter, you might not know this, but previously, in order to complete the mission faster, a disciple actually used array discs that had been drawn beforehand to set up the array formation, resulting in a lot of problems later on. Today, this youth completed the mission so quickly, so it's very likely that he used this method. I have to check it, Deacon Zhang said angrily. Father, it won't be like that. I saw the array disc he drew, and it wasn't drawn in advance, the little girl guaranteed. He might have carved on the spot in front of you. He might have secretly changed it. I have to check. After he finished speaking, Deacon Zhang raised his hand and attacked the nest. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. A white protective barrier suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his attack. It actually blocked it. Deacon Zhang was surprised. He could not believe that the protective shield had actually blocked his attack. One had to know that he had used spiritual power in this attack. Even a simple and crude formation could be shattered with a single punch. That's not right. This formation actually didn't shake. Deacon Zhang's expression became serious. Normally, even a small protective barrier set up by a second-tier array formation master would have been shaken by his punch. However, this small protective barrier actually did not shake at all. It was unbelievably stable. With a look of disbelief, he threw another punch. This time, he used even more strength, and it was more than enough to shatter an ordinary small protective barrier with a single punch. Bang! A dull sound rang out once more. The white protective shield shook twice before stabilizing once more. Other than the fact that some spirit stones had been consumed, there was nothing abnormal about it. It actually blocked it again. Deacon Zhang was shocked. He could not believe what he had just seen, and he even doubted his own life. In order to check if there was something wrong with him, he took out the small protective barrier array disc he bought from his storage bag. After activating it, he threw a punch at it. Crack! With a crack, the small protective barrier he bought shattered and turned into stars. Looking at the shattered protective shield he bought and the intact protective shield at the entrance of the cave, Deacon Zhang's expression became more and more serious. He raised his fist and threw another punch. This time, he increased his strength. Bang! The shaking of the formation became more intense, but in the end, it stabilized and returned to its original state. This. Deacon Zhang was shocked and continued to test the formation quickly. In the end, the formation turned into dust after he threw a few punches and completely shattered. What a stable formation! This is definitely the best of the best. Deacon Zhang's expression was very serious. He immediately turned around to look at his daughter and said solemnly, "Daughter, is the person who set up the formation really a youth? What is his name? This matter is very important. You must not hide it. He is very likely to be a super genius." "Father, I can guarantee that he's really a youth, and definitely not more than 12 years old. Unfortunately, I don't know his name, but since he went to accept the mission, there will be a mission record in his identity token." "Father, you can go to the mission hall to investigate based on this point," the little girl said clearly. "Right, how could I forget about this matter? Wait for me here. I'll go to the mission hall and give the mission reward to the mission hall while I'm at it. They'll issue it." After he finished speaking, Deacon Zhang immediately stood up and prepared to leave. However, in order to be cautious, he tested the remaining formations and found that each one was very stable. "Oh right, Father, when that handsome youth was setting up the formations, a strange thing happened. Our spirit geese usually like to peck people, and they're especially fierce. However, when he went in, the spirit geese actually didn't peck him. They even gave him food. They even stopped pecking me. It's very strange," the little girl suddenly said. "Oh? There's such a thing?" Deacon Zhang was surprised. The spirit geese on the mountain were indeed fierce and had pecked many people. However, it actually did not peck that handsome youth. This was somewhat strange. "It's true. I promise," the little girl said seriously. "I know. It seems that this youth isn't simple. Perhaps he received the blessing of nature." Deacon Zhang guessed, but he was not sure. He was going to tell the sect master about this, and the sect master would verify it himself. Chapter 329 Rushing to take in a disciple. Just like that, Deacon Zhang left and headed straight for the mission hall. On the other side, Li Xian handed over the mission in the mission hall and turned around to walk toward the cave abode. He did not receive the reward for this mission yet and had to get it the next day. Li Xian understood the reason. The mission hall definitely needed to confirm with the person who gave out the mission before giving out the reward. This was mission hall's usual practice. Everyone was like this. Li Xian naturally understood the reason, so he did not hesitate to walk toward the cave abode. As he walked, he saw a group of people in front of his cave abode from afar. They were surrounding the small protective barrier array formation that he had set up to check. Deacon Niu, who was in charge of teaching them, squatted on the ground. He was holding a paper and a pen as he carefully recorded something. Li Xian's arrival attracted everyone's attention. Deacon Niu immediately stood up and said to Li Xian, "You're finally back. Quickly tell me what's going on with this array formation? Why is its power stronger than ordinary small protective barriers?" After Deacon Niu finished speaking, he looked at Li Xian with anticipation. He had been reading at home when a student suddenly said that a small protective barrier array formation had appeared in front of Li Xian's house. This shocked Deacon Niu quite a bit. He immediately ran over to take a look. After some confirmation, he found that this formation was very powerful. It was much stronger than an ordinary small protective barrier. This had also aroused his curiosity. Then, he began his research here, attracting quite a number of people to watch. Unfortunately, he had watched it for a long time and still could not figure out what was going on. He had no choice but to take out his notebook to record it. When he saw Li Xian return, he immediately asked for the reason, wanting to know why the formation was so strong. "This is simple. I improved the small protective barrier array formation." After Li Xian finished speaking, he released the array formation, picked up the array discs that he had set up, and began to explain. "Look here. In the runes of the array formation, I made changes and used double formation patterns. These 5 runes are the most important points in the formation. As long as you strengthen the formation patterns, you can greatly increase the power of the small protective barrier array formation." Li Xian explained bit by bit, telling him his train of thought. Deacon Niu was stunned when he heard this, especially when he saw Li Xian calmly narrating his experience and understanding of the array formation. At this moment, Deacon Niu finally understood that Li Xian was a super genius at array formation. "Li Xian, wait for me here for a moment. I'll be right back." "Oh right, lend me this array disc," Deacon Niu said solemnly. "Okay." Li Xian handed the array disc over, not taking it seriously at all. He knew very clearly that the trap he had laid down had finally worked. He would definitely be valued by the sect in the future. He would be able to learn a large amount of array formation knowledge and even obtain the Transcendence Fruit. "Don't leave. I'll be back soon." Deacon Niu took the array disc and reminded him once more. Then, he left in a flash to report this matter to the skinny 5th elder. After he left, the students present did not leave. Instead, the way they looked at Li Xian changed. In the past, they only knew that Li Xian's spiritual qi talent was of the highest grade. Logically speaking, he should have joined the war hall and learned how to fight, becoming a powerful spiritual warrior. However, they did not expect that Li Xian would be so dedicated to learning array formations. This also caused many people to secretly say that Li Xian was stupid. He had the talent, but he would not use it. Instead, he insisted on learning array formations, wasting his talent. In the end, they did not expect it. Not only was Li Xian's spiritual qi talent of the highest grade, but his talent in array formations was also extremely powerful. In a short period of time, he not only set up a small protective barrier array formation but also improved it. One had to know that a small protective barrier array formation was very difficult for rookies. It was already good enough for students like them to be able to set it up within 3 months, let alone improve it. However, Li Xian had done it. This also showed the huge gap between Li Xian and them. Under such a gap, the way everyone looked at Li Xian completely changed. Some people even had the idea of fawning over him. "Big brother Li Xian, you're really amazing. You're even so strong in array formations. It seems that I'll have to ask you for advice on array formations in the future," Wang Dazhu said with a smile. Previously, in order to fawn over Li Xian, he had asked Li Xian for advice on the aspect of spiritual qi. He had even given Li Xian an array disc and spirit stones. At this moment, only he could speak up. The others really did not know how to fawn over him. Li Xian did not say anything more and only nodded. His attitude was still as cold as before. Big brother Li Xian, I have two types of array formation blueprints here. One is the fire-spitting array formation, and the other is the illusion array formation. These two array formations were passed down from my ancestors, but I have never been able to set them up. When you have time later, can you give me some pointers? Please. Wang Dazhou took out two array formation blueprints and respectfully handed them to Li Xian. Li Xian took the array formation blueprints and looked at them. He discovered that these two array formations were not bad. He nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Sure, I'll go back and study them first." "All right, big brother Li Xian, you do your work." "You do your work," Wang Dazhou hurriedly said with a happy expression on his face. MMHM. Li Xian left and returned to his cave abode to begin his research. When the surrounding people saw this scene and saw that Wang Dazhou and Li Xian had formed a relationship, they all looked at Wang Dazhou with envious gazes. Some people even began to suck up Wang Dazhou. This kind of sucking up made Wang Dazhou even happier. In his heart, he made up his mind that he must have a good relationship with Li Xian and do his best to be Li Xian's little brother. Even if he was older than Li Xian, Wang Dazhou was willing to be Li Xian's little brother. On the other side, Deacon Niu reported the matter of the array disc to the fifth elder. Immediately, this thin and small elder was astonished. After learning about the improvement of the array disc, the fifth elder could not help but exclaim, "Genius, truly a genius, to actually rely on this method to improve the array formation. Not only did it increase the power of the array formation, but it also did not take much time. Truly remarkable. This won't do, I want this disciple for sure. I'll go take in a disciple now." After finishing his words, the fifth elder left in a hurry, going to Li Xian's cave abode to prepare to take in a disciple. However, when he came to the vicinity of the cave abode, he saw the first elder standing there with a pretty lady. There was also Deacon Zhang of the Spirit Beast Mountain and his father, the second elder. Seeing this scene, the fifth elder was shocked in his heart and secretly cried out that things were not looking good. This was because these two elders were very powerful and had a deep understanding of array formations. Since they were standing at the entrance of Li Xian's cave abode, they might be here to snatch a disciple. The skinny fifth elder felt that he could deal with the second elder, but he had no way to deal with the first elder. This was because the pretty lady beside the first elder had the backing of a gold rank powerhouse. Who would dare to provoke such a person? However, when he thought of such a good disciple, the fifth elder secretly gritted his teeth and prepared to go all out. He had to accept this disciple. I didn't think that even the fifth elder would come. Looks like it won't be easy to accept Li Xian as a disciple today, the second elder said helplessly. It's inevitable. I will definitely take Li Xian as a disciple today. The fifth elder had a decisive and domineering attitude. Even his spiritual energy was vibrating. It seemed that he was determined to take Li Xian as a disciple. Chapter 330 Comparing people was infuriating. Are you sure you want me to take him in? With just you? The first elder blew his beard and glared at the fifth elder. His body also rippled with spiritual power, and he stared at the fifth elder without showing any weakness. Because it's my turn to take in a disciple? Even if you are the first elder, don't even think about competing with me, the fifth elder said angrily. Is that so? It seems like we will have to exchange a few moves soon. It's a good time to stretch out. The first elder twisted his neck and let out a series of crackling sounds. His thin and weak body suddenly expanded and directly transformed into a small giant with bulging muscles. The fifth elder narrowed his eyes. The aura around his body suddenly soared and a purple light flashed in his eyes. Hey, hey, hey! If you have something to say, let's talk it out. The two of you don't have to fight. The second elder saw that things were not looking good and hurriedly tried to dissuade them. Boom! At the Seven Stars Sect main hall, the travel-worn sect master Zhao sat on a white crane demonic beast and slowly descended from the sky. When he saw the words 7 Stars Sect Main Hall, he heaved a sigh of relief. I'm finally back. This trip was really tiring. However, the Beast Tamer sect has finally settled down. Sect Master Zhao muttered and was about to leave when he turned his head to look not far away. He noticed that someone was running towards him at high speed. This was the sect's deacon Niu. He was also the most respected deacon under the elders. He even had a chance of becoming an elder in the future. However, the usually steady and confident deacon Niu was actually running anxiously toward him. This kind of behavior made Sect Master Zhao puzzled. He guessed that something had happened to the sect. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Sect Master Zhao asked from afar. Sect Master Zhao, something's happened. The first elder, second elder, and fifth elder are fighting in the outer disciple area. They're all angry, Deacon Niu shouted as he ran. They're fighting? Why? Why are they fighting all of a sudden? Sect Master Zhao was puzzled. Reporting to Sect Master. They're fighting for a disciple. The sect has accepted a genius disciple named Li Xian. He's very powerful. The 3 elders aren't willing to give up. They're fighting directly, Deacon Niu explained hurriedly. Genius disciple? Is it necessary? There are many geniuses in the sect. Just give 1 disciple to each of them later. Sect Master Zhao shook his head speechlessly. He felt that these elders were too weak. They actually fought for a disciple. No, this disciple is very extraordinary. I only taught him the small protective barrier array formation. In the end, he set it up in a few days. The key point is that he even improved it. Sect Master Zhao, look. Deacon Niu took out the array disk made by Li Xian and activated the array formation immediately. He explained the relevant situation and even demonstrated it once. Sect Master Zhao listened quietly. At first, he did not think much of it. He felt that the elders were too weak. However, as he watched, his expression changed. After figuring out the reason for the improvement of the array formation, he immediately said, "Is this disciple called Li Xian really just received this year? Is he really only 10 years old?" "Yes, Sect Master Zhao. I personally received Li Xian from the sect. It's absolutely true." Deacon Niu immediately guaranteed. Good, good, good. It just so happens that I still lack a disciple. Isn't that why I'm here? I must accept this Li Xian as my disciple. After Sect Master Zhao finished speaking, he left with a whoosh. In a moment, he disappeared into the distance. Deacon Niu was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that Sect Master went over to snatch the disciples? If Sect Master also fought with the elders, then we would be in big trouble. Deacon Niu suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known that the Sect Master also wanted to snatch the disciple, he would not have come over to report it even if he was beaten to death. There was no other way. The fight between the 3 elders was already chaotic enough. If the Sect Master also went over to fight, then it would definitely cause a big disturbance. Deacon Niu, who was worried that something might happen, hurriedly ran to the outer disciple area, afraid that something might happen. After running for a while, he finally returned to the outer disciple area. From afar, he saw that the first elder's left eye had been beaten black, and there was a big footprint on the second elder's clothes. As for the fifth elder, his nose was already bleeding, but he was still fighting fiercely with the second elder. As for the matter that made Deacon Niu uncomfortable, the sect master and the first elder were already fighting. For a moment, spiritual power flashed, and a tyrannical aura wantonly rippled, shocking many disciples who were watching from afar. However, as everyone watched, they suddenly thought of themselves, and for some reason, they felt a little sad. They had been studying for many years. Every day, they worked hard to cultivate and study hard, wanting to show off and be accepted as disciples. In the end, no one was willing to accept them as disciples. Not to mention the elders, even the deacons did not want to accept them as disciples. When they saw the 3 elders and the sect leader fighting crazily here in order to accept Li Xian as a disciple, the other disciples watching felt their hearts hurt. Damn it, why did someone want to take this kid as a disciple the moment he arrived? Moreover, there are so many people fighting for him. Why did no one pay attention to me even after I studied for several years? It's unfair. Exactly. Last time, I spent a lot of spirit stones and tried to get Deacon Lu to take me as his disciple. In the end, he complained that I wasn't talented enough and told me to get lost. Now, the elders and the sect master who have higher statuses than deacons are actually fighting to the death to take Li Xian as their disciple. This is really too annoying. Exactly. Isn't Li Xian just a little more talented? Isn't he just handsome? Why did they all take him as their disciple? Why is no one paying attention to me? This is simply unfair. A group of older outer sect disciples watched the scene in front of them with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The more they watched, the worse they felt. They felt that the world was too unfair. Everyone, don't worry. Something will definitely happen to Li Xian this time. Think about it. The elders and the sect master are fighting over Li Xian. Whichever kid chooses, he will offend the other 3 people. This isn't an easy choice, someone said. That's right. The sect master and the elders have their own factions. The conflict isn't low. If the choice isn't good, something will happen, another person said sourly. It seems like that's really the case. When everyone heard this, they suddenly felt less troubled. Although the higher UPS did not accept them as disciples, they would not encounter any difficult problems either. Li Xian would soon encounter a difficult problem or even a big one. Thinking of this, some people gloated in their hearts, ready to see how unlucky Li Xian would be. Boom! A terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the sky. A figure with a golden light around his body suddenly appeared, exuding a power that made people's hearts palpitate. Arrow. Those golden wings, that shining golden armor, the extreme pressure that made people feel when they just appeared. At this moment, everyone was moved. All the disciples hurriedly knelt down. Even the sect master and elders were the same. They all called out respectfully, "Greetings, Grand Elder. I know what happened. From now on, Li Xian is my disciple. Do you have any objections?" A woman's voice came from the sky. Her voice was very clear and melodious, but there was no room for doubt. "No, no objections." The sect leader and elders hurriedly replied. How could they dare to have any objections? All of them respectfully knelt down. "All right, that's it." The golden figure waved her small white hand. In an instant, a large golden hand descended from the sky and grabbed Li Xian out of the cave abode. Then, she flew off into the distance. When they saw this scene, they saw that Li Xian had become the disciple of the Grand Elder. Those outer sect disciples who were gloating and ready to see Li Xian's misfortune were all dumbfounded and confused. They had originally thought that Li Xian would be targeted because he had made the wrong choice and offended another faction. In the end, not only would Li Xian not be targeted, he would even receive better treatment. After all, he was the disciple of the Grand Elder. With the Grand Elder as a backer, no one would dare to offend Li Xian in the future. Everyone could only suck up to him. Chapter 331 Huo Linger. This change was something that none of the disciples had expected. The outer sect disciples were so frustrated that they wanted to bang their heads against the wall. They really wanted to say, comparing people can really infuriate people to death. Therefore, at this moment, these disciples looked like they had nothing to live for and felt that their lives were in darkness. Ignoring the feelings of the outer sect disciples, their gazes landed on Li Xian's side. At this moment, Li Xian was looking at a beautiful red-haired beauty. Both of them were staring at each other without saying a word. After a long while, the red-haired beauty opened her mouth and said in a clear voice, "Little fellow, you have guts. You dare to look at me directly? Why? Do you have a problem with me accepting you as my disciple? No, I'm just curious, said Li Xian. He was indeed very curious. Although he had seen gold rank experts before, he had never seen such a young one. Moreover, this expert was a woman. In addition, the aura that the other party emitted was very powerful. Li Xian naturally understood how powerful the other party was. That's true. You're still young and haven't seen many silver rank experts, let alone gold rank ones. Alright, from now on, you'll be me, Huo Linger's disciple. You'll also be the 10th personal disciple of the Seven Stars sect. Huo Linger said confidently. She was also very happy to be able to receive such a disciple. Thus, she smiled and announced that she would accept Li Xian as her disciple. MMHM, do you have any gifts? For example, transcendence fruits, Li Xian suddenly said. Transcendence fruit? What do you want this thing for? To increase your soul power. The transcendence fruit does not increase one's soul power much. Its main function is to improve one's skills. Wait, don't tell me you have a special skill. Huo Linger suddenly asked, her fiery red eyes carefully sizing up Li Xian. Can't I have a special skill? Li Xian calmly replied. Huo Linger was slightly stunned when she heard this. Then, a trace of excitement flashed through her eyes. She held back her excitement and asked. Do you really have a special skill? Yes, there's more than one. After Li Xian finished speaking, he opened his right hand. In an instant, fiery red flames rose from his palm and continuously shook and twisted in the air. Following Li Xian's will, they continuously changed into various animal shapes. Finally, they turned into a firebird and flew toward Huo Linger. Bang! A weak sound rang out. The firebird struck Huo Linger's fair arm and instantly turned into flames that were absorbed by Huo Linger. Seeing this scene, Huo Linger was shocked. This? What kind of skill is this? To be able to control flames at will? How is this possible? Huo Linger was shocked and looked at Li Xian in disbelief. She had seen many people with special skills, but this was the first time she had seen someone like Li Xian who could control flames at will. The key point was that she had previously understood that Li Xian had the talent of the darkness attribute while she had the fire attribute. Thus, she still felt a little regretful. She felt that her fire god technique did not match Li Xian's. However, the move that Li Xian had just displayed had shattered her regret and turned her into a disciple who was very compatible with her. This shocked Huo Linger, but at the same time, her heart was also filled with ecstasy. She had never expected that she had originally only valued Li Xian's talent and comprehension of array formations. In the end, she had not expected that. Not only did Li Xian have a special skill, but he also had the fire attribute. This made Huo Linger feel as if she was in a dream. She felt that she had hit the jackpot. Good, good, good. This is really good. I have finally received a disciple that suits me. Moreover, it is a disciple that suits me very, very well. Ha 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 ha. Huo Linger was overjoyed. She immediately burst into laughter. She laughed so heartily that she looked at Li Xian as if she was looking at a treasure. Cough, cough. Don't look at me like that. I prefer the transcendence fruit. Li Xian ignored Huo Linger's fiery gaze and directly brought up the transcendence fruit. Earlier, when he displayed his fire attribute skill, he was testing the other party to see if he could be valued by the other party. In the end, he had made the right bet. Due to his skill, the other party's attitude had changed drastically in an instant, and he valued him even more. Of course, there was also a risk involved. If a gold rank expert wanted to study him, then he would have to bear the risk. However, Li Xian was not afraid. At most, he could self-destruct and return to the summoned beast world, then, he could change his body and return. After all, he had a trump card. This was also one of the reasons why he was fearless. He even asked Huo Linger for benefits as a matter of course. Kid, you're really impolite. Since you've become my disciple and are so compatible with me, then how can you lack transcendence fruits? Huo Linger smiled slightly and raised her right hand to pinch Li Xian's chin. She smiled and said, "You seem to have said earlier that you have more than one talent? What's the other one? Can I not say it?" Li Xian raised his hand to slap the other party's small hand away and said calmly. "Interesting. Good. These transcendence fruits are a gift from your master." Huo Linger waved her right hand, and in an instant, 10 transcendence fruits appeared in front of Li Xian. Each of them was a fire attribute transcendence fruit. Seeing these transcendence fruits, Li Xian's eyes lit up. He took them over and began to absorb them without hesitation. Hey, 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 the energy contained in these things is too terrifying. Be careful, don't absorb too much. Huo Linger was worried that something would happen to Li Xian, so she hurriedly reminded him. It's okay. Some people are destined to be extraordinary. Li Xian smiled indifferently and began to absorb them crazily. He absorbed all 10 transcendence fruits in one go. Buzz! Intense energy undulations rippled around Li Xian's body, causing his aura to roil wildly. His soul power continued to grow stronger, and his telekinesis became even more powerful as his soul grew stronger. Ding! Advancement was successful. The fireball skill has advanced to the transcendent level. Ding! Advancement was successful. Flame blast skill has advanced to the transcendent level. Ding! Advancement was successful. Fire dragon skill has advanced to the transcendent level. 10 mechanical sounds rang out. Li Xian's aura continued to grow stronger. His soul had also received a large amount of nourishment and had become much stronger. Such an increase also made Li Xian's control over the fire attribute increase once again, becoming even easier. I've become stronger. Li Xian raised a finger. In an instant, a fireball the size of a mouse appeared at the tip of his finger. It continuously rotated, absorbing the fire attribute spiritual power and continuously solidifying. When Huo Linger saw this scene, her eyes were filled with joy once again. She felt that Li Xian's control over the flames was too strong, to think that he could control the fireball so easily. Good, good, good. Very good. With your spiritual chi aptitude and this fire talent, it won't be a problem for you to reach gold rank in the future. You might even be able to break through to higher ranks. Huo Linger smiled. The more she looked at this little disciple, the more she liked him. Then can you give me some more transcendence fruits? Li Xian asked greedily again. Kid, don't be too greedy. Although the transcendence fruits are not bad and can slightly increase the strength of the soul, the power contained in this thing is too strong. If you absorb too much of it, your body will easily explode and die. You've already absorbed 10 of them. You absolutely can't take them again within a year. Otherwise, something will happen to your body. How about this, I'll give you another 10 transcendence fruits a year from now. What do you think? Huo Linger said seriously. A year from now? All right then. Li Xian nodded. He just so happened to be planning to settle down and study array formations. Settling down for a year or two was not a big deal, so he naturally nodded his head and agreed readily. Very good. Next, I'll teach you the fire god technique. This is a cultivation technique passed down from the ancestors, and it can burn all evil demons. At the same time, as long as you learn it, you will be able to use the technique automatically. It will cleanse your body and allow you to form the fire spirit body. This will make the power of the flames even stronger. Huo Linger spoke arrogantly. Her fiery red eyes flashed with a bright light. There was also an extremely powerful might that covered a large area around her. Chapter 332 He learned it in just 7 days? Li Xian could not help but take a few more glances at Huo Linger. The other party's pride, which came from the depths of her bones, was reflected in the extreme at this moment. Li Xian could also understand that the other party must have had extraordinary talent from a young age. She must have been nurtured by many people to reach her current level. This kind of experience also shaped Huo Linger's current personality. On the other hand, Li Xian possessed the experiences from his previous life on Earth. On top of that, he had undergone countless reincarnations and battles, and he had died in many perilous situations. These experiences had made Li Xian seem much more mature, and he was not as direct as Huo Linger. Alright, I'll teach you the fire god technique now. However, you must be mentally prepared. The fire god technique is extremely domineering, and to be able to enter the top 5 in the entire world, the difficulty of learning it is extremely high. Back then, with my talent and comprehension ability, it took me a month to learn it. My master even praised that I am a super genius. It was because my master studied it for an entire year, and she is also a genius. Although your talent and comprehension ability are not bad, you are still slightly inferior to me. I am, after all, born with the fire spirit body, so I have a huge advantage in fire-type cultivation techniques. Don't be discouraged. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will be able to learn it within half a year. Huo Linger smiled as she explained. When she talked about her talent, the pride that had been carved into her bones was once again displayed. Okay. Li Xian nodded. He was also very curious about the fire god technique. This cultivation technique could be said to be very similar to the spirit race's cultivation technique. He would be able to automatically cultivate for 24 hours a day. However, the spirit race's cultivation technique was a non-elemental cultivation technique. It was suitable for anyone to cultivate and was more extensive. It was just that with the fire god technique's boost to the flames, as well as the transformation of one's physique, the fire god technique was even more extraordinary. Li Xian's current physique was not suitable for cultivating fire attribute cultivation methods. However, he did not have to worry about it. At most, he would reincarnate into a fire attribute physique the next time. With the fire attribute physique and the boost from his skills, Li Xian believed that his cultivation speed would be very fast. With deep expectations, Li Xian and Huo Linger began to learn. They listened attentively to every word, relying on their many talents to strengthen their memories and comprehension. Li Xian memorized it after hearing it once. Then, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Cultivate well. When you learn the fire god technique, you can come to the cave abode next door to look for me. At that time, I'll teach you the array formations. As for this cave abode, I'll give it to you. After Huo Linger finished speaking, she rubbed Li Xian's hair, turned around, and left. She disappeared in a flash in a golden light. During this process, Li Xian did not speak. Instead, he quietly comprehended the knowledge that he had memorized in his mind. With his extremely strong comprehension ability, he quickly gained some insights into the fire god technique and gained even more comprehension. Silently memorizing these abilities, Li Xian continued to study diligently, comprehending the cultivation technique for the rest of the day. Time passed bit by bit, and soon, 7 days had passed. Early in the morning, Huo Linger was still in her cave adobe, drawing on an array disc. Suddenly, she heard the faint ring of the array formation. It was the doorbell of someone pressing the door. Huo Linger swept her gaze over the scene outside the array formation. Seeing Li Xian standing outside the door waiting, Huo Linger frowned slightly. This kid, didn't I ask him to only come and look for me after he learned the fire god technique? Why is he here when it has only been 7 days? Huo Linger was somewhat helpless. She could only put down the array disc that was half drawn in her hand, waving her right hand, and open the array formation. Come in. Following Huo Linger's clear voice, the array formation disappeared. Li Xian slowly walked into the cave abode. Little fellow, why are you here after cultivating for only 7 days? Is there something you don't understand? Tell me, what is it that you don't understand? I will give you an answer so that you can cultivate the fire god technique as soon as possible. Huolinger spoke indifferently. She felt that the difference in comprehension between this disciple and her was still very big. Back then, she had learned it after learning it for a month. Basically, there was no one to help her solve it. However, this disciple did not understand it after only 7 days. This also showed the difference in talent between the two sides. As expected, no one can surpass my talent. Sigh, geniuses are always different. Huolinger muttered to herself. A smug look flashed across her fiery red eyes. I want to learn array formations. Li Xian stood in front of Huolinger and said calmly. Learn array formations. Huolinger was stunned when she heard this. Her beautiful brows gradually furrowed as she continued to say. Your focus now is to learn the fire god technique. After all, the fire god technique is the foundation of everything. Once you learn it, I will immediately teach you the array formation. Now, I will help you solve the problems with the fire god technique. Tell me, what problems do you have? Huolinger suddenly stopped speaking when she said this. Her almond-shaped eyes instantly widened as she stood up in shock. She looked at Li Xian in disbelief. This was because she saw fire spiritual power rippling around Li Xian's body. This spiritual power actually contained the charm of the fire god technique. In order to have the charm of the fire god technique, one must cultivate the fire god technique. In other words, Li Xian only used 7 days to cultivate the fire god technique. Such speed and such talent shocked the super expert Huolinger so much that she could not sit still. Her mind was in a daze as she watched everything. Impossible! Impossible! How can you cultivate so quickly? This is the fire god technique, one of the top 5 cultivation techniques in the world. Even I had to learn it for a month. Huolinger was really shocked. Her talent was extraordinary. Her master had said that she was a rare genius because her master had spent a year learning the technique, but she had only used a month. Such a gap made Huolinger very proud. Deep down, she felt that her talent was extraordinary and that no one could compare to her. In the end, this happened. It had only been 7 days since she had taken in a disciple, but the disciple had already learned the fire god technique. This was simply subverting Huolinger's understanding. You? How did you do it? Huolinger took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart as she asked. I just needed to cultivate. Actually, I only used 5 days to learn it. The other 2 days were to consolidate my cultivation. It felt so easy, Li Xian said matter-of-factly. You learned it in 5 days? Did you that it's easy? Huolinger was really shocked. She stared blankly at the handsome disciple in front of her. This disciple used 7 days to learn the fire god technique. It was enough to shock the world. However, Li Xian actually said that he had learned it in 5 days, and even consolidated it. This kind of result shocked Huolinger so much that she began to doubt her life. You. Very good. As expected of my disciple. Here are a few array formation books for you. Study them well. Your master will go out for a trip. Huolinger threw a few array formation books to Li Xian and quickly left. Then, she came to another mountain peak. She walked on the mountain road in a daze and looked at the horizon in a daze. She had cultivated for many years and had extraordinary talent. She had always been the one who dealt a blow to others. However, she, who had extraordinary talent, was actually dealt a blow by her own disciple. Most importantly, the other party seemed to be indifferent and did not realize that he had dealt a blow to her. This made Huolinger extremely depressed. She was even at a loss. Chapter 333 Another one who suffered a blow. Unknowingly, she walked to her master's 7 stars peak and could not help but walk towards her master's cave abode. Linger is here. What happened to you? An old woman with white hair sat quietly on the blue stone, her turbid eyes looking at Huo Linger. Master, I was struck by a blow. Huo Linger hurriedly ran in front of the old woman and threw herself into her arms, beginning to recount the process of accepting a disciple. After listening to the entire process, the old woman smiled and stroked Huo Linger's hair as she consoled her. So that's how it is. This is a good thing. Our 7 Stars sect will only become more and more prosperous with such a disciple. At the same time, it will also temper your soul. Your growth speed is too fast. You have always been cultivating in the sect and have almost never experienced any hardships. In fact, your soul is like a piece of white paper. Now that you've experienced some hardships, it's better for you to understand more. Otherwise, you'll suffer in the future. Suffer? I'm a gold rank powerhouse. I won't suffer any losses, Huo Linger said confidently. Under normal circumstances, I won't suffer any losses. However, gold rank powerhouses of the same level are all crafty. They're very shrewd when they're old. Your simple and proud personality is very likely to cause you to be deceived. Now that you've been struck by your disciple, you can also restrain your proud personality. This is a good thing. However, your disciple is really extraordinary. He learned the fire god technique in 5 days. Back then, I learned it for a year. Sigh, I've also suffered a blow. The white-haired old woman sighed helplessly. The old woman thought of her talent. In her era, she was also a genius among geniuses. She received countless people's attention and praise. In the end, she only learned the fire god technique in a year, but Li Xian learned it in 5 days. This blow caused her, who was mature and experienced, to feel a little emotional. However, she had experienced many things, so she was able to accept it. Instead, she softly comforted Huo Linger and continued to enlighten her. She even talked about Huo Linger's array formation. Your array formation is quite powerful. I can't reach your level at your age. In terms of talent in array formation, Li Xian definitely can't surpass you, the old granny continued to comfort her. Master. Huo Linger's mood was much better after being comforted, but she became even more depressed after hearing these words. This was because Li Xian had just learned an array formation and had already improved it, making it much more powerful. The key was that this array formation could be mass-produced and used in the military. This array formation could even cause a trend in the array formation world. After all, Li Xian's idea was extraordinary. By strengthening the 5 formation patterns of the array formation, it could be applied to most of the array formations. It was also because of this that the sect elders and the sect master fought fiercely and snatched Li Xian as their disciple. Huo Linger even disregarded her status as the Grand Elder and personally snatched him away. Such great talent had long surpassed Huo Linger. Since her master had spoken of it, Huo Linger was instantly struck once again. Did I say something wrong? The old granny asked in puzzlement. She had been cultivating all this time and had rarely interfered with the sex matters. She really did not know anything about the array formation. Master, look. This was improved by Li Xian. It only took him a few days to improve it. Huo Linger took out the array disc made by Li Xian and began to gesture and explain. What a clever idea! Did Li Xian really come up with this idea? Such an idea can be used on all the array formations, greatly reducing the cost of the array formation and even mass-producing it. The old woman asked in surprise. She could not believe that such a powerful idea would come from a child. It's him. That's why I snatched this disciple after Elder Yun from the library pavilion told me about it, Huo Linger explained softly. No wonder. I was wondering why you suddenly wanted to take in a disciple. This disciple is really extraordinary. He has such an idea at such a young age. Amazing, the old woman continued to praise. Not only that, Master. Li Xian also has special skills. There are at least 2. One is to control fire at will. He refused to say the other one, so I didn't ask further, Huo Linger continued to say. Special skill? Moreover, there are at least 2 of them? Are you sure? This time, the old granny became even more serious, and her expression tensed up. Of course I'm sure. He even showed me his fire control ability. It's very extraordinary. I've never seen such a special skill before. Huo Linger explained seriously. It's actually like this. Could this kid be the fated one? The old woman's face was solemn. She quickly took out a batch of 8 trigrams compasses and placed them in 8 directions. Then, she took out a pile of divination materials and quickly placed them in the center. Linger, place the array disc made by Li Xian in the center. I'll calculate his situation, the old woman said seriously. Okay. Huo Linger placed the array disc in the center and waited silently. Buzz. A strange light flashed. Following the point of the old woman's right hand, it continuously reverberated in the 8 trigrams compass. Colorful lights flashed in the channel with the compass as the center. Crack! The few compasses suddenly broke into pieces. The light disappeared in an instant. The old woman's face turned pale, and then she revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. My calculations failed. Li Xian actually received the blessing of heaven and earth. No one can predict him. However, to receive the blessing of heaven and earth, he must have done something beneficial to this world. Or perhaps, in the future, he will do something beneficial to this world. The old woman immediately spoke. She felt that Li Xian would definitely do something beneficial to the world in the future. She did not know that when the sky-devouring demon appeared, a great calamity was about to befall the human race. However, when the sky-devouring demon appeared, it was at its weakest. It was badly damaged by Li Xian's steel mantises. Even its origin was destroyed. It could only hide again and seal itself. After its origin was destroyed, even if the sky-devouring demon appeared next time and reached its peak, it would only be able to reach the gold rank peak. Such strength was not considered too dangerous in this world. Therefore, the heavens and earth blessed Li Xian. At the moment, this blessing had helped Li Xian, making it impossible for others to deduce Li Xian's identity. Linger, you are very lucky to be able to take in Li Xian. Train him well in the future and do not slack off. Do you understand? The old granny immediately said. Yes, master. I understand. Huo Linger hurriedly nodded her little head. She felt that she was indeed lucky. It was a blessing from the heavens and earth for someone to become her disciple. That was something that could not be hoped for. That was why she was very happy. At this moment, the 2 of them suddenly looked at the protective array formation on the mountain path because someone was coming. Come in. The old woman waved her hand. In an instant, a white light flashed, and the 2 of them slowly walked over from the distance along the mountain path. They were none other than the 7 Stars Sect Master and Spirit Beast Mountain's Deacon Zhang. Greetings, Grand Elder. The Sect Master and Deacon Zhang hurriedly bowed, their attitude very humble. What is it? The old woman asked faintly. Reporting to the Heavenly Elder, it's about Li Xian, the Sect Master said hurriedly. Chapter 334 1 year later. About Li Xian? What is it? Tell me quickly, the old woman asked hurriedly, looking very curious. Huo Linger, who was beside her, was also very curious. She wanted to know more about Li Xian. It's like this. There's something wrong with Li Xian's identity. We found out that he was a beggar before he became a beggar, but there's no information about him before he became a beggar. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. Also, something strange happened when Li Xian was doing a mission in Spirit Beast Mountain. The spirit geese, which usually likes to peck people, actually did not attack Li Xian. Instead, they gave him food. It's very strange. Deacon Zhang can testify to that. The sect master explained the matter and turned to look at Deacon Zhang. Deacon Zhang did not dare to slack off. He hurriedly explained everything, not daring to hide anything. There's actually such a thing as not being attacked by the spirit geese. Huo Linger sank into deep thought. On the other hand, she was not worried about Li Xian's identity. The old woman next to her waved her hand and said nonchalantly. As for Li Xian's identity, there's no need to investigate. Li Xian has received the blessings of this world. Even the world recognizes him. There's no need to worry about his identity at all. Remember, in the future, he will be a member of the sect. He is one of us. Do you understand? Yes, Grand Elder. When the sect master and Deacon Zhang heard this, they were both shocked. At the same time, they were also somewhat dumbfounded. To be able to receive the blessings of the heavens and earth, this was not an ordinary person. In the future, Li Xian would definitely stand at the top of the world and make a huge contribution to humanity. When they thought about how such a person had joined the Seven Stars sect, the two of them were extremely happy. They felt that the sect would become even more prosperous in the future. All right, let's leave this matter at that. Linger, go look for Li Xian and nurture him well, the old granny urged. Yes, master. I'll go right away. Oh right, he likes transcendence fruits. I was worried that something might happen to him, so I didn't dare to let him consume more. Now that he had received the blessings of heaven and earth, he should be fine after consuming 3 transcendence fruits every month. Master, how many transcendent fruits do you have? I'll send some over to him. I don't have many, only 10. Huo Linger pulled the old granny's hand and asked. Transcendence fruits? I don't have many either, I only have 100 or so. Although these things increase the strength of the soul, consuming too many of them will cause the soul to soften. It's not very good either. Tell him about this and teach him the spirit tempering technique. After his soul has been tempered and solidified, he will consume the transcendence fruits. If his soul softens, he will immediately stop consuming them. After the old woman finished speaking, she took out 50 transcendence fruits and passed them to Huo Linger. She gave her a lot of advice. She was more concerned about Li Xian than Huo Linger was about Li Xian. All right, master. I understand. I will definitely nurture him well and raise him to the next gold rank, Huo Linger said confidently. Her beautiful eyes flashed with confidence. All right. Go. All right. After the conversation ended, Huo Linger left, disappearing into a stretch of golden light. Such a golden light made the sect master and Deacon Zhang extremely envious. This was because this golden light only belonged to the gold rank. It was a symbol of strength. Unfortunately, they would never be able to reach such a level in their entire lives. Time was like a galloping horse. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. This year, the world was still relatively stable. The only thing that needed to be taken note of was the devil abyss. The demonic qi there was increasingly frequent. There were often large numbers of demonized demonic beasts that destroyed the array formation and attacked humans, causing heavy casualties to humans. It also made this place a dangerous place. This year, Li Xian was living very comfortably. Under the guidance of the gold rank, Huo Linger, Li Xian's array formation level advanced by leaps and bounds. He was able to easily set up a 3rd-tier array formation and even tried to set up a 4th-tier array formation. However, a 4th-tier array formation was an array formation that could only be set up by a gold rank. Li Xian tried several times and failed. However, through a large number of deductions and experiments, he managed to grasp a new array formation method. That was to set up a half-step 4th-tier array formation. The power of this array formation was extremely strong, only second to a 4th-tier array formation. Due to its great power, Li Xian did not tell anyone and kept it hidden. Otherwise, it would be too abnormal. A new disciple who studied for a year could set up a 3rd-tier array formation. This was already very terrifying. It could even be called a legend. There were rumors outside that Li Xian had received some kind of great powers inheritance. Many people had ill intentions toward Li Xian. If it was not for his gold rank master, there might have been people who had already made a move against him. Of course, Li Xian was not afraid. He could even solve all his problems with his own strength. He just did not want to go through so much trouble. If someone really provoked him, he did not mind making a move to intimidate them. After all, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds in the past year. After consuming a large number of transcendence fruits, Li Xian's strength had already reached the silver rank peak, just one step away from the gold rank. After reaching the silver rank peak, he had secretly returned to the summoned beasts world. After reincarnating several times, he had finally chosen a high-level bronze rank flame ape as his physique. After that, he had exchanged all sorts of knowledge with Qin Yu. With her help, Li Xian's array formation, rune, pill refinement and artifact refinement skills had improved by leaps and bounds, all reaching the height of approaching Tier 4. Unfortunately, his strength restricted his development. The damage to his soul made Li Xian realize that he had to find a way to repair it. One was to find the soul dust. The other was to fuse with a high-level soul, similar to dual cultivation. However, Li Xian did not know what a high-level soul was. Previously, he had learned some knowledge about souls. Unfortunately, no one knew what a high-level soul was. Whether it was his master or the young miss of the spirit race in the Ash Wolf area, they both knew very little about it. Li Xian only knew that soul fusion could not be carried out casually, or else it would cause big trouble. Use. The other party had to be willing, and their souls had to be compatible. In short, it was very troublesome, and if things went wrong, something would happen to their souls. After his soul had undergone a transformation, so it was still slightly better. If the other party wasn't a high-grade soul, then the other party would die. Li Xian had actually guessed that Qin Yu might be a high-level soul. The main reason was that she was too lucky, even luckier than the chosen one. However, Li Xian did not dare to gamble. It was because a single mishap could cause great damage to her or even death, so Li Xian had been searching for knowledge regarding the soul. Unfortunately, even in this world, he did not know much. What should I do? Li Xian sighed and quietly walked into the forest, walking step by step to the end of the forest. He was not in the Seven Stars sect at the moment. After informing Huo Linger, he used the excuse of training to come out. His purpose was naturally to receive benefits. Slowly walking to the entrance of a calabash valley, Li Xian saw a group of steel mantises running out of the valley from afar. Each of them carried a large bag filled with spiritual herbs and all kinds of transcendence fruits. As Li Xian's loyal subordinates, they had swept through this world for a year, and the harvest made Li Xian quite happy. Li Xian used his god's perspective to glance at the large bags and sat cross-legged with a smile. He reached out his hand to touch the steel mantises that were rushing over. Chapter 335. His strength had greatly increased. Clang! Clang! A few steel mantises stopped in front of Li Xian and quickly put down the big bag, revealing a large number of precious medicinal herbs and materials. Among them, there were even 30 extraordinary fruits. Seeing so many extraordinary fruits, Li Xian did not hesitate to choose to absorb them. In the warm stream that was like a hot spring, he continuously improved his various abilities. Ding! Advancement was successful. Lava Giant skill has advanced to transcendent level. Ding! Advancement was successful. Undead summoning skill has advanced to transcendent level. Ding! You have grasped a large number of darkness attributes. You have gained the dark element control. A large amount of information flooded Li Xian's mind. Li Xian's strength was growing crazily, and he had obtained a large amount of improvement. Even the final control of the dark elements had been completely grasped by him. It could be said that at this moment, he had grasped all of the elemental control. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out in Li Xian's soul. Li Xian felt as if his soul was about to explode, releasing a terrifying pressure. A stubborn aura rose up in his soul, causing his soul to transform towards gold rank. What's going on? It's actually beginning to transform now? I clearly didn't consume the netherworld fruit that broke through to gold rank, how could I break through? This is troublesome. Li Xian's expression was solemn as he discovered that his soul was rapidly expanding, slowly transforming toward gold rank. However, he discovered that the scar left behind by the curse in his soul had actually split open like a spider web at this moment. According to this situation, his soul would continue to split open. If he could not persist until he broke through to gold rank, then his soul would collapse. Right now, there are 3 ways to solve the current predicament. One is to forcefully break through, which means there's a 50% chance of dying, and 50% chance of living. The second is to forcefully stop the repair. The soul would suffer tremendous damage and recover for 10 years. The third is to repair the damage to the soul and then transform again. However, how do I repair it in such a short period of time? Li Xian's expression was solemn. He had thought that he would only be able to break through to gold rank after consuming the netherworld fruit. Who would have thought that he would only be able to do so after consuming the transcendence fruit? This was really too strange. However, Li Xian suddenly recalled that he had undergone a soul transformation in the forbidden ground of skeletons back then. Perhaps it had something to do with that transformation. In short, he was not sure about the specific reason. However, now was not the time to think about these things. The problem now was how to choose. According to my estimation, the death rate of forcefully breaking through is even higher. The crack in the soul is too fast. It's very easy for the soul to collapse. I have the system. There's no need to risk my life. I can completely take it slow. Then, I'll choose to forcefully end it. Li Xian sighed. Waving his right hand, the steel mantises disappeared. At the same time, the materials also disappeared. Soon, Li Xian's figure also disappeared. In a flash of light, he returned to the summoned beasts world and returned to the city lord's mansion of the Ashwolf area. In this place, he had all the authority. Without his consent, no one could disturb him. Therefore, he could slowly and forcefully stop the breakthrough. Silently, he came to the basement. Li Xian began to forcefully stop the breakthrough and stop it. In Qin Yu's world, dressed in red armor with a ponytail, the valiant Qin Yu wielded a long saber and killed a mutated beast in a white light. Then, the long saber vibrated and began to condense blood beads. In front of us is the small mystic realm with the transcendence fruit. Everyone, work harder. As long as you get the transcendence fruit, the reward will definitely not be little. Qin Yu raised her long saber and announced. She was like a female general, valiant and full of heroic spirit. However, at this moment, Qin Yu suddenly covered her heart. Her eyes flashed with a golden light, and her heart palpitated. He's in danger. Little sister Mei, I'll leave this to you. After Qin Yu finished speaking, her entire person suddenly disappeared. Summoned Beast World. In Ashwolf area's city lord's mansion. Li Xian felt something and suddenly opened his eyes, releasing all restrictions. Following that, a 7-colored array lit up, and the valiant little Qin Yu appeared in front of him. The two of them looked at each other and didn't say anything for a while. At this moment, rays of golden light flashed in Qin Yu's beautiful eyes. She stretched out her fair little hand and a smile appeared on her snow-white little face. Li Xian sighed. His soul stood out from his body and directly chose to transform into a heroic spirit. Then, he held Qin Yu's snow-white little hand. The next second, the two of them arrived at the bedroom of the city lord's mansion. Qin Yu shyly looked at Li Xian, seemingly at a loss. Li Xian gently picked her up and carried her up. Step by step, he walked to the bedside and slowly put down the bed curtain. Then, they fell into their own world. 1 month later. In the garden of the city lord's mansion, Li Xian held Qin Yu's small hand and quietly walked among the beautiful flowers. He enjoyed the beautiful scenery and enjoyed the beautiful world between the two of them. Xian, do you really not need to look for the transcendence fruit anymore? The pretty and charming Qin Yu blinked her big eyes and looked at Li Xian in a daze. Yes, after reaching gold rank, my strength has increased unprecedentedly. In the future, I only need to look for the origin of the various elements. I can handle this matter. You just have to be my wife obediently. Li Xian raised his hand and pinched Qin Yu's little face as he said gently. Yes, I understand. Qin Yu nodded obediently. She leaned her small head against Li Xian's arm and leaned against him. Li Xian waved his right hand, and a reclining chair appeared on the empty ground. Li Xian directly held the delicate little Qin Yu as he quietly leaned against the reclining chair, leisurely looking at the blue sky and white clouds. You, how much do you know about your own background? Why is your soul so powerful? Even the current me feels that the power hidden in your soul is terrifying. Moreover, about those golden threads, can you freely release them now? Li Xian asked softly. He was very puzzled as to why Qin Yu was so powerful, especially since she could condense golden threads. This made Li Xian think of the numerous giants killed by the golden threads in the abyss. I've activated a little of my power. I can casually condense golden threads, but the power isn't enough. I can only kill a silver rank. Qin Yu explained softly. Thinking about how a sexual affair between two people had made her become stronger and activated a portion of her power, her big eyes immediately became watery, looking very embarrassed. However, she still hurriedly explained, I still don't know about my background, but I feel that there's still a family member alive in our world. Oh? Could it be the person who gave you the long saber before? Li Xian suddenly thought of Qin Yu's blood-sucking long saber. It's not her. Her fate is different from mine. Instead, I feel that she owes me. It's very strange. I don't know why I have this feeling, Qin Yu said with some uncertainty. Your soul is very special. I definitely won't sense wrongly. I'll investigate it later and see what's going on, Li Xian said seriously. Chapter 336 Gold Rank. Yes, thank you, Xian, Qin Yu said gratefully. You still want to say thank you to me? Call me hubby. Li Xian smiled and pinched Qin Yu's little face. Hubby. Qin Yu was a little embarrassed, but she still obediently listened to him. However, her big eyes were watery and full of shyness. Li Xian looked at Qin Yu's shy look, her cute and innocent look, and her ruddy little mouth. Instantly, his heart was itching like a cat's paw. Without hesitation, Li Xian lowered his head and kissed Qin Yu's soft little mouth. In an instant, a cold and slippery feeling came over him, making him reluctant to let go. During this process, Qin Yu was like a kitten, foolishly curled up in Li Xian's arms. She seemed to be at a loss, but she did not stop Li Xian. Instead, she felt happy from the bottom of her heart. Time passed, and soon, a few more days passed. That morning, Li Xian and Qin Yu returned to her world and returned to the base that Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei had established. Previously, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei had relied on their tyrannical strength and their alchemy skills to recruit a large number of subordinates. At the moment, they had established their own base in the Red Rock Valley. By hunting mutated beasts to accumulate food, they could increase their strength. At the same time, they had been fighting with the evil energy organization and the strange god sect all this time, saving a large number of people. During this period of time, Qin Yu's sudden disappearance, coupled with the frequent appearance of the evil energy organization and the strange god sect outside the base, many people in the base were killed. Although Song Xiaomei tried her best to maintain the situation, without Qin Yu, the blood beads, and the pills, it gradually made the people in the base anxious. Many people began to worry. In addition, some people deliberately spread rumors in the base, causing the already uneasy base to become even more chaotic. Let me tell you, Leader Qin Yu has been missing for so long. Things are definitely not simple. Perhaps he has suffered serious injuries that cannot be cured. Without Leader Qin Yu, the risk of us going out to fight will greatly increase, and we will also lose the important blood beads. We can't go on like this. We have to think of a way out. In a tavern in the base, a strong man with purple hair said loudly, attracting a lot of people in the tavern. Yes, a few days ago, my companions went out on a mission. In the end, they were attacked by the strange god sect. My companions died, and I was the only one who survived by luck. Now, the number of people from the strange god sect and the evil energy organization outside the base is increasing. Leader Song Xiaomei can't hold on by herself. Without Leader Qin Yu, we are definitely dead. Let's quickly think of a way out, Xiao Ho in the crowd agreed. Yes, yes, it's time to think of a way out. Another person nodded in agreement. Their words made everyone more worried, causing many people to have the idea of leaving. However, when they thought of Leader Qin Yu's kindness, someone shook his head and said, I, Tainiu, will not leave. The two leaders have saved my life. I must stay. Otherwise, I will be ungrateful. I don't have any other abilities, but I know how to repay the kindness. If I leave now, it will be a betrayal. What betrayal? What you said is too serious. We also want to live. Only by living can we better deal with the evil energy organization and the strange god sect, the purple-haired man said loudly. That's right. We are also human beings and have families. We must be responsible for our families. If we die like this, not only will we have to kill the enemy, but we will also have to apologize to our families, Xiao Ho said with a twinkle in his eyes. That's right, that's right. Everyone, quickly think of a way out. I heard that the resistance army in Cloud Thunder City is very powerful. We can join Cloud Thunder City and have a city as our backing. A voice came from the crowd again, giving everyone a suggestion. When everyone heard this, they were once again tempted. The main reason was that the resistance army in Cloud Thunder City was very powerful. There were more than a dozen silver rank experts. The entire Cloud Thunder City was their backing. They had defeated the attacks of the evil energy organization many times before. This organization was very famous and was a very ideal place to go. This also made everyone more tempted. They started to gather together and discuss among themselves. Anyway, I'm not leaving. You guys can leave if you want to. Tainiu was indignant. He really wanted to refute, but he did not know how to speak, so he could only hold in his anger and say this. Brother Tainiu doesn't have any family, right? Sai, you don't have any worries, so you don't have to worry about anything. But we are different. We still have to take care of our family. Even if we leave, we have no choice, the purple-haired brawny man said with tears in his eyes. That's right, that's right. Everyone has their own difficulties. It's normal for us to leave. Xiao Ho continued to nod his head and continued to discuss with everyone. He no longer spoke to Tainiu. For a moment, everyone was discussing fervently. They did not give Tainiu any time to speak. Tainiu wanted to say something several times, but no one paid any attention to him. This made him very angry, but he did not know what to do. He could only watch aggrievedly. Everyone gather in the base square, immediately. An indifferent voice echoed in the base. This voice contained a strong pressure. Everyone who heard this voice instinctively felt the pressure. This voice, this pressure, is it gold rank? A white-haired old man said solemnly. No. No way. Gold rank? Is there a gold rank in our base? Xiao Ho said in disbelief. There should be. You guys might not know this since you're late. I heard from some old men that there was once an expert in the base who was supposed to be a half-step gold rank. But now it seems that he should be a gold rank. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given me so much pressure. After all, just his voice alone is enough to send chills down people's spines. The white-haired old man replied solemnly. Without any hesitation, he left the tavern and ran towards the square. When the people around saw this scene, they did not dare to stay any longer and rushed towards the square. Only the purple-haired man, Xiao Ho, and a few others frowned. They did not know what to do. What should we do? If they find out that we have joined the evil energy organization, we will be in big trouble, Xiao Ho said worriedly. What are you panicking for? Even a gold rank would not be able to see through people's hearts. As long as we hide well, no one will know. Let's go, the purple-haired man said coldly. Poof! A sharp steel blade pierced through the man's heart. A mantis that exuded a steel texture was looking at the purple-haired man coldly. Monster! Monster! The purple-haired man turned his head and saw that all of his companions, including Xiao Ho, were bleeding from their hearts. They were killed in one hit. The purple-haired man pointed at the steel mantis and fell into a pool of blood. On the other side, on the square of the base, Li Xian held Qin Yu's soft waist and stood quietly at the front of the square. He looked indifferently at the square and at the crowd that came from all directions from the base. Song Xiaomei saw Li Xian's handsome face, and Qin Yu's shy and charming appearance, and then looked at Li Xian's posture as he held Qin Yu. Song Xiaomei did not know why, but a trace of envy and disappointment suddenly appeared in her heart. However, she still came to Qin Yu with a smile. She blessed Qin Yu and Li Xian wholeheartedly. Chapter 337 Finding the Spies. Very soon, the people in the base rushed to the square one after another. They looked at Li Xian, who was next to Qin Yu, in confusion. They saw that Li Xian was actually hugging their leader, Qin Yu. Some of the people who had seen Li Xian before looked at him with respect. Swoosh! 4 array discs suddenly flew out of Li Xian's pocket and quickly flew through the air. They landed in all directions of the square and white fog began to rise. Everyone was curious when they saw this scene. They did not know what these things were. Li Xian gently patted Qin Yu's back and said softly, "I'll leave it to you." "Okay, hubby." Qin Yu nodded obediently. She slowly took a step forward and explained to everyone. During this period of time, when I left, the people of the base were in a panic. Some people with ulterior motives were fanning the flames in the base. It seems that there are quite a number of spies in the base. Now, the heart measuring disc is flying around. It can test everyone's good and evil intentions toward the base. When the white fog takes shape in the square, anyone with ulterior motives will be detected. Qin Yu spoke loudly, revealing the function of the heart measuring disc. Her words immediately caused everyone in the square to start discussing. Some people avoided her gaze, clearly panicking. Someone realized that something was going to happen to them and could only shout, "We've been risking our lives for the base. Why are you using this thing to test us? Are you not trusting us? What's there to be afraid of if you haven't done anything wrong? Don't tell me you have evil intentions toward the base." Song Xiaomei took a step forward and stared at the person with sharp eyes. "No. No." The person was a little flustered and hurriedly denied and shook his head. However, the people around him immediately distanced themselves from him and looked at him warily. It was obvious that they were suspicious of him. If you didn't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. 2 leaders, feel free to test. I, Tai Niu, will be the first to support you, Tai Niu shouted loudly and was the first to express his support. The loyal people around him also shouted and unanimously requested to be tested. This time, those who had ulterior motives became even more flustered. Whoosh! 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 3 figures quickly ran from 3 directions in the plaza and fled into the distance. However, they had just escaped around 100 meters away when they were instantly struck by the golden light. They fell to the ground and lost all their breath. Following the golden light, everyone suddenly looked at Li Xian. When they saw that Li Xian's fingertip was shining with a golden light, their eyes were filled with shock. Gold. Gold rank. As expected, a gold rank is too strong, someone said in shock. I didn't expect our base to actually have a gold rank powerhouse. That's great. Ha ha ha, in the future, our resistance army base will become the strongest base. When those loyal people saw this scene, they looked at Li Xian in awe. Their sense of belonging to the base became stronger. Those who were not loyal to the base also became extremely excited when they saw this scene, and they looked at Li Xian with admiration. Only those with ulterior motives looked on with pale faces, and their eyes were filled with despair. Whoosh! SC. White smoke gradually descended from the sky, enveloping everyone. Soon, the white smoke on some people's bodies turned black, and they were dragged out. After a period of testing, 7 people were captured and they knelt on the ground one by one. I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. I definitely didn't join the evil energy organization. I don't dare to do it anymore. Let me go. I just don't want to die. There are people from the evil energy organization and the strange god sect outside the valley. I was forced by them. Otherwise, I would have died. Ha ha ha, so what if you kill us? Master will definitely avenge us. Even if you're gold rank, you'll still die. You'll die, ha ha ha. The people who were caught were all in an ugly state. Some shouted, some cried, some cursed, some threatened, and some refused to admit it even if they died. However, soon, a few steel mantises killed them. Then, they stood quietly by Li Xian's side like soldiers, waiting for orders like bodyguards. The scene fell silent. Everyone looked at these strange steel mantises. Seeing them suddenly appear and kill these traitors, they all felt a little scared. It was because the steel mantises' attack power was too strong. 2 of the traitors were wearing spiritual armor. That armor was extremely sturdy, and even a grade 2 spirit weapon could not break it. At that moment, those 2 traitors were instantly killed. Like death, they easily took the lives of several spirit martial artists. Such a steel mantis and such a swift and fierce killing made everyone more and more fearful of Li Xian. All right, that's it. Disperse. Qin Yu waved her hand and said. Leader Qin Yu, there are people from the evil energy organization and the strange god sect outside the base. What should we do? Tai Niu took a step forward and said respectfully. There's no need to care. They are already dead. Qin Yu replied and turned around to walk to Li Xian's side. She held Li Xian's arm and followed Li Xian into the base's leader's residence. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They did not dare to believe this result. They immediately ran out of the base to check the results. When they walked to the outskirts of the base, they saw a scene that looked like hell on earth. A large number of puppets, small giants, big fatties, and strange dwarfs were lying in pools of blood. Not a single one of them survived. Looking at this scene, everyone was even more shocked. It was because according to the situation at the scene, these people had just died not long ago. However, everyone was clearly in the base, yet they did not hear any sound. This made everyone even more shocked. These people were all killed in one hit. Are gold ranks that strong? Do we not even have the qualifications to detect them? Tai Niu said solemnly. That Lord's power is indeed extraordinary. We did not even detect a sound. The gap is too big, sigh. That Lord's name is Li Xian. From now on, everyone should address him as Leader Li Xian. He Niu walked out. She was the closest to Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei. Although Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei never told anyone about Li Xian, He Niu still knew some information. She knew more than others. Sister He Niu, is Leader Li Xian really a gold rank? I don't know much. I feel that Leader Li Xian is a little too powerful, Tai Niu could not help but ask. Of course, the power of a gold rank far surpasses that of an ordinary spiritual power. This is an even deeper level of power. Their power is even more terrifying than you can imagine. Let's put it this way. As long as a gold rank is willing, killing everyone in the base won't even take a breath, Hainu said solemnly. Won't even take a breath. Everyone was shocked, and the shock in their eyes became even more obvious. They had heard that gold ranks were very powerful, but they did not have a clear understanding of how powerful they were. However, there were more than 1,000 people in the base, and many of them were experts. Their combat strength was terrifying, and their escape ability was top-notch. Even if so many experts were actually in the hands of gold rank, and they could not even last a breath. This made everyone feel even more awe toward gold rank experts. Chapter 338 Divine Emperor's Evil Deeds. Alright, everyone, clean up this place. From now on, follow the leaders well. With a gold rank powerhouse around, no force would dare to touch us casually. Even the evil energy organization and strange god sect would be very afraid. Oh right, don't provoke the Divine Emperor's people. The Divine Emperor is too terrifying and has the strength to kill a gold rank powerhouse, Hainu said solemnly. We really have to pay attention to the Divine Emperor. My father was an official in the Qin Nation and had dealings with the Divine Emperor Palace. It is said that the Divine Emperor has already reached the legendary saint rank. A scholarly man said. Saint rank? What rank is that? Tainiu was at a loss. I don't understand it either, but it is very terrifying. It is said that it is a terrifying rank that cannot be reached. The Divine Imperial Palace are plundering humans into the Divine Imperial Palace every year. Some people speculated that this has something to do with the Divine Imperial Palace's cultivation technique. Perhaps he sacrificed many ordinary people to break through from gold rank to saint rank, the scholarly man said again. The Divine Imperial Palace is simply a devil. My father was loyal to the country and was eventually brought into the Divine Imperial Palace. He hasn't come out yet. I guess that he's no longer in this world, a thin and small man said resentfully. It's not just your father. In order to protect me, my mother willingly entered the Divine Imperial Palace on my behalf and never came out again. Another person shook his head and sighed. Listen to me. Back then, my family had some money and bought a soul lamp. As long as he died, the soul lamp would go out. After father entered the Divine Imperial Palace for half a year, the soul lamp did not go out. We had always had hope. However, one day, the Divine Imperial Palace emitted a strong smell of blood. Then, my father's soul lamp suddenly went out. My father was killed by the Divine Imperial Palace just like that, a middle-aged man said in pain. When everyone heard this, they all started talking about their experiences. Basically, most of their relatives were taken away by the Divine Imperial Palace and never returned. However, everyone discovered a problem. Children and geniuses were rarely taken away by the Divine Imperial Palace. Even if they were taken away, they did not die. Most of them became guards and soldiers of the Divine Imperial Palace. I suspect that the Divine Imperial Palace has brainwashing methods. My brother is a famous genius. Later, the Divine Imperial Palace came looking for him. My brother could only leave in pain for his family. In the end, my brother became a guard of the Divine Imperial Palace. When I saw him again, he went around capturing ordinary people. I tried to stop him, but I was injured by him. I will never forget that scene. My brother scolded me with tears and told me to get lost. No matter how I tried to persuade him, it was useless. My brother was like a fanatic. He believed in the Divine Emperor and believed that all of his orders were correct. A middle-aged man sobbed as he spoke, his eyes filled with tears. My older brother was in a similar situation. Back then, he left behind a soul lamp. In the end, it didn't extinguish for several years. We originally thought that my older brother had escaped. One day, we discovered that he actually brought a large number of divine imperial palace guards and searched for humans everywhere, demanding that all the major cities hand over humans. When I saw this scene, I almost broke down. I immediately went up to him and questioned him. He wanted to say something, but he suddenly had a splitting headache. In the end, he pushed me away and left. I haven't seen him since. Another girl spoke in pain as she recounted her own situation. It's actually like this. Damn it, damn it. When everyone heard this, they felt that they must have been brainwashed by the Divine Emperor using something. Their hatred towards the Divine Emperor grew even stronger. However, when they thought about the terrifying Divine Imperial Palace and how even a gold-rank powerhouse was killed by the Divine Emperor, everyone fell into silence. The grief in their hearts grew even stronger. Let's go. The Divine Imperial Palace has done many evil deeds. In the future, they will definitely receive the punishment they deserve. If we can't deal with them, there will always be someone to deal with them. That's right. Not to mention our leader Li Xian, just the two leaders, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei, have grown very quickly. They will become even stronger in the future. Someone nodded. I heard that there is a person called Yafan in South Cloud City who is very powerful. He led a resistance army and occupied South Cloud City. Now, he is recruiting people everywhere and has recruited many experts. With so many talented experts, sooner or later, someone will take care of the Divine Imperial Palace. Yes, sooner or later. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. They were looking forward to the day when the experts would destroy the Divine Imperial Palace and completely destroy this malignant tumor in the world. At the base leader's residence, Li Xian, Qin Yu, and Song Xiaomei were sitting together and talking about the situation here. Li Xian, let's occupy a city. With you here, we can easily occupy a city and have a large-scale base. We don't have to worry about food anymore. Song Xiaomei said in anticipation. She really hoped to have a base city. The main thing was that even those silver rank warriors had taken over the city. If they had gold rank warriors, they would be even less afraid. They would also be able to destroy the strange god sect and the evil energy organization in the city and save more people. Hold on while we take over the city. I need to investigate the three major forces, which are the Divine Imperial Palace, the evil energy organization, and strange god sect. Li Xian thought for a while and said. These three organizations gave Li Xian a very dangerous feeling. After reaching gold rank, Li Xian could see the strange aura that pervaded the sky above this world. These strange auras affected the entire world, causing the world to gradually shake. Calamities flew everywhere, and wild beasts turned into mutated beasts. It could be said that these strange auras were the source of this world's turmoil. Nas. Through careful observation, Li Xian discovered that the strange aura was composed of three evil auras that came from three different directions. They were injecting dangerous calamities into this world. Such a method to change the world was something that even gold-rank warriors would not be able to do. Therefore, Li Xian decided to be more cautious. He wanted to see if the three strange auras came from these three organizations. Alright, then let's wait first. Song Xiaomei was a little depressed. She really wanted to own a city, so she continued. After the investigation is over, we must occupy a city. Even if we have to occupy a remote small city, we can at least have a place to stay. Alright, you guys deal with the matters of the base first. I'll go and investigate. After Li Xian finished speaking, he disappeared into the void, leaving only circles of water ripples in the air that gradually calmed down. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Evil Energy City. This was a huge city occupied by the Evil Energy Organization. Everyone in the city was a member of the Evil Energy Organization. Each and every one of them was extremely fat, and there were countless experts. Many silver rank peak cultivators who were lawless in the outside world that even the city lord feared them had become well behaved and did not dare to act recklessly here. A small sparrow flew over from afar and slowly landed on the eaves of the house. Its eyes were burning as it scanned the entire city. Following that, the small sparrow flew toward the center of the city and finally landed on a huge tower. Whoosh! Black energy lit up the tower. The little sparrow immediately flapped its wings and flew up. White steam covered its feet. The guards guarding the tower suddenly opened their eyes and quickly scanned the surroundings. Then, a longbow was drawn and shot toward the little sparrow with a terrifying cold light. Chapter 339 The Great War Against the Evil Energy Organization. Whoosh! The black arrow streaked across the sky like lightning, aiming straight at the sparrow's body. What was surprising was that for some unknown reason, the arrow brushed past the sparrow's feathers and flew out, but it did not hit the sparrow. However, the sparrow still fell from the sky in a daze, as if it was affected by something. It actually didn't hit, but the arrow contains evil energy. A small sparrow can't block it at all. Old 8, go and see how the sparrow's corpse is doing. Is it a real sparrow? A muscular man with triangular eyes who looked like a fierce tiger said. Yes, Captain. The fatty who was called Old 8 suddenly rushed out and soon disappeared into the distance. Not long after, Old 8 rushed over with a dead sparrow in his hand. Old 8, how is it? Is it a real sparrow? The muscular triangular-eyed captain asked. It's been checked. It's a real sparrow. Old 8 lifted the dead sparrow in his hand. Is it? The muscular triangular-eyed captain glanced at Old 8 and slowly approached. He stabbed the long knife in his hand at Old 8. Puff! The long knife stopped when it was only 3 centimeters away from Old 8's heart. On the other hand, blood slowly flowed out of the triangular-eyed captain's mouth. The triangle-eyed captain's heart was being punched by a fist, and his heart was shattered. I'm very curious, how did you find me? Old 8's body slowly changed, and he eventually became a bald old man. Of course, this was also a false identity because he was Li Xian. Hehe, Old 8 signed a soul slave contract with me. He died not long after he left, but he came back alive. Obviously, you're the little sparrow just now. When Old 8 was investigating, you killed Old 8 and disguised yourself as him to come back. The triangular-eyed captain smiled and took a step back. His broken heart slowly healed and gradually cracked into a ferocious smile. I'm also very curious. A low-level gold rank dares to come to the headquarters of the Evil Energy Organization. Do you not want to live anymore? Don't want to live? It's just 10 gold rank warriors. 9 of them are of the same level as me, and only you have reached the mid-level gold rank, Li Xian said faintly. You actually know. The triangular-eyed captain narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Xian solemnly. He could not believe that the other party dared to come to the headquarters even though he knew that there were 10 gold rank warriors. Can't we chat a little longer? Is there a need to be so impatient? Li Xian smiled and disappeared from where he was like green smoke. Boom! A fat man suddenly appeared where Li Xian was standing just now. Bolts of lightning rippled around the fat man's body. A long blade that looked like moonlight flashed in the air and disappeared. In the sky, Li Xian's god's perspective scanned the surroundings. At the same time, he scanned the tower. However, he could not see what was happening inside the tower. This tower contained a strange power, and Li Xian's god's perspective was still unable to detect it. Kill him! Whoosh! 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 10 gold rank experts suddenly rushed into the sky. In a terrifying golden light, a golden light that looked like a natural disaster erupted. Rumble! The city walls of Evil Energy City collapsed, and the houses were destroyed. The entire city seemed to have suffered a magnitude 10 earthquake, turning into ruins. A large number of members of the Evil Energy Organization were lying in pools of blood. They were forcefully killed by the terrifying golden light shockwave. Even those who were at the silver rank peak were unable to withstand this kind of shockwave. When the triangular-eyed captain saw this scene, his eyes looked as if they were about to crack. His entire body was filled with dazzling golden light, and he was like a sun that illuminated this area. Die! The enormous blazing sun shone with boundless light, and it brought with it a destructive might as it blasted towards Li Xian. That terrifying speed instantly enveloped Li Xian. Mid-split fist. Li Xian's right hand struck out with a loud bang. The terrifying golden light brought with it an earth-shattering power, instantly splitting the blazing sun before him into two. The aftershock of that power was too intense. It even split the white clouds in the sky into two, rippling over 1,000 li. How is this possible? It's clearly a low-level gold rank, but it's actually able to block a mid-level gold rank. Form a formation. The triangular-eyed captain found it hard to believe, but he was very decisive. He immediately ordered the formation. In an instant, the remaining 9 gold rank powerhouses stood around the triangular-eyed captain. Above their heads, a dazzling sun quickly condensed. I won't play with you guys anymore. Undead summoning. 4 huge black holes rose up behind Li Xian. The black holes continued to revolve with Li Xian's power, becoming larger and larger. Soon, they turned into a huge spatial tunnel. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon's roar resounded through the area. A white bone dragon's head suddenly emerged from the black hole. Its eyes, which were formed from soul fire, stared at the 10 gold rank warriors with a deathly stillness, causing the scene to become even more oppressive. Circles of water ripples rippled. Li Xian disappeared from this place, leaving behind only the 4 black holes that continued to revolve. Densely packed skeletons that were like a tidal wave crawled out from the black holes, scrambling to descend into this world, charging towards the 10 gold rank experts. Scorching sun. The 10 gold rank experts attacked at the same time. A huge scorching sun descended from the sky, appearing around the black holes with a bang, sweeping in all directions. Rumble. A dazzling golden light enveloped a radius of 100 miles. Intense light and heat burst out in this area, forming a spectacular mushroom cloud, causing the earth to tremble violently. After everything had settled down, all the black holes had disappeared, and the flood-like skeletons had also turned into nothingness. Only the bone dragon was slowly shattering. Just you wait, Master will summon me again. Next time, all of you will die, all of you will die. The bone dragon's deathly silent eyes stared at the 10 gold rank warriors, and its cold voice caused the temperature to drop sharply. Crash! The bone dragon turned into dust and disappeared, leaving behind only the 10 gold ranks with solemn expressions. Who the hell is that person? He actually signed a contract with the Dark World. Could it be that the Dark World has its eyes on this world as well? The triangular-eyed captain's expression was solemn as he felt that the matter had become extremely troublesome. Captain, that person just now was very strange. His physique seemed to be very weak, seriously affecting his strength, a big-nosed fatty said with a frown. Yeah, I have the same feeling. The other party gave me the feeling that he was very dangerous. Even if he was just a low-level gold rank, it still made me feel that he was not someone to be trifled with. But he can't display his strength. It seems that his physique is only bronze rank? Could it be that he was injured in the past, which caused his combat strength to drop drastically? Another fat man opened his mouth to ask. He felt that the other party's physique was obviously very weak, but the strength he displayed was about the same as a mid-level gold rank. This was something that he could not understand. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go and atone for our sins to our master first. The destruction of the evil energy city has seriously affected master's plans. The triangular-eyed captain's expression was unsightly as he looked at the city that was in ruins below, as well as the majority of the evil energy organization members who had been killed by the aftershock of the battle. So many people had died. This was also a huge loss for them. Many of their plans in the future would be affected. They could not care less about the situation at the scene. They quickly descended from the sky and arrived at the entrance of the intact tower. They carefully walked into the tower. Soon, they came before a statue of the evil energy and quickly knelt down to salute. "Master, we didn't do our job well. Please punish us, Master." Chapter 340 Reincarnated as an Angel. Trash. 10 of us couldn't even make a low-level gold rank stay. If it wasn't for the fact that we were on guard against the strange god sect and that stubborn donkey, Qin Zhantian, I would have already made my move. The evil energy statue opened and closed its mouth. Strange evil energy continued to emanate from the statue, rippling into the air and affecting this area. When the 10 gold rank warriors heard this, they lowered their heads even lower, waiting in fear and respect for the outcome. "You don't have to worry too much. That person's body was shattered by you just now, so he won't be able to cause any more trouble in the future. The most important thing now is to speed up the plan and let my clone descend as soon as possible." The voice of the evil energy statue was cold, and its killing intent rippled through the air, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop continuously. "Yes, Master, we will definitely speed up the plan." The 10 gold rank warriors kowtowed respectfully once again, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. In their hearts, they had already made up their minds that they would definitely speed up the plan. "I'll give you these 10 evil energy pills. First, increase your strength. It just so happens that there are a large number of corpses in the city that can help you all break through to the next level." The evil energy statue spoke once again, its voice carrying a hint of playfulness. "Thank you, Master." Seeing the evil energy pills that suddenly appeared in front of them, the 10 gold rank warriors were pleasantly surprised. They immediately took one each and left respectfully. When they arrived outside the tower, they immediately consumed the medicine. As their bodies rapidly shrank, they charged toward the dead evil energy fatties. Munch! 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 The gnawing began. Each and every one of them was like devils, crazily devouring all the dead bodies. They did not even spare the living people. They devoured whatever they saw. After they finished devouring the bodies in the city, the 10 gold rank warriors' strength fluctuated violently as they began to break through. Soon, the 9 low-level gold rank warriors broke through to the mid-level gold rank. The triangular-eyed captain, who was at the mid-level gold rank, also broke through to the high-level gold rank, and his strength soared by a large margin. "Ha ha ha, awesome, awesome! Next time that kid comes, I'll definitely crush him." The triangular-eyed captain laughed wildly, and the aura around him was extremely terrifying. However, what they did not know was that a ferocious human face in their bodies revealed a strange smile, and this human face was exactly the same as the evil energy statue. On the other side, in Qin Yu's base, Li Xian sat on the carpet and looked at his cracked body. He sighed slightly. "I didn't expect this body to be unable to withstand even a single strike from a mid-level gold rank. It's too weak. If it wasn't for my powerful soul and extraordinary talent, my body would have been shattered on the spot." Li Xian was helpless. He could actually give up on his body and directly battle with his heroic spirit transformation. That way, he would be able to display his combat strength. However, considering the strange aura in the tower, Li Xian decided to be more cautious. He only exchanged one move with the intermediate gold rank triangular eyes before summoning the undead. This undead summoning is quite useful, especially after using the transcendence fruit to raise it to the transcendent level. To think that it can summon so many undead creatures. I'll use it in future battles. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction. He actually had other summoning skills, such as summoning a lava giant. However, the lava giant's brain was rather stupid, and the number of summons he could summon was not much. It could not be compared to summoning the undead, especially when compared to the bone dragon. In general, summoning the lava giant was not as good as summoning the undead, so it was not easy. Of course, Li Xian also had other summoning skills. He had mastered fire, earth, water, wind, ice, lightning, wood, light, darkness, poison, and space, and other elemental controls. He could casually form elemental creatures. After comparing them, Li Xian still felt that undead summoning was more useful. The bone dragon had given him quite a pleasant surprise. A low-level gold rank bone dragon is willing to follow me. Interesting. Li Xian felt that this bone dragon was not bad. Under normal circumstances, when summoning undead, he could only forcefully summon undead creatures that were lower than his own soul. If he wanted to summon an undead creature of the same level, he needed the other party's consent. Initially, Li Xian had only tried, but he did not expect the bone dragon to follow him. Although the bone dragon was shattered in the first battle, it did not die. Its soul had already condensed into a new bone dragon in the dark world. The next time Li Xian summoned it, it could still be summoned and become Li Xian's henchman. Let's not think about this for now. I'll go back and change my body first. This body's injuries are too severe, and the upper limit of the upgrade has disappeared. There's no need to keep it. Li Xian informed Qin Yu through the contract, then returned to the summoned beast's world and began to reincarnate. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. After Li Xian gave up on his body, when he woke up again, what he saw was a bloody holy valley. In front of him was a delicate angel with broken wings. Her fair little hand was holding a blazing longsword, and she was engaged in a bloody battle with the densely packed flying bats. The aura that these flying bats emitted was actually evil energy. It was exactly the same as the evil energy from the evil energy dolls and the evil energy organization. Li Xian looked at himself and realized that he had also become a female angel. However, his heart had been struck by a long spear and was nailed to the mountain wall. It's evil energy again. There must be some connection between them. I'll first get rid of these flying bats and then investigate the reason. Li Xian was very disgusted with the evil energy creatures. He grabbed the long spear in his chest with his left hand and pulled it out. The strange evil energy twisted its body and flew out of the long spear. It wanted to drill into Li Xian's heart and corrode him. Unfortunately, the power of purification flashed, and the evil energy directly turned into nothingness. The wound on his heart quickly healed. An angel sword condensed in Li Xian's right hand. Rolling flames burned, and then he lifted it up high. Flame slash! The crescent-shaped flame slash sliced through the air, bypassing the female angel. With a terrifying power akin to a natural disaster, it swept through the evil energy bats like a tidal wave. Rumble! With the terrifying crescent-shaped flame, the evil energy bats at the scene were like ice meeting a blazing sun. Amidst their howls and pain, they instantly disintegrated and turned into dust. All the evil energy creatures at the scene were wiped out just like that. Only the broken-winged female angel was left standing there in a daze. Sister, aren't you dead? How did you become so powerful? The broken-winged female angel looked at Li Xian blankly, her silly and adorable eyes filled with disbelief. I'll treat your injuries first. Li Xian quickly received the memories in his mind and gradually understood what was going on. He did not want to say anything more and directly waved his hand, causing the light of the healing spell to envelop the broken-winged angel. After her injuries recovered, Li Xian did not know how to face his sister and simply disappeared into thin air. Sister, where are you going? Sister! The female angel hurriedly shouted and looked in the direction Li Xian had left, her small face filled with anxiety. Unfortunately, no one answered her, because Li Xian had already teleported and disappeared into the distance. 100 miles away, on a tall tree branch full of greenery. Li Xian stood quietly on the tree branch, his golden eyes sweeping in the direction of the female angel. I'm sorry, I'm not your sister. Li Xian shook his head, not knowing how to face the female angel. He was prepared to think about it after receiving the memories. This reincarnation of an angel surprised Li Xian. Although he was a double-winged angel, his skill still gave him a surprise. Chapter 341 Angel Race. As Li Xian spoke, he slowly pulled out his stats panel and checked the various abilities on it. Ding! Li Xian, Ash Wolf Leader, over 4 million honor points. Master, Qin Yu, Little Fatty. Physique, Double-Winged Angel, Silver Rank Peak. Gold Soul, Fire, Earth, Water, Wind, Ice, Thunder, Wood, Light, Darkness, Poison, Space, and other elements control. Skills, Reincarnation Pool, Psychokinesis, God's Perspective, Heroic Spirit Transformation, Dragon's Might, Mantis Puppet, Soul Giant Hand, Treasure Seeking, Companion Spiritual Equipment, Self-Destruct. Looking at the newly added Reincarnation Pool on the data panel, Li Xian's eyes flashed with joy. This time, I have obtained 3 skills. Divine and Flame Control are automatically integrated into Elemental Control, so I don't need to eat Transcendence fruits anymore. The third skill is the Reincarnation Pool. I can create a light attribute Holy Reincarnation Pool, allowing humans to obtain new life through the Reincarnation Pool. Li Xian said faintly. He was very surprised by this skill. In fact, as long as he was willing, he could turn all humans into angels. No, this will consume too much energy. Reincarnating humans into angels requires a large amount of holy power, and I don't have the time at all. However, I can use the Reincarnation Pool to reincarnate all the reincarnators back into humans. This way, the consumption will be much lower. I think all the reincarnators want to become humans. Li Xian thought of the humans in his territory. Many of these people had been reincarnated into weeds, rocks, trees, and the like. They were basically immovable, and their current level was still at the ordinary rank. Li Xian was certain that without his help, even after a few decades, those people would still be unable to break through to the Black Iron rank. Therefore, those people desperately wanted to turn back into humans and gain a new life. Then, I'll set up a reincarnation pool. Whoever wants to reincarnate must give me honor points and reincarnate into a human. However, the strength they have now will be greatly affected. They can only keep the skill they obtained from their soul. Forget it, I'll let them make their own choice. Li Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about this matter. Instead, he turned around and flew into the distance. From his god's perspective, a hunt was going on 100 miles away. More than 10 angels were fighting and running at the same time. They were being chased by the evil energy bats, and they looked very miserable. The angels have made great contributions. They shouldn't be destroyed. Li Xian sighed and browsed through the memories in his mind bit by bit. Gradually, he learned from the memories in this body that the 2 strongest guardians of the angels sacrificed themselves in order to protect their clansmen when they came to this world. The remaining strongest were 9 gold rank and 1 saint rank. They occupied District 20. However, a year ago, there was a huge problem in the summoned beasts world. The world's will was in a deep sleep and there was no feedback at all. Not long ago, an evil energy clone of the evil energy world rushed into the summoned beasts world and landed in District 20. It started to slaughter the creatures of this world. For the sake of their people, the saint rank powerhouse of the angel race led 9 gold rank powerhouses to battle with the evil energy clone. In the end, all of them died. It was also because of them that the evil energy clone was shattered and could not be condensed again for a short period of time. It also protected the summoned beasts world from disaster. Unfortunately, the evil energy bats from District 21 took this opportunity to attack District 20, wantonly slaughtering these angels, causing the angel race to flee in all directions. Evil energy? I didn't expect there to be an evil energy world with many evil energy gods in it. Li Xian found very important information in his memories, and his expression became grave. The evil energy world was also invading various major worlds, along with the abyss world, the strange god world, the devil world, the virus world, the bug race world, and many other worlds, simultaneously invading other worlds. These worlds were too powerful, and the other worlds had no way of defending themselves. Even the powerful summoned beasts world had fallen into a deep sleep. No wonder I haven't heard any notifications recently. Logically speaking, when I advance to gold rank, the world would definitely announce it. I didn't expect the summoned beasts' worlds will to actually fall into a deep sleep. Li Xian felt that he was in trouble. The summoned beasts' world was his headquarters, and he did not want anything to happen here. He had to do something to stop all of this. Let's kill these evil energy bats first. These disgusting bats are the ones that summoned the evil energy clones. Li Xian condensed a flaming longsword in his hand, and his entire body disappeared into the water ripples. 100 miles away, more than a dozen angels were running in a sorry state, and they would occasionally fly up to find an opportunity to escape. However, the densely packed evil energy bats in the sky attacked crazily, releasing all kinds of red and black energy to attack these angels. The red and black energy was very strange. After hitting the angels, it quickly corroded them. The angels had no choice but to use the purifying power to purify the corrosion. However, there were too many evil energy bats in the sky. There were thousands of them. The dozen or so angels had already reached their limits to be able to hold on until this moment. They were on the verge of death. Why? We have obviously paid so much for this world, but no one has helped us at this moment. Why? The leading angel cried. Her beautiful little face was covered in tears, and only despair remained in her golden eyes. Ha ha ha, they can't hold on any longer. Kill them all, tear them apart, and eat their flesh and blood. The evil energy bats laughed maniacally. Their eyes were blood red as they swooped down, biting at the angels with bloodlust. Boom! An earth-shattering boom resounded through the sky. An extreme sword light shot up into the sky, bringing with it a terrifying might that could look down on the world. It instantly swept across the sky. Rumble! A terrifying long sword slashed through the air, the scorching sword light sweeping past thousands of evil energy bats. The might of the heavens instantly turned these bats into dust, dissipating into the heavens and earth. Li Xian stood quietly in the skies, watching all the evil energy bats die. His golden eyes swept downwards as he spoke faintly, "Go to the Holy Valley, your sisters are there." As he finished speaking, Li Xian's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he came to a battlefield in front of tens of thousands of bats. "Be careful!" The angels fighting below saw Li Xian appear out of nowhere and hurriedly called out to warn him. There were too many bats. If they flew into the sky like this, they would only be shattered by the evil energy spears in the bats' hands. Die! Li Xian waved the long sword in his hand again. Scorching flames swept across the sky again. The entire sky was burning intensely like a sea of fire. A large number of evil energy bats wailed as they burned. They fell to the ground like dumplings and were burned to ashes. Li Xian did not stop. His figure continued to flash. Every time he flashed, he would save a batch of angels. At the same time, his steel puppet was also released, attacking in all directions to save the angels that were being chased. As a gold rank powerhouse, although Li Xian's soul was at the low-level gold rank, with the support of many skills, he was not afraid even if he encountered a high-level gold rank powerhouse. At the very most, he could give up on his physique and directly use the heroic spirit transformation. At this time, he would not be restricted by his physique and could unleash the strength of a high-level gold rank powerhouse. Therefore, even if his physique affected his strength, he could still display the power of a mid-level gold rank. At this moment, the flames released by Li Xian formed a rolling fire and covered a large area. The entire sky was like a sea of fire, making people feel terrified when they saw it. Just like that, Li Xian kept fighting and saved more than 3,000 angels. However, when he arrived at the last battlefield, his expression became serious. It was because a high-level gold rank evil energy bat brought a dense group of evil energy bats and surrounded the archangel of the angel race. She was the strongest person in the angel race, but she was only at the half-step gold rank. If it was not for the gold rank evil energy bat playing around, the Archangel would have died in battle. Chapter 342 Gold Rank Evil Energy Bat. Looking at this scene, the angel was in a desperate situation. Li Xian clenched his right hand tightly and smashed it toward the densely packed evil energy bats. Boom! A blazing white light flashed, bringing with it an indomitable and terrifying might as it shot toward the cloud in front of Li Xian. That terrifying white light contained a terrifying holy power. Its purifying power swept through the sky rapidly, engulfing all the evil energy bats in the sky. In an instant, the evil energy bats that blotted out the sky were like snow that had encountered the scorching sun. They melted crazily, screaming in despair as they screamed in terror. "You're courting death!" An ice-cold roar shook the sky and earth. The gold-rank evil energy bat flapped its wings, continuously condensing a black cloud to protect the evil energy bats that was not dead yet. It stared at Li Xian with bloodthirsty eyes. "You little low-level gold rank, how dare you to kill my tribesmen? Die!" The body of the evil energy bat streaked across the sky like lightning. The terrifying power descended from the sky, and the suffocating pressure also descended rapidly. Rumble! The earth could not withstand the terrifying pressure and collapsed bit by bit. All the vegetation and trees were crushed by the pressure. Even the Archangel was instantly pressed to the ground and spat out blood. If it were not for the fact that she had reached half-step gold rank and was wearing golden armor and holding a golden holy sword, she would have been crushed under the terrifying pressure. Good. Li Xian was not scared at all when he saw the gold rank evil energy bat charging at him. Instead, he became excited because of the various battle instincts in his body. With so many terrifying skills, he had been suppressing himself all this while and had not been able to display his powerful strength. This was the best opportunity for him to display his strength. He, Li Xian, would completely display his strength at this moment. Kill! A companion spiritual equipment appeared around Li Xian's body and rapidly transformed into a mighty and handsome armor. Even the snow-white wings on his back were wrapped up, forming steel armor. At the same time, a golden long spear condensed in his hand. It was a holy long spear that was burning with flames. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated in the sky. Li Xian was sent flying backward, flying for thousands of meters in the air. However, he did not suffer the slightest injury. Instead, he twisted his head and made cracking sounds. That's strong enough. Looking at the golden figure who was chasing him again, a golden light flashed in Li Xian's eyes. His body was also shrouded in a golden light, forming another layer of golden armor and golden wings. At this moment, he had already become a gold-rank holy angel that was armed to the teeth. The aura that he emitted was no weaker than the gold-rank evil energy bat. Boom! The two sides fought again. A strong shockwave swept in all directions in a circle with the two of them as the center. Under the shockwave of the two's battle, the thick and heavy earth formed dense cracks and ditches. Including the Archangel and the low-level bats, they were all sent flying by the shockwave of the battle, spitting out blood. The Archangel was still all right. With the protection of her gold equipment and powerful strength, she managed to escape alive. The bats were in a terrible situation. Many of them were killed by the shockwave of the battle. Only a few half-step gold-rank evil energy bats fled to District 21 in fear. Boom! The battle in the sky continued. The two of them moved at lightning speed. They fought from the ground to the sky, from the east to the west, and even from District 20 to District 21. The terrifying golden light and the shocking battle scene even illuminated the sky and earth in a golden color, shocking countless living beings. However, this was just the beginning. A gold-rank battle itself was very long, not to mention that their battle strength was equivalent to a high-level gold-rank powerhouse. Therefore, this battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. The living beings below could only see the flashing golden light in the sky and the terrifying flames burning the entire world. Some people even received the blood that dripped from the sky. It was gold-colored blood and contained a powerful force. Rumble! An earth-shaking loud sound swept in all directions, and a terrifying mushroom cloud bloomed in the sky. The creatures were so frightened by this terrifying mushroom cloud that their backs turned cold, and their hearts were filled with shock. In District 20's Holy Valley, the Archangel led 3,000 angels and looked anxiously at the horizon, looking at the terrifying mushroom cloud that covered an area of 10,000 li in the sky. What's that? Will elder sister be in danger? Out of the 3,000 angels, the only little angel, Angela, hurriedly asked. Her sister had come back from the dead, which surprised and delighted her at the same time, especially since her sister had saved so many of the angel race. However, looking at the terrifying mushroom cloud in the sky, Angela was a little scared, worried that something had happened to her sister again. That seems to be the terrifying ultimate move of a high-level gold rank. The Archangel's face was solemn. She could feel the heart-palpitating power in the mushroom cloud. She only needed to touch a little bit of this power, and she could die. Therefore, she was also afraid and worried. The ultimate move of a high-level gold rank? Can sister block it? Will she be okay? Angela asked again hurriedly. It's very difficult. Although your sister, Anna's strength has reached the low-level gold rank for some reason, and she can fight against the gold rank evil energy bat. But that evil energy bat is a high-level gold rank, it's an old gold rank, and it's also the chief of the evil energy bat clan. Its combat strength is so strong that even our dead chief would feel danger. So your sister, Anna, is in terrible danger, the Archangel explained solemnly. No. No. I don't want anything to happen to my sister, I don't want anything to happen to her. Angela was crying her eyes out. Her face was covered in tears. Her golden eyes were staring at the sky. She wanted to see her sister as soon as possible. She even wanted to go over and help her. However, she was too weak. Angela did not even have the right to approach her. She could only pray in her heart that nothing would happen to her sister. Strange. Why is this mushroom cloud not dispersing for a long time? Moreover, it is still spreading. The power of the ultimate move shouldn't be this strong. The Archangel felt puzzled and could not help but mutter. Soon, she thought of something and her pupils constricted. Could it be that this is the self-destruction of the gold rank evil energy bat? Self-destruction. When the angels heard this, they hurriedly looked at the Archangel. Angela immediately grabbed the Archangel's sleeve and looked at her pitifully. Yes, self-destruction. The royal family of the evil energy bat has the ability to self-destruct. It is very similar to the mushroom cloud that is spreading now. The gold rank evil energy bat must be from the royal family. If it self-destructs, it will definitely form the mushroom cloud that's spreading now. It might even continue to spread. Its power is so terrifying that it could threaten even a gold rank peak. The Archangel quickly explained, her expression becoming more and more serious. He felt that Angela's sister, Anna, was very likely dead. She might have perished together with the evil energy bat. Chapter 343 Construction of the Reincarnation Pool. The death of the gold rank evil energy bat was definitely good news for the angel race. Without the gold rank evil energy bat, the remaining evil energy bat race would gradually decline because the other experts of the evil energy bat race had sacrificed themselves. They had used the sacrifice to summon the evil energy clone and were prepared to occupy the summoned beast's world and completely destroy all living things. Unfortunately, the angel race still had the divine equipment left behind by the guardians. Under the joint efforts of a saint rank and 9 gold rank experts, they had activated the power of the divine equipment and engaged the evil energy clone in a great battle. In the end, both sides perished together. Both sides suffered heavy losses. If it were not for the fact that the evil energy bat race still had a gold rank, the evil energy bats would have been destroyed by the surrounding factions very quickly. Since the gold rank evil energy bat was dead, this was definitely good news for the angel race. However, the Archangel was not happy. Faced with such a terrifying mushroom cloud, Angela's sister, Anna, would definitely die. She did not want to see her benefactor who saved them die. Whoosh! A golden light flashed rapidly in the sky. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the ground. It was a soft figure covered in blood. This figure had snow-white skin and long hair that fell over her shoulders. Her well-fitting armor made her look even more valiant and extraordinary. However, this figure knelt on one knee on the ground. The long spear in her hand had already been broken, and half of her body was covered in a corrosive poison. Her pair of pure white wings had been broken in two, and she was drenched in blood. What was even more terrifying was that this figure's body was covered in dense cracks. It was like a cracked porcelain bottle that would shatter upon contact. This figure was none other than Angela's elder sister, Anna. It was also Li Xian, who had just returned from the battle. Elder sister. Seeing Li Xian's near-death state, Angela hurriedly flew toward Li Xian. She quickly arrived in front of Li Xian, wanting to throw herself into his embrace. However, she did not dare to approach Li Xian. She was afraid that if she touched Li Xian would shatter. When the surrounding angels saw this scene, they hurriedly flew to Li Xian's side and looked at him worriedly. There were even angels who were prepared to treat Li Xian, afraid that something would happen to him. At this moment, Li Xian did not speak. Instead, he quietly looked at the angels who were concerned. He could not hold on any longer, and his body was on the verge of collapse. He could feel that there was still a trace of instinct in his body, especially after Angela approached him. That trace of instinct had a reaction. Li Xian did not stop her, allowing that trace of instinct to drive his body. Under his instinct, he slowly raised his snow-white left hand, gently approached Angela's small head, and then rubbed it twice. "Live well." A clear voice sounded from Li Xian's mouth, and a smile blossomed on his snow-white face. It was the smile of an angel. Bang! Li Xian's body instantly collapsed, turning into stars that scattered in the air, scattering between heaven and earth in Angela's painful tears. "Sister!" Angela shouted and pounced on the place where her sister had disappeared, crying helplessly. Her sister loved to pat her head. Ever since she was young, she would always smile at her like this, showing her the warmest smile. This smile would leave her forever at this moment. Tears rolled down like broken pearls. Angela knelt at the place where her sister had collapsed and cried silently, sobbing helplessly in the depressing atmosphere. Ding! You have died. Randomly resurrected. Following the mechanical voice, Li Xian's dark world saw light again. He raised his head and looked at the blue sky and white clouds. He stood there quietly for a long time before he checked his status bit by bit and browsed through the memories in his mind. Flaming White Fox? Its level is not bad. Silver rank peak. Li Xian looked at his little claws, shook his snow-white tail, and nodded in satisfaction. Through his memories, he discovered that the flaming white fox was killed by the aftershock of the battle. That was when the evil energy clone was fighting against the angel race. Through his memories, Li Xian saw the evil energy clone and saw its overall appearance. In human form, it has a tail and looks like a demon. However, its body is light green in color and it's rippling with a terrifying evil energy. It's not easy to deal with. Li Xian's expression was solemn. A gold rank warrior would not be able to handle such a terrifying fellow. In his memories, 9 gold rank warriors and a saint rank warrior who had surpassed gold rank were killed by the evil energy clone when they used a certain weapon. This made Li Xian realize how terrifying the evil energy clone was. The evil energy clone might very well be connected to the evil energy organization in Qin Yu's world. If the evil energy organization can also summon an evil energy clone, then who would have the ability to fight such an existence? This is troublesome. Li Xian was a little worried. His combat strength was not weak, he could take away a high-level gold rank by dying together. However, it would be very troublesome if he encountered a gold rank peak, not to mention the evil energy clone with terrifying strength. I wonder what the conditions are for summoning the evil energy clone? Looks like I'll have to investigate it. Oh right, the angels have extraordinary combat strength. It just so happens that they're invited to join my territory. My territory is currently under the protection of the world. However, the protection period will soon be over. I'll have to be careful of my enemies in the future. Li Xian sighed. Following that, he condensed 5 steel mantises and ordered them to bring the angels to the Ashwolf area. When Li Xian was fighting to save people, the steel mantises kept appearing to help in the battle. Li Xian was sure that the angel race would definitely follow him, so he prepared to leave and return to the territory to make the humans in the territory reincarnate as soon as possible. In the past few years, he had reincarnated quite a lot. Almost every time he reincarnated, he saved a batch of humans. This also led to the territory becoming bigger and bigger, and the number of humans increased. There were already over 10 million reincarnators in the Ashwolf area. At the moment, the entire Ashwolf area was very lively. It had already formed a huge trading market. Unfortunately, the speed of the reincarnators increasing their strength was too slow. The fastest one was only a low-level bronze rank. It was still far from being a high-level bronze rank. I have a feeling that something big will happen in the summoned beasts world in the future. I have to increase the strength of the territory as soon as possible. I will urge them to increase their strength as soon as possible. Li Xian shook his head and sighed. Out of the tens of millions of people, only a dozen of them had reached bronze rank. As for black iron rank, only 20% of them. The rest of them were only at the ordinary rank. Such a speed of improvement was too slow. Li Xian wanted to curse. Feeling helpless, Li Xian flew into the void and returned to his territory. He started to build the reincarnation pool. To build the reincarnation pool, one needed light stones. There were many of these things in the auction house. Many people did not know what they were used for, so the price was still very low. Chapter 344 Precious Elemental Origin. Li Xian simply bought a bunch of them and started to manufacture them. After 2 days of hard work, the reincarnation pool was finally completed. Li Xian placed it in a hall and named it the Reincarnation Hall. The result was unexpected. After Li Xian announced this matter, the entire territory was in an uproar. Everyone wanted to be reincarnated. Even black iron ranks wanted to be reincarnated. Only the bronze rank warriors felt depressed. They did not want to give up on their current strength. However, they coveted to be reincarnated. After all, they were going to become humans again. As humans in the past, who would not want to become humans? Especially when they thought about finding a girlfriend after becoming humans. It was different from the current species, where there was no way to differentiate. Some of the reincarnators were rocks, weeds, and trees. They could not even find a girlfriend. It was impossible to tell if the other party was a man or a woman. In the end, since they had the chance to become human again, everyone wanted to become humans again. Only a few people with strange thoughts wanted to maintain the current situation. There were also bronze rank experts who were unwilling to give up their current strength and were unwilling to improve from scratch. Finally, amidst the depressed emotions of the bronze rank experts, the great cause of reincarnation began. Half an hour after Li Xian's announcement, the reincarnation hall was already filled with reincarnators. The densely packed summoned beasts were like ants, and there were even rocks, weeds, dung, and the like that were being carried by people. All of them were waiting near the hall. Seeing this scene, Li Xian brought over the native summoned beasts guarding the door and asked them to maintain order. These silver rank summoned beasts were all recruited by Li Xian, and it was time to maintain order. With the native summoned beasts around, the reincarnation undertaking proceeded in an orderly manner. Many people handed in their accumulated honor points in exchange for a chance to reincarnate. Since reincarnation was based on the appearance of a human soul, anyone who reincarnated would have the same appearance as their soul. This also caused many people who wanted to become handsome to feel depressed. Fortunately, reincarnation retained their previous skills. Although they could only be reincarnated once, they were still very satisfied. At the very least, they had become humans. In such a reincarnation, it only took Li Xian one day to obtain a large number of honor points. The harvest was quite bountiful. Seeing that the reincarnation was proceeding in an orderly manner, Li Xian no longer cared about this matter. He directly went to the spirit race's eldest daughter and began to inquire about gold rank and saint rank knowledge. This eldest daughter was once a gold rank. Her injuries had decreased, and after buying medicine in the territory and slowly recovering, she had gradually begun to recover her gold rank strength. In another 2 years, she would completely recover to her former peak. Such a person's knowledge of gold rank and saint rank was much more than Li Xian's. Therefore, Li Xian chatted with her for 7 days and learned a lot of knowledge. For example, the elemental origin. Li Xian finally understood its importance. Li Xian's various abilities had already reached a level where they could not be improved with transcendence fruits. They could only be improved with something higher, and that was the elemental origin. The elemental origin was a world-class origin item. It was extremely precious and could greatly increase one's battle strength by consuming one. It was said that there was a half-step saint rank expert who relied on his origin level skill to fight a saint rank expert and managed to escape. Although he escaped in the end, one had to admit the importance of the elemental origin. Li Xian had a large amount of elemental talent at the moment. If he could obtain the elemental origin, his battle strength would increase explosively. Unfortunately, the spirit race's eldest daughter had never consumed the elemental origin. She had only seen it once, and it was in her previous world. As it was said that the soul origin was very rare. There was no such thing in small-scale worlds. Only medium-scale and large-scale worlds would possess it. In order to let Li Xian understand the elemental origin more clearly, the spirit race's eldest daughter had also used her mana to condense the appearance of the soul origin, allowing Li Xian to better identify it. Elemental origin. I wonder if my treasure-seeking skill will be of any use. I hope I can find it. Li Xian was not confident. This kind of precious good thing, anyone would hide it. How could it be so easy to obtain? Even if someone obtained it, they would not know what it was. After all, the elemental origin was too rare, and the related knowledge was very little. If it was not for the spirit race's eldest daughter, Li Xian would not have known that such a good thing would exist. I'll return to Qin Yu's world first. I'll investigate the strange god sect and see what kind of background this sect has. Is it dangerous? Is it similar to the evil energy organization and has that kind of evil energy clone behind it? After I've investigated thoroughly and confirmed that Qin Yu's world won't be destroyed by these evil sects, I'll go look for the elemental origin. Li Xian muttered to himself. He was prepared to take another look at Qin Yu. Once he was completely at ease, he would go to the new world. Whoosh! With Li Xian's will, his body transformed into his original form. With his descent skill, he returned to Qin Yu's world and saw the adorable little Qin Yu. At this moment, Qin Yu was wearing silver armor and a pair of small silver steel boots. Her entire person, under the contrast of this armor, was even more valiant and moving. Yu, what are you doing? Li Xian asked with a smile. Step by step, he came to Qin Yu's side and stretched out his hand to hold her waist. I'm experimenting with golden threads. Qin Yu looked at Li Xian shyly and raised her small hand to indicate. At this moment, a circle of golden threads was circling around her snow-white small hand. These threads were very tough. No one below the silver rank peak could cut them. Even a silver rank peak would need a lot of effort to cut them off. This was even when Qin Yu's strength was insufficient. If Qin Yu's strength had reached the silver rank peak, even a half-step gold rank would find it difficult to cut them off. Looking at these threads, Li Xian immediately thought of the threads that he had seen in the abyss. Back then, these threads had killed gold rank monsters all over the mountains and plains. Even a gigantic monster that seemed to be a saint rank monster had been killed. This was enough to prove how terrifying the golden threads were. Li Xian even felt that Qin Yu must be related to the one who had killed the monster. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to possess the threads as well. Heaven! Li Xian thought of the tattered flag. At that time, the flag had the word heaven written on it. Li Xian felt that the super powerhouse's name might have the word heaven in it. Forget it. Let's not think about this. It's too far away from me. Let's investigate the strange god sect first. As long as it can be stable, I can leave for a period of time without worry. Li Xian muttered to himself. He raised his hand and pinched Qin Yu's little face as he said softly. You, I'll go investigate the strange god sect. You guys have been keeping a low profile recently. Safety is the priority. Yes. I heard that the strange god sect's background isn't simple. If you bring this, it can defend itself. With it by your side, I'll be at ease. Qin Yu condensed a few threads into a tougher thread and carefully placed it in Li Xian's arms. Okay, wait for me. Li Xian gave a few more instructions and his figure disappeared in the ripples. Finally, he arrived at Blazing Fire City. Let's continue the investigation. Li Xian's figure changed again. Very quickly, he transformed into a cat and jumped on top of a wall. Using his god's perspective, he began the search. The last time he investigated the evil energy organization, Li Xian had a clearer understanding of this world and discovered that there were many countries in this world. Among them, the country where Black Rock City was located was the Qin Nation, and surrounding it was the Zhao Nation, Yan Nation, Song Nation. There were dozens of countries, big and small. Unfortunately, with so many countries added together, they did not dare to resist the rule of the Divine Imperial Palace. The Divine Imperial Palace gave an order to gather a large number of humans from various big countries. Back then, the gold rank expert who rebelled against the Divine Imperial Palace was the Grand Emperor of the Snow Nation. It was a pity that he was killed by the Divine Emperor in one move, shocking the entire world. Ever since that incident, no other major event of this level had happened. The entire world was living under the pressure of the Divine Imperial Palace, surviving with great difficulty. Chapter 345 The Strange Living Dead. The reason why Li Xian came to Inferno City to investigate was that there was a large branch of the strange god sect here. It was the kind of large branch that was openly established. The main point was that all the cities in the world were the territory of the strange god sect. They were even protected by the Divine Imperial Palace. This also resulted in the strange god sect being extremely powerful. They had the strength to destroy a large country. However, what surprised Li Xian was that it was not the first time he had seen people from the strange god sect in the slums. They actually rarely left the slums. Even if they left, they would still leave through the city gate where the slums were located. They would never enter other areas of the city. For example, in Inferno City, the slums were filled with all kinds of strange humans. All of them were staring at the outside of the slums. Their evil eyes were filled with madness. They wanted to capture the humans and turn them into the strange ones like them. However, they could only watch. They did not dare to step out of the slums. They only stared. This time, I must investigate what is going on, Li Xian said to himself. His figure quickly ran across the roof and headed towards the slums. With his god's perspective, Li Xian easily locked onto the slums. He even saw a branch of the Divine Imperial Palace in the east of the city. Li Xian's god's perspective swept over, and when he realized that he had not been discovered, he heaved a sigh of relief. Back when his god's perspective was elementary level, Li Xian was almost discovered when he scanned the people from the Divine Imperial Palace. Since his god's perspective had reached transcendent level, he could finally scan without worry. The branch's building contains some kind of array formation. God's perspective is actually unable to penetrate it. It's really not simple. Even a mere branch is so powerful. Li Xian muttered to himself and continued to run toward the slums. Soon, he arrived at a dark corner at the edge of the slums. To prevent being discovered, Li Xian's kitten form chose to turn invisible. He carefully walked into the slums with his little paws. Whoosh! On the road of the slums, thousands of living dead stared at the outside world with twisted eyes, staring at the residential area like zombies. Any resident who met their eyes would be easily affected. Then, they would walk into the slums mechanically and become one of them, becoming the living dead. They had been staring at the residential area, but the moment Li Xian walked into the slums, tens of thousands of living dead turned their heads and stared in Li Xian's direction. The twisted and strange look in their eyes made anyone who saw it feel a little scared. They found me so fast? I'm invisible. Li Xian was surprised. He had turned into a kitten, and he was invisible. Even the evil energy organization could not find him. He was only found in the headquarters of the evil energy organization. However, he did not expect that. As soon as he walked in, he was found. Li Xian did not expect that at all. Roar! 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 Tens of thousands of ordinary people started running like bloodthirsty zombies. They moved their pale feet quickly and stared at Li Xian with ferocious eyes. How troublesome! Space rippled slightly, and Li Xian instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in a corner of a small courtyard, hiding in the grass. The strange god saves the world. 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 The messy footsteps continued to run. Along with the mechanical shouts, the pale-eyed living dead surrounded the small courtyard like puppets as they ran. They did not attack. Instead, their eyes were eerily locked onto Li Xian through the wall, staring fixedly at him. The strange atmosphere caused the scene to become oppressive. Li Xian felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. He always had the urge to walk out and join these living dead. Shaking his head, Li Xian threw this thought to the back of his mind and said in his heart, "Strange, how did they discover me? These living dead are mostly ordinary people. They don't have the strength to discover me." Li Xian was puzzled, he could not figure out why, so he could only disappear and hide again. However, after hiding several times, he was found and locked on every time. The inexplicable atmosphere became even more intense, and Li Xian even had the thought of killing someone. Helpless, Li Xian could only temporarily leave the slums and come to a high tower in the east of the city, only then did he gradually return to normal. My aura has all been restrained, my killing intent has also been restrained, my life force has also been restrained, and my spirit power undulations have been concealed through my skills. How on earth did they discover me? Li Xian could not figure it out. He felt that this strange god sect was really strange and terrifying. He had no idea what their methods were. I'll continue to secretly observe. I still don't believe it. If I really can't do it, then I'll kill my way in. It's just a small branch, why should I be afraid of them? Li Xian's voice was cold as he prepared to attack. However, at this moment, from his god's perspective, he discovered that the living dead were tangled together. They were walking out of the city gate. They were moving forward step by step with mechanical distortion, heading in the opposite direction of Li Xian. What are they doing? Could it be that the strange god sect is up to something again? Li Xian was puzzled. However, from his god's perspective, he discovered that there were many things in the stronghold in the slums that had not been moved. There were a large number of books and all sorts of strange items. Could it be a trap? Li Xian returned to the slums in the ripples and locked onto the stronghold in the slums. He saw the strange altar that was half built inside. I didn't feel any danger. Why did they suddenly leave? Li Xian still could not figure it out. However, when his god's perspective scanned through the information, he saw a lot of important information, which made Li Xian's interest greatly increase. Let's look at the information first. Just a few glances and I already feel that it's very important. So what if it's a trap? Li Xian sneered and his figure quickly disappeared into the stronghold. He kept all the books in his dimensional pocket and quickly carried out a large sweep. After confirming that there was nothing left, he quickly arrived outside the slums. It doesn't seem to be dangerous. Strange. Li Xian could not figure it out, so he simply left and found a place to look at the information. On the other side, dozens of miles away, in the strange crowd of living dead, two short figures were hiding in the crowd, hiding. Cough, cough, cough. One of the one-eyed figures kept coughing and even coughed up blood. Big brother, that cat didn't come after us, right? The three-armed figure asked. No, the information attracted him, so he did not come after us. The one-eyed figure coughed. Big brother, that information is very important. Is it really all right to just throw it away? Moreover, the altar is only half built. We will face punishment if we lose the altar, the three-armed figure said again. What do you know? That cat just now was just a human being. My soul-luring spell had no effect at all. Even using my life force to use a secret technique had no effect. How can you provoke such a person? If you don't run quickly, you might be kicked to death, the one-eyed figure continued. A human? I thought it was a summoned beast. The three-armed figure was surprised. It's a human. When I used the secret technique, I saw his face. Not only did I know he was a human, but I also knew who he was, the one-eyed figure said again. Who was it? You should know the fierce man who killed his way into the headquarters of the evil energy organization some time ago. It's this man, the one-eyed figure continued to explain. It's him? Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. It's exactly the same as the wanted poster. Although this man can transform, his soul can't be changed. It's obvious that it's him, the one-eyed figure said solemnly. Oh my God, it's this fierce man. Fortunately, we ran fast. If we had run any later, we would have died here. That's right. Right now, our sect and the evil energy organization are locked in a stalemate. The experts are all in the abyss battlefield. If we were to encounter an attack, no one would come to save us. Now that we're able to survive, it's all thanks to me. The first thing I did was admit defeat and run away. You should learn from me in the future, the one-eyed figure continued. Okay, okay, okay. I got it. You must be careful in the future. Don't ever run into this fierce person. Chapter 346 Exploring the Divine Imperial Palace for the first time. Just like that, the two short figures left this place in fear and fled into the distance. On the other side, Li Xian was sitting on a grass patch, leisurely reading the information in his hands and constantly flipping through the contents. The information inside made Li Xian feel very important, especially the various records in the information, which also made Li Xian feel surprised. There was a lot of information. Li Xian read it for 3 days before he got a general idea and understood a lot of important information. The strange god sect is actually fighting with the evil energy organization in the abyss battlefield. I didn't expect the experts of both sides to be in the abyss battlefield. Li Xian was extremely surprised. He had guessed that the strange god sect and the evil energy organization were the evil forces that had joined forces. However, what surprised Li Xian was that both sides were actually fighting on the abyss battlefield. Many experts had already fallen, and they had reached the point where they would not rest until one of them died. Strange, there is very little information about the Divine Imperial Palace in the information. It only says that the strange god sect and the Divine Imperial Palace are cooperating. It also says that the Divine Emperor's life is at its end and they are looking for a way to break through. Other than this information, there was nothing else. Even the reason why the strange god sect and the divine imperial palace were cooperating was not mentioned. Could it be that the strange god sect is cooperating with the divine imperial palace to deal with the evil energy organization? However, there's no record of the divine emperor helping the strange god sect. On the contrary, there's a record of the strange god sect helping the divine imperial palace. Could it be that the strange god sect is helping the divine emperor extend his life so that he can obtain the divine emperor's promise so that the strange god sect can occupy the slums of the various cities? Li Xian secretly guessed. He felt that the possibility of this was very high, and it might even be the truth. However, just guessing was not enough to be evidence. Li Xian decided to continue investigating to see what was going on and why the divine emperor had not appeared from the strange god sect for so many years. Could it be that the divine emperor had reached the limit of his lifespan and was using the lives of ordinary people and some forbidden secret technique to extend his life? Over the years, the divine imperial palace had searched for humans everywhere. People who entered the divine imperial palace had never appeared again. It was very likely that they were using some forbidden secret technique. Let's go and take a look. This time, I'll be more cautious. If I encounter an opponent that I can't deal with, then I'll kill myself as soon as possible and return to the summoned beasts world. Li Xian muttered as circles of water ripples appeared behind his back. His entire body disappeared into the void amidst these water ripples. In the imperial city of the Qin nation, Li Xian's figure arrived outside the city, on a small green hill. His eyes flashed as he used his god's perspective to scan the entire city. He also saw the divine imperial palace in the city. The instant he saw the divine imperial palace, Li Xian's god's perspective was instantly shattered. He felt as if his head was about to explode. He felt intense pain. At the same time, a strong sense of danger surged into his heart. It was a crazy notification from his talent. Boom! The self-destruct skill was suddenly released. Li Xian's body exploded with a loud bang. A strong shockwave swept in all directions with Li Xian as the center. The power that was like a mountain flood and tsunami surged wildly in all directions, quickly covering a large area. Li Xian died in the terrifying mushroom cloud. In the exploding white light, his soul returned to the summoned beasts world. Boom! Another explosion, the terrifying mushroom cloud instantly dissipated, and the white blade light cut through everything like lightning, destroying the smoke and dust. When the dust settled, a handsome youth stood quietly in the dust, smiling as he swept his gaze across the empty scene. He had purple hair, a fair and handsome face, and was dressed in clean white clothes. It looked like ordinary clothes, without the slightest bit of protection. His eyes narrowed, giving off the feeling of an ordinary boy with narrowed eyes. However, at this moment, the youth was holding a long white saber. The long saber was shining with a power that caused space to tremble. Dead? No. No, interesting, really interesting. The youth's smile gradually split open, becoming bigger and bigger until it reached the root of his ear. Those serrated teeth were revealed in his smile, just like a bloodthirsty shark. Just like that, the youth looked at the empty scene and stood there for a long time. Summoned Beast World. Li Xian found the light again from the darkness. He looked at the damp cave around him, looked at the tender green grass beneath his feet, and gently shook his head. A silver rank peak lucky deer? I didn't expect there to be such a summoned beast. It's not bad to increase one's luck. Li Xian looked at his body from God's perspective and found that he looked very similar to the Sika deer. The spots on his skin were almost the same, very similar. If it was not for the golden patterns on his forehead, his appearance would not have been much different from the Sika deer. Not bad. With the luck attribute, I can act more safely in the future. I'll keep this skill on. Li Xian chose to permanently turn on his skill, allowing himself to be in luck forever. Only then would he be able to obtain more good things. I'll first increase my strength. I'll investigate the Divine Imperial Palace later. It's too dangerous there. Even the transcendent level God's perspective was discovered. What a terrifying force! Li Xian sighed. He felt that the divine imperial palace was not to be trifled with. It was extremely dangerous. He could only delay his investigation at the moment and investigate it after he became stronger. Thinking of this, Li Xian prepared to go to the little fatty's world. There were still many things to deal with there, and there was also a cheap master who treated him well. She still had to thank him for teaching her the fire god technique so diligently. Thinking of this, Li Xian left. Under the descent skill, he returned to the little fatty's world. In the beast tamer sect, on a certain big tree, Li Xian hid his figure and silently looked at the little fatty not far away. When he saw that the little fatty was learning the beast tamer technique to increase his strength, he nodded. The little fatty's strength had already risen to the mid-level black iron rank. This speed was considered not bad according to his talent and was about the same as the chosen one, Lei Wushuan in this world. Lei Wushuan's talent was very poor. Logically speaking, she should be at the high-level ordinary rank at the moment. However, she was the chosen one, so her soul power had also reached the mid-level black iron rank. This kind of speed was already very shocking. It also stimulated the little fatty, causing him to study even more earnestly. Seeing this, Li Xian felt relieved. He no longer continued to pay attention to him. Instead, he compressed his strength to the high-level bronze rank, disappearing from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the forest outside the Seven Stars sect. He walked toward the Seven Stars sect step by step. Li Xian's footsteps were not fast. It was as if he was touring the mountains and rivers. He walked forward step by step. After walking for half an hour, he was almost at the Seven Stars sect's mountain gate. Suddenly, an aura swept across the Seven Stars sect. That aura was exactly the same as Li Xian's master. Li Xian pretended not to notice and continued to move forward step by step. At this moment, a pleasant voice rang in Li Xian's ears. The voice was filled with a pleasant surprise. "Disciple, you've actually reached bronze rank? Very good, really very good. I originally thought that you wouldn't be able to go with them this time. Now that you're strong enough, this is a good opportunity. Quickly go to the Seven Stars Hall." "I understand." Li Xian nodded and turned around, striding toward the Seven Stars Hall. Chapter 347 Devil Abyss Fortress. On the peak of the mountain, in front of the Seven Stars Hall, the sect master of the Seven Stars sect was speaking to the two personal disciples. He kept exhorting them, warning them about something. As if he did not feel at ease with such exhortations, the sect master took out a lot of good things and handed them over to the two personal disciples. He told them to be careful. These two personal disciples were not very old. They looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. They were both direct disciples of gold rank experts. They were also the future of the Seven Stars sect. The young man in the lead was called Qi Xingzi. His strength had already reached silver rank, and he was very proficient in array formations. Even when he was born, a strange phenomenon descended from the sky, and he was very extraordinary. The other person was a young girl named Peony. Her strength was not bad, and she had reached the bronze rank peak. Her array formations and strength were also very outstanding, and her talent was only second to Qi Xingzi. To be able to achieve such an achievement at such an age, one could be said to be heaven's chosen one among chosen ones. They had received too much praise, and it had also caused them to develop a proud personality. "Sect Master, don't worry. I've been to the Devil Abyss many times. Harvesting the Devil Abyss flowers is a piece of cake. I'll definitely protect my junior brothers and sisters well," Qi Xingzi said confidently. You'll have to pay attention. Recently, the Devil Abyss has been in a bit of a mess. If you really can't harvest the Devil Abyss flowers, then give up. The most important thing is to check if the Seven Stars array formation is stable and repair the array formation at the Devil Abyss as well," The sect master continued to talk non-stop. The two personal disciples were somewhat helpless and could only continue to listen. At this time, the sect master who was talking suddenly stopped and changed the topic. Your little junior brother Li Xian has returned. In a while, he'll go to the devil abyss with you. Little junior brother Li Xian? Isn't it too early? He hasn't even joined the sect for 2 years. Isn't it too early to go to the devil abyss so early? Under normal circumstances, isn't it only possible to go to the devil abyss when one's strength has reached bronze rank? If his strength is too weak, he will drag us down and seriously affect our combat strength. Qi Xingzi frowned. He did not want to be a nanny. A 12 or 13-year-old child be causing trouble if he followed them, right? Therefore, he was very dissatisfied. Don't worry, it won't affect you. Li Xian's strength has already reached bronze rank. It's enough to go to the devil abyss to temper himself, the sect master said with a smile. Bronze rank? So fast? Qi Xingzi was shocked. He looked at the sect master in disbelief. He had never thought that Li Xian had already reached bronze rank. This is what the Grand Elder said. It can't be wrong. Li Xian will be here very soon, the sect master said again. He actually reached bronze rank at such a young age. He's really amazing. Qi Xingzi was very surprised because he had not reached bronze rank at that age. This meant that Li Xian was even more outstanding than him. He had no choice but to take this matter seriously for such an outstanding junior brother. However, considering the age of this junior brother, he still asked worriedly. What is the temperament of this junior brother? A high level of spiritual power does not mean that his combat strength is high. I must consider this matter. After all, we are going to the devil abyss this time. Don't worry. Your junior brother's temperament is very good. He does things cleanly and neatly. He never needs others to worry about him. Most importantly, his array formation might be even better than you too. The dual array pattern that emerged in the sect was developed by Li Xian, and it changed the 7 stars sect's array formation. The sect master smiled. Are you sure? It was really developed by Li Xian. Qi Xingzi was shocked, and he looked at the sect master in disbelief. Of course, I'm sure. You've been in closed-door cultivation all this time, and in order to protect Li Xian, most people don't know about this. I'm telling you now because it's time for you to know. The sect master continued to speak and described the entire matter in detail. It's actually like this. Amazing. How did he come up with such a fantastic idea? When I first knew about this method, I also created 2 third-tier arrays. It can be said that I gained a lot. Qi Xingzi was extremely surprised. He was extremely curious about this little junior brother and wanted to properly communicate with him. The young girl, Peony, blinked her big eyes. She also wanted to meet this little junior brother and see why he was so powerful. He was able to improve the array formation within such a short period of time. The key point was that the improvement of the formation patterns benefited the entire 7 stars sect. Many people had raised the level of the array formation by half a level. It could be said that they had contributed greatly. Such a person naturally made people curious. Although Qi Xingzi and Peony were quite strong, they were still curious. They really wanted to know what kind of person the little junior brother who had improved the array was and how he had researched it. With this thought in mind, the two continued to wait. Soon, they saw a small figure slowly walking over from afar. This figure was dressed in white. He was not tall, about 1.4 meters. His skin was fair, his face was handsome, and his small face was tense. His overall appearance gave people the feeling of a porcelain doll. This appearance made the eyes of the young girl called Peony light up, and she could not help but whisper. So cute, I really want to pinch his little face. Is he our little junior brother Li Xian? Yes, it's him. You guys are stronger, so take care of little junior brother when you go to the devil abyss, the sect master exhorted. Don't worry, sect master. I will definitely take good care of such a cute little junior brother. He's really too cute. Peony said sweetly, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Li Xian. When she saw Li Xian's little face, she couldn't help but want to pinch Li Xian's little face several times. Qi Xingzi also looked at Li Xian curiously. He did not expect this little junior brother to be so handsome. It really surprised him. Li Xian, you're here. These two are your eldest senior brother and fifth senior sister. Next, you'll go to the Devil Abyss with them, the sect master introduced. Okay. Li Xian nodded and casually chatted with these two, then did not say anything more. The reason why he agreed to go to the Devil Abyss was that he wanted to understand more information about the Devil Abyss. As a disciple of the Seven Stars sect, he wanted to watch more important information in the Devil Abyss fortress. It was also good to understand more about the Devil Abyss through this point and see how terrifying the Devil Abyss was. If he could find some knowledge about the elemental origin, that would be even better. Since he had reached gold rank, his strength had entered a period of slow improvement. He would need a long period of cultivation after that. It would be very difficult for him to break through in a short period of time. If he could find the elemental origin, he could quickly increase his strength and make himself stronger. Therefore, he could not give up his identity in this world. He had to make good use of his identity to find the elemental origin and understand the strength of the abyss. Just like that, Li Xian, Qi Xingzi, and Peony set off from the Seven-Star Gate and headed straight for the Devil Abyss Fortress. The Devil Abyss Fortress was the most dangerous place in this world. There were a large number of warrior soldiers stationed there. The Heavenly Sword sect even sent gold rank experts to guard it. A large number of disciples guarded it. Just like the Seven Stars sect, there were also a large number of disciples stationed in the Devil Abyss Fortress, maintaining and repairing the array formation at all times. The arrival of Li Xian and the others were more like gilding gold than training, allowing him to achieve more results. Junior brother, when we arrive at the fortress, we will bring a small number of soldiers to the Devil Abyss Fortress to inspect the Seven Stars array formation. We will enter the abyss to set up various arrays and carry out a small counterattack. During this process, there will be many battles. Even bronze rank warriors will be in danger of dying. However, little junior brother, don't be afraid. With the eldest senior brother around, nothing will happen to you. Peony spoke softly. When she spoke of the eldest senior brother, her voice was filled with confidence. It seemed that this eldest senior brother was not as simple as he appeared to be. Eldest senior brother's low-level silver rank strength is indeed not bad, Li Xian said. Not only that, the eldest senior brother once killed a high-level silver rank expert. His combat strength is very strong, Peony said sweetly. Chapter 348 The Terrifying Abyss. Oh? Killed a high-level silver rank expert. Li Xian raised his eyebrows and asked with slight surprise. Exactly. Last time, we were attacked by a pollution monster in the 8th passage of the abyss. The monster's strength has reached the high-level silver rank. Fortunately, the eldest senior brother is powerful. He turned the tide at the critical moment and killed the monster by himself. Peony clenched her small fist and explained. I see. Li Xian nodded. With such strength, he seemed to be the chosen one. If Li Xian had not confirmed that Lei Wushuan was the chosen one, he might have thought that the eldest senior brother was the chosen one. However, Li Xian used his god's perspective to glance behind him. There were 3 silver rank peak experts following him in secret. They had been following him since they set out from the Seven Stars sect. It was obvious that they were the path protectors sent by the sect to protect the 3 of them. Li Xian believed that even if the eldest senior brother could not turn the tide last time, he would still be fine. After all, the path protectors were not to be trifled with. Their strength was not weak. Oh right, is there a place in the Devil Abyss Fortress where we can look for information about the abyss? Li Xian suddenly asked. Of course, there is. We can see some information about the abyss in the library. The more confidential ones need to go to the military library. However, we need to have military achievements to go there. Little junior brother, what information do you want to know about the abyss? I know most of the ordinary information about the abyss. I can tell you, Peony said sweetly. Then tell me. I happen to be interested. Okay, junior brother. Peony sorted out her words and began to explain slowly. She told Li Xian all the information about the abyss. This information was more common and most of it was known. It was not considered a secret, but it also allowed Li Xian to have a clearer understanding of the abyss. The abyss was actually the Devil Abyss. A long time ago, everyone called it the Devil Abyss. However, after understanding the abyss and coming into contact with the creatures of the abyss, they discovered that the real name of the Devil Abyss was Abyss. The world that they lived in was extremely huge. The entire world appeared to have collapsed, layer by layer. The lower the layer, the stronger the creature was. The Abyss Fortress had once captured a gold-rank abyssal creature. After going through various methods, they obtained quite a bit of useful information. The faction that this abyssal creature belonged to was the three-headed demonic dragon of the abyss. It was said that this demonic dragon was extremely terrifying. A single glance from it could even shock a silver-rank creature to death. This demonic dragon was currently heavily injured. The only reason it invaded the various major worlds was to search for treasures that could heal its injuries. The most important point was the region where this demonic dragon of the abyss was located. It was only the 99th level of the abyss. There were many levels further down. No one even knew how many levels there were in the abyss. Such news shocked Li Xian greatly. He felt that the abyss was even more terrifying than he had imagined. However, he was more or less curious about the enemy of the demonic dragon. Who is the enemy of the demonic dragon? Could it also be an abyssal creature? Li Xian asked curiously. I don't know either, but the military library has relevant information. Little junior brother, if you work hard and earn 10,000 battle merits, you can freely enter and exit the military library. Peony said softly and prepared to arrange for Li Xian to repair more arrays to see the level of this little junior brother's array formation attainments. Is that so? Is it difficult to earn 10,000 battle merits? How long will it take? Li Xian asked. It's not difficult. We are disciples of the Seven Stars sect. We can rely on repairing the array formations to earn battle merits. The speed is extremely fast. In about a year's time, we can earn 10,000 battle merits. It's not difficult. It's just a waste of time, Peony said softly. A year? That's too long. Is there any other way to earn battle merits? Li Xian continued to ask. Of course, there is. Killing abyssal creatures is enough. A silver rank abyssal creature would reward you with at least 1,000 battle merits. However, now that the abyssal creatures from the abyss can't come out, there are basically no abyssal creatures to be seen. The demon cave is filled with demonized creatures now. They give very few battle merits. A silver rank demonized creatures would only give 500 battle merits while a bronze rank demonized creature would only give 50 battle merits. The reward is very, very low, Peony continued to explain. Demonized creatures? That works too. Li Xian nodded. Demonized creatures were creatures that were polluted by demonic qi. Li Xian had long known about this. Back then, when he was in the blind granny's world, he had killed a large number of giants, and they had been polluted by demonic qi. These demonized creatures were not very strong. They had lost their intelligence and became brutal and cruel. It was very easy to kill them, so Li Xian did not think much of it. However, with his current status, it would be best to kill a bronze rank demonized creatures. That way, he would not attract attention. Li Xian even thought about whether he should go to the military library secretly. Be more prudent. Let's earn battle merits first. Li Xian muttered to himself. He did not want to lose his current status. He was more prudent. After all, with so many array discs, as long as there were enough demonized creatures, killing them would be easy. With this thought in mind, Li Xian, his eldest senior brother, and Peony continued to move forward toward the Abyss Fortress. When they were only 100 kilometers away from the Abyss Fortress, Li Xian's movement slightly paused, and a trace of shock flashed across his eyes. Little junior brother, are you all right? Peony turned her head and asked in puzzlement. I'm fine. Li Xian shook his head and continued to move forward. However, his god's perspective was sweeping across the enormous Abyss Fortress. The Abyss Fortress was even larger than Li Xian had imagined. It was like a huge city. The key point was that this city was embedded in a black mountain. Li Xian swept across the black mountain and found that the reason why the huge city was built here was to block the exit of the mountain and completely seal it off. His god's perspective continued to scan through the gate of the fortress. Soon, he saw the scene inside the city and saw a huge black passage. It was the passage leading to the bottom of the mountain. Rolling black gas spread along the tunnel in all directions, corroding the formation of the tunnel at all times. At the same time, there were many demonized rats eating all kinds of array formations. There were a lot of these demonized rats. From time to time, soldiers led by the experts of the Heavenly Sword sect would enter the tunnel and kill all the demonized rats. Unfortunately, it would not take long for these rats to appear again and continue to eat the formation. However, the array formation of the tunnel was very advanced. Under the gnawing of the many demonized rats, it still stood like a mountain, blocking all living beings from leaving the tunnel. Is this the tunnel leading to the abyss? It's really huge, but these black gases are actually polluting this world. If this goes on for a long time, this world will be polluted sooner or later. The entire world will lose its vitality and completely become the azura field of the abyssal creatures. It's very troublesome. Li Xian's expression was grave. He felt that the abyssal creatures were definitely waiting for the pollution to continue. When the time came for them to invade, this world would face a disaster. Based on Li Xian's past experience, he discovered that the abyss liked this kind of fighting method. First, they would release demonic qi to pollute the world and demonize all the plants and animals in the world. Through these demonized creatures, they would weaken the power of humans and then launch a large-scale attack to take down this world in one fell swoop. Although this battle method was not particularly special, it was really disgusting and very difficult to deal with. Li Xian carefully scanned the 7 stars array formation at the entrance of the demon cave and found that the filtering function had been added to the formation, greatly weakening the effect of the black gas and reducing its power. However, there were still a lot of black gases that rippled through the formation and came into contact with the spiritual energy in the void. Most of them were decomposed by the spiritual power, leaving only a small portion. However, this portion of black gas was extremely difficult to deal with. More spiritual power was needed to disintegrate it, and it would take a longer period of time to disintegrate the troublesome black gas. Chapter 349 Parasitic Demons. If the black gas were to spread to this world for a long time, sooner or later, the world would be corrupted and demonized. The key was that the surviving and troublesome black gas did not gather together. Instead, it spread in all directions. The more hidden pollution would gradually deepen the degree of pollution in this world. This hidden method of pollution was carried out subtly all over the world. Although nothing could be seen at the moment, it was a fatal danger. One day, it might become a time bomb. The key was that with this demonic qi, abyssal creatures could live better in this world. They could cultivate, hide their bodies, and carry out all kinds of destruction. At some moments, it would become a serious problem. This result made Li Xian frown. He used his god's perspective to scan more carefully. Something is wrong with those spiritual warriors. Are they possessed? Li Xian's god's perspective suddenly locked onto a few figures. They were some spiritual warriors. He could not see any difference in their appearances. However, there was another soul hidden inside their bodies. It was a kind of ferocious-looking banshee. They were like venomous snakes that lived inside the bodies of the spiritual martial artists. It seems that the abyss has already taken action. The pollution of the world has also become more serious. At this rate, in less than 5 years, demonized creatures will appear all over the world. Li Xian frowned. He felt that things were getting more and more troublesome. The power of the abyss was too powerful, and Li Xian was really not confident in defeating the abyss. Even though he had reached gold rank, he was still very afraid of the abyss. The big monsters hidden in the abyss were not something that a mere gold rank could provoke. A single demonic dragon could make many worlds fear it, so how could he possibly win? Let's think of a way to find the elemental origin first. This world is so huge, so there must be an elemental origin. As long as there are clues to the elemental origin, I will definitely be able to find it. Li Xian secretly muttered to himself and decided to first get some battle merits to go to the library, then understand the abyss, find clues to the elemental origin, and then think about other things. After making a decision, Li Xian and the rest continued to move forward. With the help of spirit power, they ran quickly and soon arrived at the abyss fortress. Looking at the huge abyss fortress, Peony's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She felt that every time she came, she would feel shocked. However, when she looked at her little junior brother beside her, what surprised her was that her little junior brother still looked the same. He did not show any signs of shock. Little junior brother, it's such a shocking abyss fortress, yet you can still remain so calm. It's really amazing. Peony could not help but praise. It's all right. Let's go into the city to earn battle merits. Li Xian locked onto the martial artists who were staying in the city and said, "All right, let's go." The three of them walked to the city gate and took out their identity cards to check. Only then did they walk into the huge fortress. They saw all kinds of armored soldiers in the city, as well as spiritual warriors who came and went in a hurry. The entire city was filled with a tense and solemn atmosphere. It was very different from other cities. Ca. Air. In such an atmosphere, the three of them came to the 7-star gate's base. They were arranged to stay in the best residence by the elders of the base. Each of them had a small courtyard. It could be said that they were given the best treatment. "Little junior brother, rest well today. Don't you want to go to the military library? Tomorrow, I will bring you to earn battle merits and bring you to see the real demon race. Your senior sister is very powerful." As Peony spoke sweetly, she took out a communication jade talisman and gave it to Li Xian. Then, she skipped away, leaving Li Xian with a helpless expression. With this temperament, will it really work to protect this world in the future? Sigh. Li Xian was too lazy to say anything. After putting down his things, he strode out of the small courtyard and headed straight for the mission hall. On the way here, Li Xian had already asked about it. Most of the people had come to the mission hall to accept missions and obtain battle merits. The moment Li Xian entered the city, he scanned the mission hall and saw a very eye-catching mission. That was to find a parasite demon. Finding a parasitic demon would reward him with 1,000 battle merits. This amount of battle merits was equivalent to killing 2 silver-rank demonized creatures. The reward was quite high. Naturally, Li Xian was tempted. I'll hurry up and accept the mission. With such a high reward, it would be a pity if it was completed by someone else. Li Xian's speed was very fast. Soon, he arrived at the mission hall and saw many missions in the mission hall. The rewards given by these missions were not high. There were even 0.1 battle merits. It was pitifully low. This also made Li Xian realize the value of battle merits. He could not help but walk to the counter and said softly to the young lady on the counter, "Hello, I want to accept a mission, the parasitic demon mission." "The parasitic demon mission? Are you sure?" The young lady on the counter was originally recording something. After hearing Li Xian's words, she suddenly turned her head and looked at Li Xian, looking at him in disbelief. Yes, is there a problem? Li Xian was puzzled. No. The young lady carefully sized up Li Xian. When she saw the 7 stars sex clothing on Li Xian, the young lady was somewhat convinced. However, she still asked again. Are you really going to accept the parasitic demon mission? This mission has been failing for half a month. Several large battle groups have failed and given up. It's okay. I have a special skill, so I can see the parasitic demons. Li Xian smiled confidently. What? The lady at the counter suddenly stood up and quickly walked to Li Xian's side to protect him. At the same time, she looked around vigilantly. Quickly follow me. The lady pulled Li Xian and quickly walked to the counter, looking around solemnly. After pulling Li Xian into the counter, the young lady heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she looked at Li Xian again. Can you tell me your name? Oh right, can you really see the parasitic demons? Of course, I can see them. There are many people with special skills in this world. It's normal for me to see the parasitic demons. As for my name, I'm Li Xian, Li Xian said calmly. Yes, Li Xian. In the future, don't tell anyone about your skill. Recently, the parasitic demons have been causing a lot of trouble. No one knows where they are hiding. A few geniuses have been assassinated. Revealing your skill is actually very dangerous, the young lady reminded him. It's okay. There are no parasite demons in the mission hall. I've already seen them, Li Xian said indifferently. I see. It's good to have this talent. Let's go. I'll bring you to Commander Zhou. He's currently worrying about this matter. If you really have a special skill, you'll help Commander Zhou solve a big problem, the young lady said in surprise. Okay, let's go. Li Xian nodded. Okay. The young lady saw that Li Xian was so calm and believed in Li Xian's talent even more. She walked directly toward the 9th Army. The 9th Army, in the large conference room. A few soldiers with resolute expressions looked at the records in their hands with grave expressions. Another 3 elites died. Damn parasitic demons! Commander Zhou slammed the table angrily, his eyes filled with killing intent. Commander, we searched for the parasitic demons on a large scale for half a month, but we didn't get any results. Those bast *RDS hid too deeply. We couldn't find them at all. I suggest that we build a spirit detection pool and arrange for everyone to go through it. Only then can we find out who has a problem with their soul, suggested a one-eared soldier. Building a spirit detection pool is too difficult. It will take at least a year, and it will also consume a large number of transcendence fruits. Why don't we ask the saint rank ancestor to come out? He can see the parasitic demons at a glance. Another white-haired soldier spoke. His voice was hoarse, but his eyes were very bright. Saint rank ancestor? Are you kidding me? The ancestor is so heavily injured. Disturbing the ancestor for such a small matter will seriously affect the recovery of the ancestor. It's better to build a spirit detection pool. The spirit detection pool will take too long. How many elites will die in a year? Those are talents that were nurtured with great difficulty. But the ancestor can't be disturbed. The ancestor's injuries are so severe, and he still has to support the beast tamer sect at any time. If the ancestor comes to our fortress, what will happen to the beast tamer sect? This. Everyone fell silent when they heard this. For a moment, they did not know what to do. This problem was really too troublesome. The parasitic demons that had never appeared before had suddenly appeared in this world. This was a very big problem for those who had never come into contact with the parasitic demons. For a moment, they really did not know how to solve it quickly. Chapter 350 Li Xian's Weak Evil Spirit. Silence reappeared in the conference room. The entire conference room was in a state of complete silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone racked their brains to think of a way to solve this problem and find relevant clues. Unfortunately, the parasitic demons were too difficult to deal with. Everyone thought for a long time but still could not find a solution. Just when everyone was unable to solve the problem and was feeling depressed. Knock, knock, knock. Knocking sounds sounded on the door and entered everyone's ears, causing them to frown. "Didn't I say that no one is allowed to disturb us during the meeting?" Commander Joe said unhappily. "Commander, it's about the parasitic demons." A respectful voice came from the door, causing everyone in the meeting room to be slightly stunned. Could it be that the parasitic demons have assassinated another genius? These damn demons! Indeed, they deserve to die. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. Everyone in the meeting room sighed. For a moment, they all felt that they were very useless and blamed themselves. Commander Joe this scene and sighed helplessly. "Come in." Creak. The door was pushed open. The guard guarding the door brought two people in. One of them was the lady at the counter, and the other was Li Xian, who looked like a porcelain doll. Everyone was slightly stunned when they saw this scene. They wondered why the guard brought in two people like this. They had thought that parasitic demons had assassinated another genius and wanted to report the situation, but when they looked at it, there seemed to be something wrong. "Lilia, why are you here? Who is this child?" When Commander Joe, the young lady at the counter, he was puzzled because she was his relative. Even the job was arranged by him. "Uncle, this disciple of the Seven Stars sect, Li Xian, accepted the parasitic demon mission," the young lady at the counter said immediately. "Accepted the parasitic demon mission? Are you sure?" Commander Joe was surprised and looked at Li Xian in disbelief. When he saw the Seven Stars sect's symbol on Li Xian's body, although he was puzzled, he did not deny it. Instead, he looked at Li Xian seriously. "Uncle," Li Xian said that he has a special skill and can see the parasitic demons, Lilia explained quickly, hoping to solve the problem of the parasitic demons as soon as possible. "Special skill? Really?" This time, Commander Joe became serious. Although this was the world of spiritual warriors, some people were born with some talent. The gain of skills did not have a regular pattern. It was a very random skill. Moreover, this skill was strange and extraordinary. When Xiaoya said Li Xian had a special skill, Commander Joe actually somewhat believed it. He suppressed the emotions in his heart and said solemnly, "Little guy, can you really see the parasitic demons?" "Of course. In this military region, there are 3 parasitic demons," Li Xian said confidently. "Even in the military region? Quickly tell me where they are. As long as you can help us solve the problem, your reward for completing the mission will be doubled," commanders hoyed loudly. "Doubled? That's not bad. Follow me." Li Xian turned around and walked out of the meeting room. Under everyone's curious gazes, he led everyone to the square of the military region. The reason why parasitic demons cannot be detected is that they are soul bodies. It is very difficult to detect them when they are hidden in the human body. To find them, you need a secret method to probe the soul. Of course, I have a few summoned creatures that can probe the soul. It is just that these creatures are a little ugly. Li Xian smiled slightly and snapped his fingers with his right hand. Click! With a light sound, a black circle appeared on the right side of Li Xian. It quickly condensed and rotated, forming a spatial tunnel. Soon, a cold, mysterious, and profound aura spread out from the tunnel. A soul-shaking voice suddenly sounded from the passageway. Following that, a white illusory woman's head emerged from the spatial crack, her eyes ferociously sweeping across everyone. Following that, under everyone's vigilant gazes, she slowly floated out and stood around Li Xian's body. However, the sun in the sky was too intense, and the illusory woman felt very uncomfortable. She continuously emitted sounds that shook one's soul. After she appeared, 4 other illusory women who wanted the same thing quickly drilled out of the spatial passage and stood respectfully around Li Xian. "Don't worry, they are my servants." Li Xian saw Commander Zhou and the others' vigilant expressions. He smiled slightly and snapped his fingers again. The pitch-black spatial passage slowly disappeared and finally completely disappeared between heaven and earth. However, the military officers present looked at Li Xian with a solemn expression, realizing that Li Xian was extraordinary. This is an evil spirit formed from souls. It's very good at spiritual and mental attacks. However, they are too weak and not suitable for battle. Of course, it's very easy to find the parasitic demons through them. Li Xian explained in a soft voice, roughly explaining the characteristics of the evil soul. It is good that we can find the parasitic demons. We will personally deal with the parasitic demons. However, the parasitic demons are very strong. We need to make some preparations. Taking into account the difficulty of dealing with the parasitic demons, Commander Zhou decided to go back first to get weapons and equipment so that the strength of the battle would not be affected later. After all, the parasitic demons were also divided into levels. They had to be careful. "Okay, I'll wait for you here. Hurry up. The evil spirits don't like the environment here." Li Xian looked at the evil spirits he summoned and floated to a cool place. Okay. Commander Zhou nodded and ordered the captains around him to go back and get the equipment. At the same time, he also arranged for Lilia to help him get the weapons and equipment. A moment later, the captains returned, and Commander Zhou also took the spirit equipment from Lilia's hands. Among them was a huge axe, which looked very mighty and domineering. "Let's go, follow the evil spirits." Li Xian's thoughts moved slightly, and the 5 evil spirits floated away, quickly heading toward the military quarters. Their speed was very slow at first, but after floating for a moment, their speed suddenly began to increase, and they quickly rushed toward the main entrance of the military quarters. When everyone saw this scene, they quickly followed, and soon stopped at the main entrance of the quarters. They saw the 2 soldiers guarding the door. Shriek! The evil spirit suddenly let out a strange cry. Circles of ripples were emitted from the evil spirit's mouth and swept across the 2 soldiers. The 2 soldiers suddenly held their heads and shook. Soon, 2 strange creatures that looked like banshees rushed out of the 2 soldiers' heads and screamed as they rushed in 2 different directions. Parasitic demons! Kill them! When Commander Zhou this seen, he immediately brandished his huge axe and rushed forward. He roared and brandished his huge axe as he slashed at one of the parasitic demons. Roar! A low roar suddenly sounded. Commander Zhou, who was brandishing his huge axe, felt his mind go blank for a moment. When he regained his consciousness, the 2 parasitic demons had already charged far away. "Don't let them escape, kill!" When Commander Zhou this seen, his heart was filled with anxiety. He hurriedly charged toward the parasitic demon that was furthest away. As for the parasitic demons that were nearby, they were surrounded by 5 evil spirits, so they were then imprisoned in the middle and continued to gnaw at the parasitic demons. These 5 evil spirits were very effective against the parasitic demons. They were not afraid of the parasitic demons' roars at all and directly gnawed at the parasitic demons crazily. In just a short moment, the 5 evil spirits had eaten up all the parasitic demons. This kind of speed made Lilia's mind go blank because she discovered that Commander Zhou was leading his subordinates to fight with another parasitic demon. In the end, that parasitic demon was very difficult to deal with. From time to time, it would make strange noises, which made Commander Zhou and his subordinates go blank. In the end, after fighting for a long time, even Li Xian could not stand it any longer and waved his hand. Shriek! After receiving Li Xian's order, the evil spirit excitedly rushed toward the parasitic demon. The ripples in their mouths instantly enveloped the parasitic demon and then crazily devoured it. The 5 evil spirits were very excited. As if they were eating delicious food, they devoured the parasitic demon at the fastest speed, not even leaving a bit of scrap. Seeing such a scene, Commander Zhou and his subordinates were dumbfounded. They even felt that their faces were turning black. There was nothing they could do. They fought for a long time, but they were still unable to deal with this parasitic demon. At the end, when Li Xian's evil spirit came over, it instantly ate the parasitic demon. Such a gap made Commander Zhou and the others feel very aggrieved. They even wanted to bang their heads against the wall. When Lilia saw this scene, she was extremely shocked. When she thought of Li Xian's words from before, she could not help but ask. Li Xian, didn't you say that the evil spirit is very weak? How did you get rid of the parasitic demon so quickly? I didn't expect the parasitic demon to be so weak. Li Xian shrugged his shoulders and said.